Hey everybody, we got the Marco Rubio confirmation hearing. I couldn't sleep, so I was like, well, let's just get up and do this. So here we
Important, and
go.
we have a very, very limited clock every single time that we meet. So as a result of that, we're not going to tolerate any type of disruptions, communications, or anything like that that distract the committee. Distractions will include not only noise, not only standing up, not only holding up painted hands, painted signs. None of that will be allowed. If you do that, I'm going to pause the committee. I'm going to ask our friends, first of all, my faithful Sergeant of Arms here, who's perhaps tougher than the Capitol Police, but also the Capitol
Test
Police to
test one
assist.
two.
And we will pause briefly and then take up our work. If you are removed, you'll not be permitted back into one of these public hearings for at
Oh,
least 12
okay.
months.
Hang on
And
here.
that's the purpose of this is as I've stated, and it's important work. It can't be interrupted. So with that, Senator Scott, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and committee members, it is an absolute honor to sit before you today to introduce my good friend, fellow senator from Florida, and future Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I also like to recognize his wonderful family is here today.
Oh,
His wife, Jeanette,
that's
daughter,
why.
Daniela, sister, Barbara and Veronica, and nephew, Orlando. And back home, Amanda, Anthony, and Dominic. All of us here today know that Marco is an exceptional nominee. He is the perfect person to carry out President-elect Trump's policies and to protect America's national security and to bring peace and
Test
stability
test.
back to the Western Hemisphere. The son of Cuban immigrants, Marco learned at a young age about the suffering and oppression of
There we go.
socialism
Sorry
and
about
brings
that if
valuable
anybody
knowledge from his roles here on the Senate
was
Foreign
watching.
Relations Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee. In our state of Florida, we hear often from those who came to the United States to escape dangerous regimes and live the American dream that most Marco and many of us have had the opportunity to live. Every person we meet serves as a reminder of why the United States must always stand for freedom
But
and democracy.
that is
President
exactly
Trump's record in his
why
first term was clear. He unapologetically fought to protect
you
freedom and
check
democracy across Latin America and ended the failed
your
Obamacare
audio.
appeasement policies that had created a vacuum for tyranny in the region.
I was
After
getting
4 years of Joe Biden,
the
President Trump will have to
microphone
start that fight over.
audio
But he
from
has
my
an incredible
webcam.
asset with Marco Rubio on his team.
So if you
Marco
want
sees the
to
values of our allies and Democratic leaders who will stand up to our adversaries
know the
and who will
difference
work
of
with the
what
United
a
States
Logitech
to
webcam
deny
mic
footholds
sounds
to
like
Communist China, Iran, and Russia,
and a
and fight
real
alongside
mic.
America to protect our shared national security interests and create better trade relations. While the
Now,
Biden administration has abandoned
my
America's
thoughts
allies,
on
President-elect
Marco
Trump and
Rubio.
Senator Rubio are clear-eyed and understand that where freedom and democracy exists, America has strong allies
I
and
don't
trusted
really
trade
like the
partners.
guy.
Marco has a strong record of holding the regimes in Communist China, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua accountable for their
I don't
repression
know
and tyranny.
why this
He will work with
PC
President Trump to punish communist regimes for their crimes.
hates.
Win up to $500,000 with Monopoly Scratchers from the Arizona Lottery.
Always put America's best interests first. Marco, congratulations. You've served the people of Florida well. It's been an honor to work with you
This
as
PC
senator,
hates
and I will continue working together with you on issues that matter deeply to the people
this
of Florida, to our nation. You're well deserving of this role. You'll do an
wireless
incredible job.
microphone.
I'll
I
be
mean,
declaring
not
independent and
microphone,
senior
but
senator finally.
mouse.
I'm proud to support
And it's
you
only when
and urge
StreamYard's
all my
going.
colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Only when StreamYard's going.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Scott. Uh, First of all, let me say as we open this first
I
hearing,
don't know
I'm pleased to
why.
be serving alongside my colleague, Senator
Hang
Shaheen.
on here.
She and I have worked together over a number of years. We were governors together and came in at the same time together. Um, and we have had actually some experience in this regard in the Small Business Committee where we had the same roles. And so we're used to each other, and we're going to do our best to have a hearings and work of this committee on a bipartisan basis. We won't always agree, obviously, but we will do our very best to disagree civilly and let the process work as it should. So with that, let's turn to the hearing today. And I want to welcome my great friend, Marco Rubio, to this hearing. Likewise, Marco and I go back a long ways. Uh, I look back at when I got to the Senate 16 years ago. I came to this first hearing and took my seat way down there at the end and spent 2 years there. And then that afternoon went over to the Intelligence Committee and again took my seat way down on the end down there. Served a couple of years, and then 2 years later, um, by the way, when I went into the Intelligence Committee, I don't know if I've
Okay, I got
the
a
story
wired
before, but I
mouse
walked
hooked
in
up.
there and a little nervous because about to learn all the deep dark secrets of the United States of America, and I went in and sat down, and someone came up to me and tapped me on
And
the shoulder
it's
and said,
working
"Senator,
just fine with the
you seem
wired
to have brought
mouse.
an electronic device with you into the
So
Congress
again, everybody,
skiff, over in our semi-secret room over
always
by the
have a
airport."
backup.
And so I learned then that the Intelligence Committee does know a lot. So I gave up
My
my
$40
electronic device. 2 years later,
wireless Logitech mouse
I was no longer on the end.
doesn't
Rubio came and
like
joined me down at the end and sat at my left. We went to the hearing in the morning to the Foreign Relations
StreamYard,
Committee. That afternoon, we went over to the Intelligence
but
Committee. Again,
this
there he was, sat down next to me on my left. And as
this
we sat down, I
on
said, "By the way,
cheap
I
ass
said, I
wired
hope
mouse
you," I
from
said to him, "I hope you don't have any electronic devices
Walmart
with you." And he says, "Well, no, you doofus. There's a big sign
is
out there that says,
working
don't
just
bring any
fine.
electronic." So I judged him to be a very astute person
And
at that point. In my
that's
defense,
why
that
I
sign
say
wasn't
have a
there for you
backup.
necessarily. They don't give you a course on what you can and can't bring in. So anyway, that was my introduction to Marco Rubio. Since
And you
then,
saw how quickly
we
I
worked
switched
together
it
for
out.
a long time on issues
Just
that
opened my
found
closet
ourselves
door, grabbed this mouse,
almost
plugged it in.
always in violent agreement on virtually every issue we dealt with, both here in the Foreign Relations Committee and on the
The only thing
Intelligence
bad
Committee.
about this
And
mouse
worked together closely as we were
is it's not got a way to adjust the DPI.
There's
Now, if you want to know
down
what
my email,
DPI
there's
stands
one
for,
issue that we
that's
disagreed on.
distance
It's a
per
very
inch.
small issue, a very
That
tiny
means
issue
how
that
far
deals with
the mouse
intelligence.
moves
So
on the
unfortunately, we won't be
screen
able to discuss it here
per
today.
how far
My
you
part
got to
is a gift
move
for you
the
in
mouse.
part here in your
The
last
distance it moves on the
I'll
screen
give it, assuming
per
you survive this
how
hearing,
far
I'll
it's
give it
got
to
to
you
move on
at
your
the
mouse
end of the
pad.
hearing. So
I've got
welcome,
3 monitors
and,
here.
in a moment, I'm going to give you a
It's
chance
probably
to make your opening
5.5
statement,
feet
talk
wide
about
of
what your opinion
monitors
is,
here.
and then we'll get to you.
So I have the
Unfortunately, we need a
DPI
time
turned
when
way
America
up.
faces threats
So
from
if I
nearly
want to
every
move the
corner of
mouse
world.
from
It's no
the
secret
far
hostile
left
powers
side of the
from
left
China to
monitor
Russia
to the
to
far
North
right
Korea
side
to
of the
Iran
right
have
monitor,
formed an authoritarian
I
axis
got to
bent
move the mouse
on
clear
weakening
across
the
my mouse
United
pad.
States. Sadly, the outgoing
All right, I'm
administration
going
has
to go grab
frequently
me some
made
coffee.
ill-informed decisions that have empowered these
I'll be
adversaries.
right back.
From the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal to its desperate efforts to woo Iran, failure to deter Russian aggression, constant concessions to China, and undermining support for Israel, our allies question U.S. resolve, and our adversaries believe they have a free hand. Those days are over. China remains the most significant long-term risk to the United States. The Chinese government steals American intellectual property, floods our streets with fentanyl, and exploits our free markets for its own gain while aggressively undermining American national security. China is no longer satisfied to undermine the United States on its own. Now it helps Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Chinese support has enabled Russia to carry on its illegal war against Ukraine, and China's massive purchases of Iranian oil are a lifeline to that murderous regime's proxy wars. The outgoing administration's failure to push back on China's aggression means that China is challenging America everywhere, from Africa to our hemisphere in Latin America. Senator Rubio has been a strong advocate of tougher policies to counter China's aggression, and particularly in Latin America. In the Middle East, Israel fights a multi-front war against Iran after the brutal attack on October 7th. Yet the outgoing administration has undermined support to Israel. This has only prolonged the terrible situation in Israel and Gaza. In spite of the outgoing administration's policy, Israel's fortitude has brought Tehran to its weakest point in decades. President Trump and Marco both know that we need to support our ally and return to a maximum pressure campaign against Iran. At the same time, Putin, with the support of the CCP, continues his violent assault on Ukraine. Putin has escalated this war over and over again, most recently by importing thousands of North Korean soldiers. I've said repeatedly since the beginning of 2022 full-scale invasion, we need to help Ukraine end this war quickly and permanently. I'm confident that if anyone can end this war, it's President Trump. And Marco is the right man to help ensure it is done in a way that guarantees security and stability for Ukraine, the U.S., and our allies, and prevents Russia from launching another war. Unfortunately, the threats to American interests don't end there. A genocide in Sudan, a much needed but still uncertain regime change in Syria, human rights abuses, human trafficking. The list of challenges facing America is long. And because of that, we must rein in and enforce accountability at the United Nations, whose agenda and wasteful practices frequently do not align with those of the United States. In Asia, it will be important to work with our allies in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines to boost their military spending and bolster their ability to deter China. We should work with Australia and the United Kingdom as part of the AUKUS agreement to develop and advance military capabilities to counter Chinese coercion in the Indo-Pacific. And I hope the State Department will acknowledge the nuclear arms race our adversaries are pursuing and make the changes needed to confront this new reality. Further, U.S. foreign assistance is not charity.
Okay, I'm back.
American taxpayer dollars should only be
I got the pretty lights on the flag going. Got me a cup
Every
of
penny
coffee.
should be scrutinized to ensure its necessity and effectiveness in advancing our
And my
America's
favorite coffee cup.
interests. Often enormous amounts of money are spread
Now, if
thinly
you're
around the
wondering
world
why
and never really accomplish goals. This also needs to stop. A final word on the
I have
operations of
a
the State
favorite
Department
coffee
itself.
cup.
The department must focus
Well,
itself on the
I've
core
been a
mission
big fan of the
effective
Friends
diplomacy. Every
television
program,
series
office, and policy at state must effectively advance
for
U.S.
since
foreign
it
policy
came out.
goals, not advance progressive ideology. The
I
outgoing
couldn't
administration
imagine
often undercut
being a
effective foreign
writer
policy by
on that
inserting
series.
ideological and political requirements
Try to
into
keep
the
coming
fabric
up with
of
stories
personnel decisions and
for
policy
every
execution.
actor.
Rather than making hires or promotions based
But
on merit and effectiveness, the department created a new diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility requirements,
and yes, I
distracted
spilled
from this
coffee down the
mission,
side of it.
undermined morale, and created an unfair and opaque process for promotions and performance evaluations. Fealty to progressive politics became the benchmark for success. As we look around the United States, that view is diminishing very quickly amongst even large corporations, amongst even large progressive-leaning corporations. Adherence to these goals was assured at the State Department through a rigid enforcement structure that included senior advisors for DEIA in nearly every bureau and Soviet-style anonymous reporting portals where employees were encouraged
What
to
the hell is
denounce colleagues who did not toe the
DEIA?
company line. This must end on day one. We need a return to merit, and I know Marco will right that ship. Senator Rubio, this is a long laundry list of crises. You've earned yourself one of the hardest jobs in America, but after serving with you for so many years, I'm confident you are the right person we need to take on these threats. Thank you very much. And to my good friend, Senator Jean, I yield the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Risch. Congratulations on your new role. As you point out, while this may be our first Foreign Relations Committee hearing together in these new roles, it's certainly not our first time working together. We came in as governors, so we like to get things done. We've also had the same role in 2017 on the Small Business Committee. So I look forward to working with you and to our opportunity.
Oh, blah,
for this
blah,
committee
blah,
to
blah.
get a lot of work done.
Get through the
I want to also
bullshit.
congratulate the new members of the committee, Republicans McCormick, Daines, Scott, Lee.
This is why I don't like doing these. Because it's too much pomp and circumstance. The fucking American taxpayers that pay the salary of these people, it's all fucking pomp and circumstance. Get to it.
Advancing bipartisan legislation It means confirming career Foreign Service officers quickly. I believe it's in our national security interest to have our embassies fully staffed and to confirm career ambassadors with the requisite expertise, which is
All right, how about we have every government job fully staffed on location? You people might not realize this, but there's a whole lot of government workers that are still working from home.
State Department in particular. As I said, I believe this committee has a responsibility to get your team out in the field, and we hope you will send us qualified, experienced, and
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
before you that was not considered under the last Congress. I hope we'll see many of those nominees resubmitted to this committee soon. On policy, I want to start by hearing from you on Ukraine and NATO. There is strong bipartisan support, as you know, in the Senate for Ukraine. There's a clear
The bank of We the People is closed for Ukraine. Period. We've got people, U.S. citizens, sleeping in fucking tents in North Carolina. We got people that just lost their homes in Los Angeles. Lord knows where they're sleeping. And we're still talking about sending money to Ukraine. Guess what also burned up in the Los Angeles wildfires? Like half a dozen homes that Ukrainian generals owned in Los Angeles. Now tell me this, everybody. Where did these Ukrainian generals get the money to buy a home in Los Angeles where, you know, a 1,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 1-bath house is about $1 million? And I guarantee those generals weren't living in something like that. They were probably multi-million-dollar houses. Yeah, you want to know where that money came from? The American taxpayer. From day one, when this whole Ukraine shit started off, and everybody changed their profile picture to the ugly ass blue and yellow Ukraine flag, I got backlash for it. Because I simply stated America first. And everybody's like, well, there's women and children over there. And I'm like, there's women and children homeless here.
lies on this historic opportunity to sideline.
But,
not only
we just
Iran,
got to
but
keep
Russia
sending money
as
to
we help
fucking
rebuild Syria.
Ukraine.
I also want to underline that whether it's food insecurity or sexual violence that accompanies war, and whether we're talking about Sudan or Haiti or Afghanistan, Ukraine or Gaza, that it is women who often bear the brunt of these conflicts.
Oh, did you see how she skipped right over Israel? She said Gaza, but not Israel.
Participate in conflict negotiations. Peace is 35%
People,
more
if
likely
these
to last
politicians
15 years.
are
That's why
from
we
your
passed the Women,
state
Peace and Security Act in 2017. It was
and
signed
they
into law by
don't support
President Trump during
Israel,
his first term,
but
and I
they
hope that
support
in
Ukraine
the
and
second term,
Gaza,
we can build on this effort.
it is your
One of the reasons I'm pleased that we now
sole
have 3 women
duty
on the Foreign
to
Relations
make sure
Committee,
that
Senator Duckworth and
they
Senator
don't have a
Rubio.
job
It's the first
the
time
next
since I've been
time
here
it
that
comes
there's
up for
been
election.
3 women on this committee. And I'm interested to hear your vision for the State Department's Office of Global Women's Issues, and more broadly, how the administration will work to empower women and girls on the global stage. As
What
Chairman Risch
women's
has said,
issues?
The list of challenges facing America is very long.
Are they the same for the
And so,
LGBTQ
Senator
MNOP
Rubio,
issues?
If you're confirmed,
Are they
I
the
hope
same
we
for the
can work
trans
together to
issues?
continue
Or are
to
there
promote American
those
interests
the same
that
issues
we have seen around the world, and the
for
importance of America's
everybody?
role in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Good remarks. Senator Rubio, the floor is going to be yours, and I hope you'll introduce your beautiful family to start with, and we'll take it from there.
Well, thank you, Chairman Risch, and I want to thank the ranking member as well, Senator Shaheen, and thank you, Senator Scott, for your introduction. And let me just say it's a bit surreal to be on this side of the room, but you all look very distinguished. And I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
outside.
We
Right.
know.
In the 249-year history of our republic, there's only been 71 other Americans who have served in the role and the position that President Trump has now nominated me to occupy. And I want to thank him for his confidence. And it's an incredible honor. It is also, as many of you have already pointed out, an extraordinary responsibility. 3 of my children, Amanda, Anthony, and Dominic, could not be here with us today or join us here in person. But I am happy that my wife, Jeanette, is here and that my daughter, Daniela, is here with me as well, because I think as
This
each of you
dude's
know
got 4
well,
kids.
it really is impossible to do our job in the Senate.
Wow.
Not to mention the job I've been nominated for without the love and the support of our families. I'm also very pleased that my sisters, Barbara and Veronica, and my nephew, Orlando, are joining me here today.
What, you
And
just
to
brought
me,
your whole
it's
family
a
there
reminder that
on
path that
the
brings me to this
taxpayer
moment
dollar?
was paved by those who are not
Yay.
here with us today, by 2 parents who arrived here on May 27th of 1956 from Cuba.
You know, I hope Elon Musk and Ramaswamy put a stop to all this useless spending. If you're a congressperson and you want to bring your family to DC for something, it needs to come out of your dime, not the taxpayer dollar. If you're a congressperson and you want to fly home all the time, it needs to come out of your dollar, not the American taxpayer's dollar. And if the White House, Congress, or the Senate needs a fucking toilet seat, go to Home Depot and get the cheapest one. It's like $15. We don't need to be spending $1,000 for a fucking toilet seat. And if you think I'm joking, do your research, everybody. Elon Musk doesn't think I'm joking.
And prosperity in these regions.
Oh, here we go with the fucking protesters. Hey, how about we just lock the fucking doors? Or how about we make this...
Back to order.
All right, alliances emerged in the Indo-Pacific and in Europe.
All right, how about we make this confirmation hearing a fucking closed door? So none of this shit happens. Do they not check people? Because when Nancy Pelosi came to Phoenix, Arizona to talk to the citizens of Phoenix, Arizona, me and a bunch of my friends went down there, got tickets, waited in line. And when we got into the building, we were literally pointed out. They had our pictures. And we're like, all you guys can't come in. Because we were going to ask serious questions. Cool part was the building only had 2 ways out. So we staged up at both exits. And we never saw Nancy Pelosi come out. We were there for like 5 hours. Never saw Nancy Pelosi come out. I bet she was in there fucking hiding.
And even prosecute domestic political opponents. Meanwhile, radical jihadists openly march in the streets and sadly drive vehicles into our people. While
Mhm.
America far too often continued to prioritize the global order above our core national interests, other nations continue to act the way countries always have.
Oh, here we go with another one. Hey, how about we just fucking kick everybody out
Back to order.
that doesn't need to
bilingual
be
protest.
in that
Isn't it
room?
too cool?
As you know, that's a first here for us, at least in recent times.
Oh my
All right.
God.
All right.
What about security?
Back
Are
to
you-
order.
All right.
Are you
So
fucking
while America too
serious?
often prioritize the global order above our core national interests, other nations
What, is there no security in DC anymore? That these protesters could just be in this meeting? Like, seriously? You know, if it was me, I would have them all arrested for disrupting a confirmation hearing. And make sure that they do at least 90 days in jail. But I know that that's probably not legal to do.
mass migration,
You know,
traffic in women and children, and to flood our
maybe, you know,
communities with deadly
we
fentanyl
start
and
locking
violent
people
criminals.
up
In Moscow, in
for
Tehran,
doing all this stuff. And I
Iran,
know somebody's going to say,
dictators,
well, we got the
or the
right to
states
protest.
now sow chaos and instability and align with and they fund radical terrorism.
Everybody that says
And then they
that
hide
they got the
behind
right
their
to
veto power at
protest.
the United Nations Security Council.
Forget
Threats of
one
nuclear war.
word.
The post-war global order
Peacefully
is not
protest,
just obsolete,
not
now a weapon
disrupt
being used against us.
protest, but
And all this
peacefully
has led to a
protest.
moment in which we must now confront the single greatest risk of geopolitical instability.
Now, if I was Marco Rubio sitting there, I would have turned around in my chair and be like, you got a problem with me? I'm right here. I would have grown some big old brass balls and said, you got a problem with me? I'm right here. But you see, not everybody's like me. Not everybody's like Donald Trump that speaks what's on their fucking mind, no matter the fucking consequences, no matter who the fuck it pisses off. That's how I've been my whole fucking life. I've made a lot of people mad, and I don't give a fucking rat's ass. I sleep great at night.
Guided by a clear objective to promote peace abroad.
I had a person
security
like
and
6 months
prosperity
ago,
here at home. That is the
all fucking mad at me for what I said in his live stream. Because I called it a virtual campfire and everybody's sitting around singing Kumbaya. And he got all mad. And I'm like, bro, you got a problem with me? I typed in the comments my fucking address. I'm like, you can bring your ass to East Mesa, Arizona, but I know you won't because you're the same people that talk all the talk on the internet, but you ain't got the balls to confront somebody. Like, how many people are all trying to get their YouTube channels going good, but they're too fucking scared to post their YouTube channel name on their car because somebody might confront them. I have had my YouTube channel name on the back of my car for 3 years now, driven across this country and back twice. I haven't been confronted bad about it ever. I've had people follow me into truck stops when I was going down Interstate 40 because they were following me. They looked my YouTube channel up on their phone. They liked my attitude. They liked the content. So they got off when I got gas and was like, hey, I just wanted to shake your hand and say I just subscribed to your channel. That's fucking awesome.
That a foreign policy centered in our national interest is not some outdated relic. Since the emergence of the modern nation state over 2 centuries ago, countries acting based on what they perceive.
You see what my hat says, everyone? Liberty or death, Second Amendment. There's a, sorry. There's a lot of people that won't wear this hat because
If it is not strong,
they don't want to be
then how can
confronted.
America help end the suffering of God's children across the world if it is not first prosperous here at home?
These are also
I
the
thank you, and
people
hope I can earn your support,
that
whether it's because you believe I will do a good
talk
job.
big about,
Thank you.
oh, you know, come to my
Either way, the
house
result's
and
the same. Thank you, Senator Rubio.
You
I've
know,
always been impressed with your
I'm not going to wear a
handling,
mask, you know, all
particularly
this
on a
bullshit.
50,000-foot level of the kind of problems that
You can take my
we
guns
face,
when I'm standing in a
not only
pile of brass,
nations,
you know,
but
all that bullshit.
foreign relations and intelligence. So appreciate those
And
remarks. We're now going to start a round. I'm going to allow 10-minute questions since this is a cabinet level position.
It's
That doesn't mean you
just
have to use all 10 minutes, but
all
10 minutes,
talk,
are there.
all
And
bullshit.
what I'm going to do in this hearing and what I'm going to do in future hearings is I will call on people based on seniority on the committee at the time.
Like the other day, I was driving down the street. I don't remember where I was going, but I saw a dude on a Harley with the vest on, looking all big and bad and stuff, wearing a fucking mask. And I was like, seriously, bro? You got all this, you know, biker stuff on. You're on a loud ass Harley, but you're wearing a mask.
And now, with the war carrying on, it's going to end, obviously, at some point in time. There are voices in Europe.
I got a bunch of plaque in a live stream, and I don't care. I might lose subscribers for what I'm about to say, but I was over at my daughter's house on Christmas Day. The little neighbor boy across the street from my daughter has ADHD, and his parents push him outside because they don't want to deal with him. So he was over at my daughter's place, wanting to be the center of attention, going through the kitchen, my daughter getting all angry and stuff because she was in there trying to cook, slamming the back door, slamming the front door. And eventually, I had enough. And I kicked his ass out and told him to go home. And if he's got a problem with it, he could tell his fucking parents that I threw him out. But I got a bunch of backlash because he's got ADHD, and it's like, yeah, whatever. He can fucking stay home and his parents can fucking deal with it.
Significant amount of dependence in that regard. And that dependence on Russian energy is a tremendous amount.
And even my daughter was like, well, when he's on his medicine, he's a zombie. And I'm like, well, maybe if his medicine is making him a zombie, maybe they need to cut the dose back. If you're taking 20 milligrams of something that's making you a zombie, cut it down to 10 milligrams. And maybe you won't be a fucking zombie. And then me and my daughter got in this argument over the all the vaccines that kids have to get now are causing kids to have ADHD. And she was like, no, no, no. I'm like, girl, when I was in school, and I went to a big fucking school, there was over 110 people in my graduating class. I'm like, nobody had ADHD. And she was like, really? And I'm like, yeah. Nobody in our entire school. And it was a county school. So it was the whole fucking county went to the school. Nobody had ADHD. But I graduated in 93. I pulled up a graph on my phone and showed her a chart from 1970 to now. With the rise in the amount of vaccines that you have to give kids and the rise of ADHD, they went up at the same angle. And she was like, oh my God. And I'm like,
Hasn't been
yes.
much discussion about AUKUS really since the thing started. A lot of us have been pressing the administration to
But,
gear that up. It has not been forthcoming.
you know, they don't want to think that
I'd like to hear your thoughts on AUKUS, the
that
importance thereof.
that's what's causing
getting
it.
this thing moving as it was intended.
Well, one of the things we'll have to endeavor to see, obviously, there's a tremendous amount of this that relies on the Department of Defense and other.
And I was
entities of the
like, you can
government.
look it
To
up,
the extent
girl.
the Secretary of State and the
Research
Department
it
of State is
however you
engaged is
freaking
something
want.
That I think you're going to find very strong support for in this administration. Because it's one of the, I think it's almost a blueprint in many ways of how we can create consortium-like partnership with nation states that are allied to us to confront some of these global challenges, be it in the defense realm and the technology
But nobody
realm,
wants
in
to
the
do
critical minerals
research
realm,
anymore.
in the sensitive
Everybody's got a cell
technologies,
phone that
the
costs
critical
over
technologies on,
$1,000.
for example, artificial intelligence and advances.
But nobody wants
in
to use it
human
to do
quantum
research
computing.
on.
This obviously is more defense related, but it's one example of how we can leverage the power of these partnerships with allies, 2-3 countries in some cases, some broader in others, to reach outcomes and objectives such as.
It's like when Donald Trump said he was running for president the first time, my whole family laughed at me. Like, why the fuck are you voting for him? And I'm like, because there's no way in hell that I would vote for a person that's got a body count over 75. And they were like, what do you mean a body count? So I brought them inside and I showed them this whole list of people that had mysteriously died that had ties to Hillary Clinton. One of them was shot in the back with a shotgun. And I'm like, it was labeled as a suicide. How?
Line, particularly on the excluded technology list. These
And
are
now my daughter is
closest
all
and most
happy
trusted allies.
that Trump is
And
president
unfortunately,
again.
the current administration has really been difficult to work with as far as getting through that excluded technology.
See, I just wish people would
technology list,
fucking
and I think
listen
you'll
to me.
help expedite that. Let me talk for a minute
But
about
they
the
don't
International
want to
Criminal Court.
because
Look,
I hurt
as you know, we've got real
feelings.
problems there.
Because
The
feelings
court
don't matter a
originally was
rat's
intended, at least
ass.
from our point of view, to be a court that focused on international crimes that were committed by people.
Because if feelings
countries who
mattered,
did not have a robust
then people
democracy
wouldn't
nor
get a
robust
divorce.
judicial system that held its own people accountable for crimes. The court's gone beyond that, obviously.
But the fact is that
they are not only focusing on people who aren't
over half of the people that
accountable
get
elsewhere,
married
but
every
they're
day
also focusing on
within the
people who
first
come
5
from
years of
countries
marriage
that solve
get
their own
divorced.
problems, like the United States of America and like Israel. The most recent obvious thing that flowed from that was the indictment on the same day of Netanyahu plus a Hamas character.
All right, so listen up. State Farm
God
was trying to charge me
dang.
$197 for
Ads.
car insurance. No, thank you. I
Be able to recognize good from bad. And when you try to indict two people and show some type of moral equivalency in that regard, they're just barking up the wrong tree. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to rein them up. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's done, the ICC has done tremendous damage to its global credibility. First of all, it is going after a non-member state on the claims that I believe, in fact, I think just in the last 24 hours, the Israeli High Court filed an appeal before the ICC, even though it's not a member state. And I saw some of the filings from the prosecutor, Mr. Khan, was involved in that process. And he argues that they have the right to go after non-members for their activities within the confines of member states in this case. And I think, first of all, the whole premise of his prosecution is flawed beyond the process of it and the precedent that it sets, which is a very dangerous precedent for the United States of America, by the way, because this is a test run. This is a trial run to see, can we go after a head of state from a nation that's not a member? If we can go after them and we can get it done with regards to Israel, they will apply that to the United States at some point. And in fact, there have been threats to do so in the past.
Exactly.
The prosecution itself is completely and utterly flawed. As you said, they went ahead. I think they also went after Sinwar. Well, number one, Sinwar didn't travel around the world. He's not with us any longer, but he didn't travel around the world, was at no risk of being apprehended. Second of all, the moral equivalency piece of it was offensive. Let me explain, and I think I don't need to explain to this committee. Hamas carried out an atrocious operation. They sent a bunch of savages into Israel with the express and explicit purpose of targeting civilians. They went into concerts. They went into these music festivals. They knew that there were no soldiers at the music festival. They knew that these were teenagers and young families, that they went into different community kibbutzes and the like, and they deliberately targeted civilians. Deliberately. It was in fact, they kidnapped the ones they didn't murder, the families who they didn't eviscerate, the people whose skulls they didn't crack open. They kidnapped and to this day continue to hold people innocents that they took. Deliberate operation. In the case of Israel, responding to that attack has had to go after Hamas. How can you coexist? How can any nation state on the planet coexist side by side with a group of savages like Hamas? They have to defend their national security and their national interest, as I pointed out in my opening statement.
Exactly.
So there is no more, and they didn't target civilians. Now, sadly, and unfortunately, and I'm sure we'll discuss it further, some of the other questions that will come up here today, one of the horrible things about war, it's a terrible thing about war, and it's why we should try to prevent it at almost any cost, is that innocent people are caught up in it. And that's true of every conflict on the planet. But there is a difference between those who, in the conduct of armed action, deliberately target civilians and those who do as much as they can to avoid civilians being caught up against an enemy that doesn't wear a uniform, against an enemy that hides in tunnels, against an enemy that hides behind women and children and puts them at the forefront and uses them as human shields. That's who Hamas is. There is no moral equivalency. And I think the ICC, if they don't drop this, will find its credibility globally badly damaged. And I think the United States should be very concerned because I believe this is a test run for applying it to American service member and American leaders in the future.
Well said. I couldn't agree with you more.
Yep.
Certainly, the court has badly damaged its reputation, and it's going to have a long ways to go to recover from that. So with that, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Rubio, as I said in my opening statement, I hope that this committee can better collaborate to swiftly confirm career Foreign Service officers. These are patriotic Americans who have served under both Democratic and Republican administrations, and they work to advance U.S. national security interests. Delays and vacant posts hurt America's interest. I know you agree with that because we've had that conversation. But will you commit to working with Chairman Risch and me to prioritize the advancement and confirmation of career State Department officials?
Well, the answer to that is yes, but I would also point to this fact that I think we're going to begin by prioritizing. We're going to look at what are the key issues in the world. There are obviously every post in the world is important or it shouldn't exist. And then the question is, which are the ones we bring to you first? And those are the ones that I think are most critical. So obviously, I think you'll see our nominees for the deputy posts, which are critically important, all the undersecretaries as well. And what I've endeavored to do is we interview and identify people, and I believe I've met with and interviewed most of the candidates for those top posts, is I want to bring you people that are three things. Number one, are aligned to the mission. I think that's critically important, whether they be Foreign Service officers. I'm not talking about political alignment. I'm talking about alignment with the mission that we've outlined for American foreign policy, which is one of the things that I think has hurt the State Department under numerous administrations, is sometimes the mission, or what it is the core mission of the department has not been well defined. So that's on us, and it's our obligation to define that. So number one, aligned to the mission. Number two, the capability to do the job. And I can tell you now that in my entire service on this committee, which spans 14 years, we always had fellows from the Department of State, I believe all of whom are still in the service of our country. And I intend, because I know them and I've worked with them, to utilize their skill sets in the department. And in fact, a couple who we hope will be returning home soon from foreign postings to work with us at the State Department, closer to my office. But the point is that we want to have people that are highly capable, both those who we bring from what they call political appointees, but also those that are promoted from within the Foreign Service. And then the third are people that we can get through the committee, because time is of the essence. Now, you may not agree with all their views, whether they be Foreign Service officers or whether they be political, but I think it's important and we're not going to exclude someone just because we think that maybe they're going to have a rougher confirmation process than someone else. But I do think it's important that we have people in these positions as quickly as possible. And having served for 14 years on that side of this room, I understand that one of the things we can do to help expedite that is to bring in people that will do a good job, who are qualified for the job, or mission aligned, but also that can move through this process quickly enough so that they can be at post and begin to fulfill their duties. If I have to wait a year to get them in place, well, I'm not sure on some of these issues we face today, we have a year to wait.
I certainly agree with that, and I
It's a
appreciate
great
your
answer.
focus on mission and qualifications, because I think the committee will be looking closely at that. I want to go now to NATO, because in 2023, Congress overwhelmingly passed the bipartisan Kane-Rubio provision prohibiting any president from withdrawing the United States from NATO without Senate approval or an act of Congress. Will you commit to adhering to Senate approval or an act of Congress as required under that law that you authored if President Trump attempts to withdraw the U.S. from NATO?
Well, first, let me say that President Trump has appointed an ambassador nominee for NATO, which clearly indicates his role to engage in that. Second is the law is what it is. Obviously, as you've mentioned, I was a co-sponsor of the law, and so it's tough to say I'm not in support of a law that I hope to pass, and that I think it's an important role for Congress to play, because frankly, it's not just about the withdrawal piece of it, it's the contributions we make towards the power of the purse still resides with the Congress. Now, maybe as if confirmed, moving towards the executive branch, I'll become I'll forget that lesson a little bit. I hope not. But ultimately, I still recognize and understand that the power of the purse is with Congress, and it's an incredibly important power. Let me point on NATO one thing. I think there's a misunderstanding about it. The NATO alliance is a very important alliance. I believe that. I believe alliances can be, and has been very useful. Without the NATO alliance, there is no end to the Cold War. In fact, without the NATO alliance, it's quite possible that much of what today, at the time, today we know as the Europe, would have fallen victim to aggression. But what's important for the United States is not just to have defense allies, it's to have capable defense allies, allies who are capable of defending their region. And I think there is a question to be asked. I'm not stating a public policy position.
I
I'm stating
think
a question to be asked, and that is,
when it involves NATO, every country should have to pay the exact same amount for NATO. No country should have to pay more for NATO. And if you don't want to pay the same amount that the United States is paying, then the United States needs to pay only what every other member country of NATO is paying. So say if we're spending $10 billion a year per NATO, and most other countries are spending $1 billion, then we only send them a check for $1 billion. And if they don't like it, screw them. Because I don't see other countries doing what the United States does. I don't see other countries, running to help out everybody. I don't see it happening.
Western Europe have enormous safety nets programs that they fund. We have domestic needs as well. but they've been able to divert or grow those programs because they don't have to spend as much on defense as we do as a percentage of our overall economy. And that dynamic needs to change. And I expect that President Trump will continue to forcefully make that point.
And as you know, this committee and the Senate NATO Observer Group, which I co-chair, has made that point repeatedly. And we are now up to 23 of the 32 NATO nations who are meeting their 2% of GDP. And we have a number of them who are going beyond that. And it's appropriate. And I think the sentiment on this committee would be to agree with what you're saying. But to ensure that we continue to have a strong NATO, I think will be important not only to European security, but most important to our own security. I appreciate.
But all right, but my whole thing about European security, if you don't have the power to secure your own nation, then maybe you don't deserve to be a nation. Sorry, not sorry. If you can't defend the borders of your own nation without the help of the American taxpayer dollars or the American soldier, then you don't deserve to be a country. Period.
Was not done, and so I voted against it. That said, here's my view of a situation. Once this war became what we now know it is, and that is a war of attrition, a stalemate, a protracted conflict, the dynamic on that situation has changed. It has. And I believe, and I think that this echoes with the president. Let me first echo the president's words and what he said in an interview about a year ago. He was asked about the war in Ukraine. He says, I want the dying to stop. I want people to stop dying. I want the killing to stop. And frankly, I don't know how anyone could say they don't. The destruction that Ukraine is undergoing is extraordinary. It's going to take a generation to rebuild it. Millions of Ukrainians no longer live in Ukraine. And the disruption, that means how many of them are going to come back and what are they going to come back to, even as I speak to you now.
If you've been waiting to apply for disability benefits, don't. Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm a lawyer at Atticus.
They're going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild over the next decades. So this is an important conflict, and I think it should be the official position of the United States that this war should be brought to an end. And the question becomes, what role can we play? And I think the first is by making that abundantly clear. And my differences with
The war will come to an end if we stop funding it. Watch. President Trump gets inaugurated on the 20th. If he picks up the phone and calls the leader of Ukraine and tells him, sorry, not sorry, the American checkbook is over. No more money. And if he calls Putin and tells them the same thing, hey, we're not sending Ukraine any more money. This war is over. Watch that war stop like that. This war is only going on because we're sending billions and billions of dollars over there. While, like I said earlier, I think it was like a half a dozen houses in California burnt to the ground that were owned by Ukrainian generals. Why the hell are Ukrainian generals owning houses in Los Angeles? Where did they get the money to buy vacation houses in Los Angeles?
this objective of a ceasefire and ultimately a peace settlement unless both sides have leverage. Putin's goal now is to have maximum leverage so that he can basically impose neutrality on Ukraine, retrofit, and come back and do this again in 4 or 5 years. And that's not an outcome I think any of us would favor. By the same token, I think it's important that the Ukrainians have leverage, but they also will have to make concessions to reach this agreement. It's going to be very difficult. This will not be easy. Conflicts of this nature that have historical underpinnings to it are going to require a lot of hard diplomacy and tough work. But that's something that needs to happen. This conflict needs to end.
Well, I'm out of time, but I appreciate your last comment about the importance of leverage. And it's important for the United States to do what we can to help provide that leverage to Ukraine so that they can be in the best negotiating position possible.
Oh, here we go. The United States needs to help Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Senator
That's
Rubio,
basically what she
congratulations
said.
on your nomination to this very, very difficult job. I want to thank you for your previous service in the U.S. Senate and your willingness to take on this job should you be confirmed. And I also want to thank your family as well for their support for you to be able to be.
And I was speaking of all this stuff. I have lost full faith in Matt Gaetz because of all the shit that happened with him, Trump nominating him. And then Matt Gaetz was just like, peace out, everybody. Really? You're just going to bow out and go do a fucking podcast? The fuck good is a podcast going to do? You were an elected official that just basically held up the middle finger to everybody that voted for you. Like, I'm out. I didn't get the job that I wanted. I'm out. Really?
Open border policies have put Americans at risk. And I don't believe we.
Why did he bow out? Money. Because every time he's gone on to the Tim Pool podcast, the views go way up. So he's thinking, I can start a podcast and make a whole lot more money than I'm making being a congressman. Just saying.
With a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, that projected weakness, and an incomprehension of what it means to have a policy of deterrence. Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine and started the largest war in Europe since World War II.
Oh, here we go, talking about Ukraine again. Is that what this confirmation hearing is going to be? All about Ukraine? How about we start taking a shot every time they mention Ukraine? I'm not talking Marco Rubio. I'm talking about the people sitting up here on this, at that desk, at that big ass desk. Because I've already heard them say Ukraine 4 times.
Which, as you know, is the lifeblood of the Russian war machine.
4 times in an hour.
The Middle East is equally disastrous. Instead of enforcing sanctions on Iran, Biden naively tried to resurrect the Iran nuclear deal, enabling the regime to generate $100 billion in oil revenue. And I want to point out that during the Trump administration, because of sanctions, Iran's foreign reserves fell from $122 billion to less than $14 billion. That hampered their ability to be able to fund terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. What the Biden administration has done is allowed the Iranian regime to enrich enough weapons-grade uranium to be a week or 2 away from having a nuclear weapon. And since October 7th, President Biden has not supported Israel in the way he's needed. And because of the previous mentioned money that he's allowed the Iranians to have, that has funded the terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, our allies like Israel have been attacked, and we've been attacked directly. Thankfully, Israel's had the courage to stand up to these terrorists and take matters into its own hand. And it's led to the decimation of Hamas and Hezbollah. But no amount of revisionist history can change the fact that this was despite the lack of support from the Biden administration, not because of the support from the Biden administration. And of course, let's not forget North Korea and how dangerous they have been.
And
as Chief mentioned, the
God
DINS
dang it.
inspections continue to occur, as well as USAR operations.
This is Biden's weakness.
all right,
as
sorry about that,
emboldened the greatest
everyone.
adversary we have on the face of the
And why is the Biden administration not fully supporting Israel. Look where the money's coming from. That's all Biden is in there for, is to make as much money as he can before Trump takes over. And he's made a whole lot of money.
Not be done without making sure that we are thinking about how we are deterring the People's Republic of China. When everything is a priority, nothing's a priority. And Senator Rubio, your top priority must be the People's Republic of China. Since the election in November, so this is all within the last 2 months, the PRC has hacked our treasury.
You know, I just love how everybody's like, China's bad, China's bad, China's bad. But I bet I can go into anybody's home, including my own home, and start looking at labels of where products were made. And I guarantee everybody's home, I at least find a dozen things in their home made in China. Well, maybe we need to stop importing all this Chinese made garbage into the US. But no, the US citizen doesn't want to pay for American made products. Why? Because American workers must make, 25, 30, $35 an hour. And the workers in China make $25 a week. That's why you can go to Walmart right now, buy a 55-inch TCL TV for like $200. Could you imagine the price of a 55-inch 4K smart TV if it was made right here in the US? It would cost a whole lot more. And along with all the US made cars and trucks, it wouldn't last very long. I just had to go to the tire store to get the tires aired up on my car. Because they discount tire does it for free, checks all the tire pressure. My Toyota, made in Japan, got 83,000 miles on the car. I can't even tell you where the oil dipstick is, because I've never had to work on it. I've never had to turn a wrench on anything in that car except every 2 years putting a new battery in it. Now, show me an American-made car or truck made from 2019 till now that with almost 85,000 miles on it, it's still untouched. Nothing's had to be fixed on it. I saw a video the other day. The Chevy Silverado 2024 model, 15,000 miles on it, was at a transmission shop getting the transmission rebuilt. 15,000 miles and the transmission's fucking garbage. You know how fucking pissed I would be if I spent $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 on a truck, and by the time it's ready for the second oil change, the transmission is done.
And for years, no one talked
But
about it.
yeah,
Which,
buy
by the way,
American
that just
made.
has a human rights component to it. It allows them to use slave labor to produce goods that at the expense of the rest of the world. Talk about not just a horrific humanitarian crisis, but an unfair trade practice as well. We've allowed them to get away with things. And frankly, the Chinese did what any country in the world would do given these opportunities. They took advantage of it. And so I think now we're dealing with the ramifications of it. I agree 100% what you said, but I remind you, and I remind everyone, I guess I want to make this point, that much of what we need to do to confront China is here at home. It's not just abroad, it's also here at home. We have to rebuild our domestic industrial capacity, and we have to make sure that the United States is not reliant on any single other nation for any of our critical supply chains.
Exactly.
With 4 seconds left, how are you going to explain that to your average American that we need this all sides society approach? And your point exactly that it needs to begin here at home, and so that people from my state, Nebraska, will understand and get on board.
If we stay on the road we're on right now, in less than 10 years, virtually everything that matters to us in life will depend on whether China will allow us to have it or not. Everything from the blood pressure medicine we take to what movies we get to watch, and everything in between, we will depend on China for it. They have come to dominate the critical mineral industry.
Exactly.
Supplies throughout the world, everywhere in the world. They've
Like
now
what I was
established
just
their monopoly
saying.
rights. Even those who want to see more electric cars, no matter where you make them, those batteries are almost entirely dependent on the ability of the Chinese and the willingness of the Chinese Communist Party to produce it and export it to you. So if we don't change
Way to
course,
go,
we are
Marco
gonna live in a
Rubio.
moment where much of what matters to us on a daily basis, from our security to our health, will be dependent on whether the Chinese allow us to have it or not.
Yeah,
That's an
and
acceptable outcome.
Thank you, Senator Rubio.
what here I just popped into my head, and I hope this isn't what China's doing. But if I was a leader of China, this is exactly what I'd be doing. I would be making all my products super cheap. And I'd be sure that I'm involved in making every product that gets shipped to the United States. From medicine to medical stuff, TVs, cell phones, everything. I'd do that for about 25, 30 years. And then one day, gut it off. Stop shipping stuff over here. All it would take was, if China did that, it'd be 2 weeks. And this country would be down on its knees, Donald Trump included, begging China to turn it back on, to turn the flow of goods from China back on. Because every single person here in the U.S. would be suffering. Could you imagine going to Walmart and after a 2-week time period, every single product that was on the shelves that were made in China is not there anymore? All the medicine that we get from China is no longer at the pharmacy. Kind of scary, isn't it? Man, I hope I'm not right on that, but you guys know my track record. I think of something that, and I know Trump's all about his tariffs. Well, if I was China, I'd be like, all right, put as many tariffs as you want on us. And we're just going to stop shipping stuff to you. And then see how long it takes for you to get down on your knees and beg us to start shipping stuff to you.
Years to get these countries to.
Just imagine the backlash of not being able to get computer components. There's just a new 50 series graphics card coming out that is made in China because the U.S. isn't smart enough or capable enough to make lasting computer components. And for those of you thinking that, oh, it's just a computer part, it doesn't matter. The whole fucking world runs on computers. The whole world. Maybe you might not use a computer every day in your farm in the middle of podunk nowhere. But the rest of the world runs on computers.
Jinping. And it's important when you listen to him, and I say listen, read, don't read the English translation that they put out, because the English translation is never right. You have to read the real translation on what they actually said in their native tongue. What they're basically saying is that this is a foundational and definitional issue for Xi Jinping personally. And as a result, I think we need to wrap our head around the fact that unless something dramatic changes, like an equilibrium where they conclude that the costs of intervening in Taiwan are too high, we're going to have to deal with this before the end of this decade.
And so strongly support for the porcupine strategy. Thank you. And I know people in Taiwan.
I just don't like saying porcupine, but yes.
You know, when I went to Taiwan in November and met with the president and other leaders, they are extremely nervous right now. And part of the reason they're nervous is they're concerned about how things play out in Ukraine as possibly creating an incentive for China. And I take your point about the current stalemate and the fact that there is a range of objectives that are out of reach for other side. But I do feel like our partnership with NATO.
Here's something that people aren't realizing. This whole time that Biden's been president, China is strengthening their military forces. There's more military members in China now than I think the U.S. has. They have been strengthening these past 4 years. So whenever China says it's game on, it's game on. And if China wants to invade Taiwan, it would only take 3-4 days. And then Taiwan would be back in Chinese control. Taiwan's a very small country. China is a very dense country. What do I mean by dense? There's a whole lot of fucking people that live in China.
Resolution. And then there's the question of the long-term security and stability of Ukraine.
And I think personally, if China wanted to invade us, they could. Especially right now with our U.S. military after the whole coronavirus and them saying, oh, if you didn't get the jab, you can't serve this country. Our armed forces, their numbers are way down. And the ones that are in there are getting older every day because I'm not seeing 18, 19, 20-year-olds rushing to sign up for the military. What I did see is a whole butt ton of videos when somebody in the government, I don't know who it was, mentioned reinstating the draft. And all those videos, half of them were from parents that were like, ain't no way I'd let my kids fight. And the other half were from 18, 19, 20-year-olds saying that they would leave the U.S. if the draft was reinstated. You know, it wasn't like how when I was in school. You did one of 4 things when you graduated school. You went to college. You went to work on a farm. You went to work at a factory. Or you signed up for the military. There's kids now, 20-year-old kids, still living at home that have no want or desire to ever get a driver's license.
What products they can produce or the theft of their intellectual property. Meanwhile, we're helping their economy by being a major supplier of fossil gas, LNG, to China. Should we be strengthening the Chinese economy by sending them LNG?
Well, I think that is a good point to raise in that regard, because I will tell you that is one of the things that's going to have to be discussed in the broader relationship with China. And that is, it is one of the things we actually export to China. They import a lot this way. One of the few things that we export is in great capacity is these long-term contracts that are tied up either directly to China or through third countries. Because some of this obviously is exported to a third country who in turn sends it to China either as a direct sale or as a byproduct. So I think that has to be on the table as a number of other measures that we have in leverage as we engage the Chinese in this geopolitical perspective. I would go further and point out that the Chinese also have, I believe, the world's largest surplus refining capacity. They've invested very heavily in that as well. And that's one more area where I think our energy policy will be critical and bringing some geopolitical stability to our relationship with them. I know you
I have 1
sponsored a
minute-
bill to
I
cut
have
off
1
the
minute left.
exports.
I've focused on China, but I want to turn to humanitarian issues. By the way, fully support Israel's ability to respond to Hamas, but I am
Good.
very concerned about how it has played out in terms of the massive humanitarian conditions in Gaza. Will you help the world?
You and me
respond to
both,
those
Ray. You and me
humanitarian,
both.
Conditions? And there is a proposal for a broad regional agreement that would provide
Win up to
God dang it.
$500,000 with Monopoly Scratchers from the Arizona Lottery.
that in return would create a framework to have a or concrete steps towards a Palestinian state. I believe that's our best bet to break the cycle of hate and war that we've been trapped in my entire lifetime. How will you pursue breaking this cycle of hate and war,
Well-
and will you support humanitarian support to Gaza?
Yeah. So my first point is I am hopeful. And again, I've been here, so I don't know if any news has emerged in our time during this hearing, but I am hopeful that there is an agreement in place that will bring hostages back immediately in an exchange and in a three-phase plan that Secretary Blinken sort of has outlined over the last 24 hours. And that, credit to both the Biden administration and the Trump transition, work side by side on helping this become about. And I hope that comes about. And part of that phrase, part of that deal, as I understand it, is it has this very tenuous but important 6-week transitional period where it's going to require international cooperation to bring some level of stability and administration. And that could serve as, assuming it works, that could serve as a foundation to build upon. I would also point to one more thing, and that is, we don't know yet for sure, but there are opportunities available now in the Middle East that did not exist 90 days ago. Whether it's what's happened in Lebanon, whether it's what's happened in Syria, whether it's what hopefully will happen with the ceasefire and the release of hostages after horrifying detention and unjustifiable actions by Hamas. Whether it's any of these three things, are all in combination. There are now factors at play in the Middle East that I think we can build upon and may open the door to extraordinary and historic opportunities, not just to provide for Israel's security, but ultimately begin to confront some of these other factors. But these things, again, are going to be hard work, and they'll require us to take advantage of those opportunities if they exist.
Thank you. Senator McCormick.
Great. Senator Rubio, good to see you again. I'm looking forward to working with you closely on many of the issues we're going to discuss today. As a senator, you've been a strong voice for American leadership, and I'm really confident you'll be a strong Secretary of State on behalf of President Trump and the American people for advancing America's interest. I believe you're the right man for the job. When we met privately, we talked about a range of topics, from China to Israel to the fate of the hostages in Gaza to energy policy. We also talked about something that hits home here in Pennsylvania for my constituents, which is the fate of Mark Fogel. As you and I discussed, Mark has been imprisoned by the Russians since 2021. I've had a chance to meet with his mom, 95-year-old Mafa. She was at the Butler rally with myself and President Trump in the front row when he was shot. We need to bring him home. It took far too long for the State Department to designate Mark as wrongfully detained by the Russian government, and was really a gut punch to many of us in Pennsylvania that Mark wasn't included in the swap last year. So, Senator, will you commit to working with me and others in our delegation to make Mark's return home a high priority?
Absolutely. And in fact, I've been involved already. I've met with those families as well. We've had conversations about this. And there are two things I'd point to. Number one, this is a ridiculous case. I mean, this is an American that clearly there was an order given at some level that if you see an American and you have anything you can charge them with, let's charge them and let's collect these because we can trade them in the future for something. There's a global market for this now. And it's one of the challenges of the 21st century. There is now an active global market for detaining Americans wrongfully in Venezuela, in Russia, in China, or somewhere else, Iran, and then using them to trade for something they want in the future. And so I think there needs to be greater awareness put out about that reality. Although people are still going to travel, and Americans are still a free people that have the ability to travel, this is a real risk. In this particular case, this has nothing to do with politics. No one can claim, nor do they, that he's a spy or that he's involved in a national security threat. And so this is a case that has to be elevated, and hopefully one that can be done through strong private diplomacy at a minimum as a goodwill gesture. Because if they're not willing to do this, then not to mention the broader challenges posed to us by what Putin is doing in Ukraine, then I think the chances of improvement in U.S.-Russian relations are impossible. But this is not that this would solve
All
that
right.
problem, but it is at a minimum the kind of thing you would hope to see if anyone is serious about improving relations, especially if we can get the situation in Ukraine to a peaceful stand.
And everybody, I reassembled my main PC, got it sitting on my other desk, running. I've got like 10 windows open. 2 of them have videos playing on them. You know, trying to work it and see if it does that weird power spike crash thing. I did that yesterday at about 9 p.m. It's still sitting there running without a single issue. So I think by cleaning everything, and I mean doing stuff that would freak people out, because anytime you talk electronics and water, people freak out. But I literally turned my PC off, made sure that there was no power left in the power supply in the capacitors and stuff, and stuck it in my shower and washed the hell out of it. And then I let it dry all out for 2 days, then sprayed everything down with 70% rubbing alcohol, let it dry out for 2 or 3 days. I reassembled it, and it's sitting right over there running with 2 monitors on with like a whole bunch of windows open, playing videos and stuff. It's running super cool. So hopefully, fingers crossed, just a good thorough bath fixed it. And I
Who
know
support Hamas or other terrorist organizations.
a lot of people
to
would
lose
be
their
like,
visas
you
and,
did
and be
what?
sent back to their home countries. As Secretary of State, of course, you'll be responsible for overseeing the issuance of visas. How will you enforce our laws to ensure that we remove supporters of terrorist groups from our country?
Listen, my view on this is one of common sense. Okay? If you apply for a visa,
But you should have seen the dirt come out of it. Because you can only remove so much dirt by taking a can of compressed air and blowing in it. I blew the dust out of it once every two weeks. It's got a filter on the front of it, so all the air going into it is filtered. I wash the filter out once a week. I blew it out once every two weeks, blew a whole can of air in it. But sticking it in my shower and blasting it with the shower, because I got one of those showers you could take off, the amount of dirt that ran out of it. It's running 15 degrees cooler with a whole shitload of windows open.
Mexican people with endless violence. As secretary, will you initiate the process to designate these groups, these cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations? And if so, can you describe for the American people the national security tools that unlocks, that designation unlocks, to degrade the cartels?
Well, first of all, the designation of a designated terrorist, foreign terrorist organization brings with it a host of things. It makes it illegal to cooperate or work with them in any way or to be supportive of their endeavors. It cuts off access to all sorts of banking opportunities and the like around the world where it's important to move money around. Now, that said, it's probably an imperfect tool when it comes to these groups that you're discussing, because these are sophisticated criminal enterprises. They are terrorizing the United States, but they are sophisticated criminal enterprises, and they operate in the trafficking of people, drugs, and migrants. It's a horrifying effect. Sadly,
What are you
they also
laughing
have
about?
basically operational
How I
control over
cleaned my
huge
PC?
swaths of the border regions between Mexico
But
and
it's
the United
running.
States. That's just an unfortunate fact, and it's one we're going to have
It
to
wouldn't
confront with
do
our
that.
partners in
It wouldn't
Mexico.
even start
These
up
sophisticated transnational
that
terroristic
that
organizations
morning,
have
like
operational and
a week and a
functional
half
control
ago.
over huge swaths of
I hit the
areas that
power
border
button like
the
half a
United
dozen
States of
times
America. And
and
so whether that is the tool that we
nothing.
use, which is maybe the
It
appropriate
was
one, or some new one that we
dead.
come up with, it is important for us not just to go after these groups,
And
but
now
to identify
it's
them
all the
for
same
what they are, and
parts.
that is terroristic in their nature.
It's sitting
They
there
are
running,
terrorizing America.
running
Mass
nice and
operations
quiet,
with
nice
the
and
flow of
cool.
drugs.
What about military force?
Well, that's an option the president has.
And
at
I
his
mean nice
disposal.
and cool when
Obviously,
it
it's
comes
not
to a
one that is
PC.
in the purview of the Department of State. I think President Trump is
The
someone who
CPU
publicly discusses
processor
his
in it
options and leaves himself the flexibility to
is
act.
running
I
at
think there's a lot we
92
can and will
degrees.
continue to do in close
It
partnership
was running at
with our allies in
115.
Mexico. I think there's more they can do as well to confront this challenge. And my
I've
preference
never
would be,
seen it run at
from the Department
92.
of State's perspective, my preference would be that we can work with the Mexicans on this issue cooperatively, because it is impacting their nation as much as ours. These sophisticated groups, these criminal organizations, don't simply threaten America, they threaten the Mexican political process. In the last election, you had multiple presidential candidates and other candidates to other offices assassinated. You've had journalists targeted and assassinated for speaking out against these groups. So these groups don't simply terrorize the United States, they're terrorizing and in some ways undermining the Mexican government and Mexican sovereignty and the health and well-being of the Mexican people. And so my hope in a perfect world is that we could work in close collaboration with Mexican authorities to take these groups out.
Very good. Thank you. Final question. The Chinese Communist Party, as you said in your testimony, has waged a deliberate campaign of economic warfare against the United States and our allies. We need to restore, as President Trump has said, reciprocity in that economic relationship and impose cost on Beijing for hurting American workers. How can the United States counter that campaign? How do you think about the economic tools that the administration can apply to cut off the flow of American capital and technology that supports China's geopolitical ambitions?
Well, and again, much of what it comes to trade and so forth in this administration will be handled through the Department of Commerce, but we'll certainly have an economic undersecretary and a whole entire bureaus that will be dedicated to what we can contribute to that endeavor. So I'll just share my views broadly on it. Number one, I think it would make common sense to everybody.
Like I said earlier, you push China far enough, they're going to turn the supply of goods off to the U.S. And then the U.S. is fucking screwed. I hope that doesn't happen. But that's what I would do if I was the leader of China. I'd be pushing it even more. I'd be the biggest dick ever. And I would let Donald Trump know that you either bow down and kiss my Chinese ass, or we're going to stop sending your country everything that we make for you guys. Medicine, medical equipment, TVs, computers, cell phones, clothing, everything. Because look around your homes, everybody. How much stuff you have in your home, no matter how much of a red, white, and blue flag waving, kissing Donald Trump's ass patriot that you are, how much stuff in your home has a little tag on it that says made in China? And if you find something that's with the tag on it that says made in China. See if you can find that same product with a made in the USA tag. I'm saying right now, good luck.
Do they have a policy alignment with our core national interests? And do they have the integrity and character to serve? We may have policy disagreements, but we've had multiple areas of convergence. Over the time we've served here in the Senate together, I had my folks go back and look. We've co-sponsored nearly 60 bills together. So I hope we can continue to find constructive ways to partner. I have a number of questions to get through, so I'll try to move.
And as for the TikTok ban, all you Mike Johnson supporters, the TikTok ban bill was a standalone bill and it wasn't going anywhere. So what did good old Rhino Mike Johnson do? Wrapped it all up in a nice little package with a whole bunch of funding that needed to happen to get it passed. And I will die on this ground of saying Mike Johnson can kiss my hairy white ass because he is a fucking rhino. He's just as bad as the person that got voted out last time. I don't even remember the dude's name, but fucking rhino.
Conflicts of interest.
And if you
to
think
ensure
I'm
there's
joking
clarity of
about
alignment
that,
with the special
look it up.
Thank you for the question because I think it's a valid one. With the exception of Mr. Booz, who I don't know, may have met once but don't know, every one of the envoys that have been named so far.
Marco Rubio's got some big ass ears.
Expect to work well with in the future. To me, the expression of a special envoy is critically important. Where it's most successful, it sits on a complex issue with a defined goal and it's an expression of presidential priority. So Sudan is an example of a special envoy, and Mr. Perriello and the job he's done there. And this is in addition to the fact that we have an ambassador and we have other diplomatic presence there that can be very complementary. So the way this will work and how I anticipate it will work is these envoys work for the president in coordination with us. These are all people, with the exception of one who I'm not disparaging. I just don't know him, but I've worked with everyone else that you've mentioned. Are people that are going to be focused on this full like a laser, and they will need to do so not simply in coordination with the Department of State because of subject matter expertise. Let's say you reach an agreement or you reach an outcome, you're still going to need the technical support necessary to pull this off, and we have a wide array of experts in the Department of State that will help achieve that. And it'll involve other elements of the U.S. government. So as an example, if you're going to reach an agreement on migration, say in the Western Hemisphere, that also could entail the necessity to have a conversation about trade policy and tariffs that will involve commerce and others. That's the only way this will work, and that's how I anticipate it working.
I've agreed to co-chair with Senator Haggerty a commission on reform and modernization of the State Department that Senator Cardin created with him. We cannot, in my view, do more with less given the challenges of the global moment. I think we need more investment in U.S. diplomacy and development as instruments of national power, but we also need to address efficiencies and make sure that we are streamlining and focusing the department and supporting its workforce, the Foreign Service. How will you work to make sure that the Trump administration's efficiency mandate will strengthen and not deplete core state functions?
Well, first of all, I think the work of this new committee that's being set up as a result of
Holy shit, where did everybody go?
My understanding is the impediment was that not all the appointments.
That whole floor there earlier was full of people with cameras.
That there are two things that are very important. The first is when we talk about efficiency, the efficiency isn't simply just saving money. The efficiency is improving performance. A key part of the State Department
exactly
is customer service. We provide consular affairs, passport.
If you got 50 people working on one thing, then maybe you need to start looking at why there's 50 people working on this one thing. And if you can cut it back to having 30 people work on it, because you got 50 people working on it and they're all working at like 60%. They're all standing around the freaking water cooler or on their cell phone all day. You don't need those people working there. Period. That's efficiency.
That multilateral organizations concern and frustrate many of us. Some of their actions have been counter to American interest. But when we've withdrawn from multilateral organizations, and in particular some UN entities, it's also given an opening to our adversaries. The previous Trump administration withdrew from UNESCO, the Human Rights Council, the World Health Organization. And I'm concerned that if we do so without thinking through the consequences.
Nobody with a functioning brain gives a fuck about the World Health Organization. Because we saw what happened during the big coronavirus. We saw the nasty, ugly face of the WHO.
Well, I want to point back to what I said at the opening, and that is our engagement in any international agreement or any international arrangement or any international organization has to be driven by the answer to one of three questions. Will our involvement in this organization make us safer, make us more prosperous, make us more secure? It has to be justified by an American interest. It just does. I mean, we're in an era where we need to really, it should have always been that way, but now more than ever.
Yeah, it
So
needs to
each
be
of these will
America
have,
first.
different components to it. I think there's a second component of funding, and that is, should the United States be funding organizations who in many cases are pursuing and or achieving outcomes that are contrary to the national interest of the United States? Each of these will require a serious examination as we work through them, and a justification to Congress about why we're no longer funding it or we're no longer participating. I think you do point to one that I can tell you right now is one that will be critical for us to be engaged in, and that is the setting of standards. But the setting of standards for people to understand is it's not simply from these organizations, it also becomes practical. So throughout Africa, we are now seeing the deployment of these safe city programs by Huawei. Now, this isn't just a commercial deal for Huawei. This is the ability to ingrain itself in telecommunication of these countries and establish itself as the leader in 5G. And now all of the other technologies that depend on 5G, additive manufacturing, the 3D printing and so forth, autonomous vehicles, they will all have to be drawn to the standards set by Huawei. That's not because an international organization set it up. It's because they've established market dominance, and it's a concern we have in multiple parts of the global south and the developing world.
Yeah, it goes back to how the U.S. had to deal with Ma Bell 30, 40 years ago. The Bell Telephone Company had a monopoly on the U.S. And monopolies don't work. Think if Apple and the iPhone was the only company that made cell phones. And you think the cell phones are expensive now? If Apple was the only one making phones, they could charge $10,000 every time they come out with a new cell phone. And people would have to fucking pay it. They could even just charge what they're charging now for a new cell phone. And then turn off support on everybody else's phone if you didn't go and bow down and get the brand new one. That's why having multiple companies doing the same thing is a good thing.
Right? Most recently,
Just signed into law.
We're getting there just in time to help you with it, and it's had strong bipartisan support. On the global fragility, this has been ongoing for quite a bit of time, and we'll have to go back and check on the progress. I don't know. I know there's a 10-year plan, and there's the 5 countries that we've identified. And by the way, no country likes to be identified as fragile, so we have to be sensitive about how we do it. But I think that's a component. We got to go back and see where we are on that 10-year planning, because that's an important way of leveraging both economic security and development efforts in the whole of government. And I think key to this is going to be not simply the Department of State, but it's that steering committee that's supposed to meet every 3 months at the National Security Council that coordinates all this work is happening. Look, laws are great, programs are great, but if someone's not in charge of it, someone's not running it, and someone's not measuring at the end of those periods of time, whether it's reaching its intended outcome, we're going to have a huge problem. But the goal of that legislation, as I recall, is, and believe still, is we want to get ahead of this before a crisis. This is about preventing crisis, which is frankly is a lot cheaper and a lot better than actually dealing with crisis after the fact.
Yeah, you want to make sure that if you got a dam, say the Hoover Dam, that you got people monitoring that dam and fixing any little issues that come up instead of the crisis being that the dam's got a big fucking crack in it and now we got water gushing out. It's the same way of, if you own your own house, you got to make sure that, you're doing upkeep on your home or your vehicle before a big thing happens. If you have a home, you want to make sure that the roof is in good shape. So, if you have a big rainstorm, your roof isn't leaking everywhere. Which is another reason I love renting. Because in our master bedroom, the roof started leaking. What did I have to do? I called the office. Within an hour, there was a roofing guy out here fixing it.
It'll be difficult to claim your seat back if you're here as an observer. So with that, Senator Daines, welcome.
What the hell is up with the woman doing the typing?
I've got a great view here from the dais, seeing your family behind you, seeing Jeanette, Daniela, the rest of the Rubio family. What a moment of great honor, celebration for the Rubios, culminating on Monday when your family will celebrate.
She has like a
the
full
100th
mask
anniversary of
on
Anthony
and
Rubio's
goggles and
touchdown
stuff.
as a Florida Gator. So congratulations on every front, proud dad.
It's like, really?
Look, you are charged with one of the most important tasks I think the administration will have, and that is advancing President Trump's agenda and representing the interests of the United States around the world. I can't think of a better nominee for Secretary of State to serve under President Trump.
All right, now I'm not saying not wear a mask. If you think masks work, wear them. But when's the last time you think that woman has fully cleaned her toilet? And I'm talking fully clean because I'm not just talking in the bowl. Make sure the bowl's clean. What does every single person touch that uses a toilet that they don't ever think about cleaning? That's right, the lever that flushes the toilet. Nobody ever thinks about cleaning that. Every time I clean my bathroom, that's the first thing that I fucking clean is the lever that flushes my toilet. Because to me, it's the most disgusting feature in anybody's bathroom. And if I got to go into a public bathroom or my daughter's bathroom when I'm over at her place, I don't touch that handle without grabbing a piece of toilet paper. So I touch it with a piece of toilet paper. Same for a public bathroom, because I don't know when's the last time she's cleaned that handle off.
Moment. So Iran today, 2 points I want to make about Iran, and it's
Now,
really important. When we talk about Iran, I'm
it
talking
might
about
make
the
me a
radical Shia
germaphobe.
clerics and not the people. The people of Iran
But-
are people of an ancient civilization, an ancient culture with tremendous pride and advances.
Say you
And
go
I
into
don't
the
know
bathroom
who take great
after
pride
another
in their
man
birth,
had gone in
heritage, and
there
identity.
and
I
took
don't know of
taken
any
a
nation
piss,
on earth in which there is a bigger difference between
flushed
the
the
people and
toilet.
those who govern them than what exists in Iran. And that's a fact that needs to
You
be
go in
made
there,
clear. In
you
no
take a
way
piss, you
is
flush the
clerics
toilet.
who run that country representative
Well,
of the people
his
of that country and of
hand
its history
that
and
was
of
just
the
holding his
contributions it's
dick
made to humanity. And it's a point I wish
touched
we would continue to make.
that flush lever.
Iran and that regime is at its
And
weakest
now
point
you touch the
in
flush
recent memory,
lever.
maybe ever.
You might as
Their
well
air
have just
defenses
reached
have been
out
badly
and
damaged.
grabbed a hold of
Their
his dick.
Shia crescent that they were trying to create has been badly damaged in Lebanon.
And yes, that
Syria,
might
where
seem
they've
extreme.
basically forced and driven out. Their economy is in shambles. They now are on some days having 6, 8, 12, 9-hour blackouts. They are on the verge of potentially, if not having done so already, having to pull back.
I've seen people in their car with a mask on. And I look at their steering wheel. And their steering wheel is black. It's not a black steering wheel. It's just got that much dirt from their hands on their steering wheel. You really think that mask is helping you when your steering wheel looks like a petri dish. Seriously? My Toyota got 83,000 miles on it. Steering wheel's clean. The gear shifter's clean. The door handles are clean, both inside and out.
Stability in the region, but one in which we're clear-eyed. Any concessions we make to the Iranian regime, we should anticipate that they will use.
All right, I just dealt with being sick for over a week. I Lysoled my chair down. I unplugged my keyboard. I Lysoled it. I took the pop filter off my microphone. Lysoled this. I Lysoled my mic arm where I grab it and move it. I Lysoled every door handle in my house, in my car, the steering wheel, everything. Where I touched it while being sick.
They engaged the Europeans in talking about.
So if you're the type of person
whether that's indicative of the
that
direction they're going,
you just got over being sick,
what cannot be allowed under any circumstances,
and within 3 or 4 days you're sick again,
cannot be allowed under any circumstances is in Iran.
that's because you didn't clean.
That has the resources and capability to restart and continue.
You went
their
right back
sponsorship
to
of
living
terrorism.
life
What
normally.
cannot be allowed under any circumstances.
You didn't
is
clean
Iran with the military
everything that
capability
you
of
touched
threatening and destabilizing its
when you
neighbors
were
and
sick.
potentially reaching the homeland as well. Both
You didn't
kinetically,
wash your
directly,
bedding.
and also through their surrogate groups who have long planned
You were laying in bed for 2 or 3
attacks.
days,
And
hacking
let's
and
not
coughing,
forget,
sneezing,
this is a group, these are individuals
being sick
that have spent the
in
last
bed.
5 years actively
You didn't
and
clean
openly
your bed.
plotting the assassination of the president-elect and of multiple members
You didn't
of
clean
previous,
your
their
cell phone.
administrations. Think about this for a moment. When is the last time you heard that a foreign government is actively, openly, and admittedly seeking to assassinate the former Secretary of State, the former and soon to be once again President of the United States, and others? And that people have been arrested for plotting that. This is who we're dealing with. And anything that we do with Iran needs to be clear-eyed about who that regime is, but also who the people of Iran really are, and because they're not their leaders.
Marco, thank you. Shortly after the election and prior to Thanksgiving, I took a quick trip over to Central Asia. As I discussed that with you a bit, to Turkmenistan and Tajikistan. In fact, in the last 12 months, I visited all 5 of the Central Asian countries. In fact, I was bedded down, speaking of Iran, 20 miles from the Iranian border in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. They have the 4th largest reserves of natural gas in the world. But this is a part of the world that is often neglected, but such strategic importance. You've got Iran, you've got Afghanistan, Russia, and certainly
I'd like
China.
to know
Talk
what
about
type
bringing
of
the submarine
microphones
as they look into
they
multi-vector
use.
diplomacy, want to engage with the
Because
United
look how
States
far
as the
he's
Russians
away
and
from
Chinese are
that
competing for their
gooseneck
favor.
microphone.
One of the first trips that
And he's
I made
moving
after the election,
away
reason
from
for
it,
Central Asia, they've not been a
forward
U.S.
to
senator
it.
there in 13 years. 13
The
years.
audio is
Turkmenistan
still
and
the same.
Tajikistan,
Those must
very
be some
important
high
strategically.
quality
One of the first
microphones.
goals the caucus that Senator Gary Peters and I created of Central Asia is to repeal the Jackson-Vanik label on the region and extend permanent normal trade relations with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. I realize you have a lot of priorities on your plate when you will be confirmed as our secretary, but I would say rescinding it would be a good faith indication of the Jackson-Vanik requirements that Central Asia needs right now to grow. My question is, would you work with me and Senator Peters to have your team work with us to remove this designation?
Yeah, and I believe the permanent removal will require legislative action.
I mean, look how far Rubio is away from his mic.
Look, I think this is a relic of an era that's passed.
His
There are
mic
some
is
that
all the
argue
way
that we should
down
use it as
here.
leverage for human rights concessions or leverage to
Now, I
get them
guarantee
to
the
go stronger in
volume
our way as opposed to Russia and the like.
has
But I think
changed
in some cases it's an absurd
from here
relic of the past. I think it's
to
Kazakhstan,
here.
who the Department of Commerce has already said is a market economy. In fact, I think they hosted the WTO ministerial just a couple years ago. So it's just
Because we've all
met the
seen,
conditions.
Yeah, it's something we
So
can
we
work
will
with.
work with you on this because I think it's important.
Thanks, Mark. I think it's a neglected part of the world. I look forward to working with Senator.
we've all seen like city council meetings where the person isn't directly talking into the mic and you can't hear a word they're fucking saying. So whatever mics that they're using, kudos to them because they got to be great microphones.
Thinking about Mexico. With the nearshoring going on at the moment, a lot of production coming now into more of our time zone and hemisphere coming from China and so forth. Laredo, Texas is now the largest port in the United States. I think it's one of the underreported facts in our country. You talked about the cartels. They have command and control, certainly on the border at the moment. My question is, you think about Mexico, and you've been so active on Latin America and looking south of the United States, with President Sheinbaum now just coming into office. What are your thoughts around how do we become better engaged with Mexico to help them with their issue as it relates to the cartels, basically, which are running the country, it seems at times?
All right.
And I wish we had more than 30.
Here's how you deal with the Mexican cartel in a nutshell. You send our military down there. Because as soon as our military crosses that southern border, the cartel is going to start shooting. And yes, it's going to be a bloodbath. But give it a month of our U.S. military with Humvees and tanks and shit rolling into Mexico. And I guarantee you the cartel will be no more. That's all it would take. A 2-week blood battle in Mexico. And then Mexico would be a nice place. Because I guarantee every cartel member with a firearm would start shooting. And my whole thing is, if I'm being shot at, I'm shooting back. Period. I don't care if it's a man, woman, or child. If I'm being shot at, I'm shooting back. Because I ain't on that whole thing of, well, it's a child. Because I've heard stories of people in the military being shot by a child.
Journalists, and there are politicians who have been assassinated.
And if you haven't seen it yet, there's videos on the internet of kids in middle school that are being trained to take apart a weapon and put it back together flawlessly as fast as they possibly can. Are we training our kids to do that? No.
I'll celebrate, though. Obviously, we're all going to want to see how that.
The only thing we're training our kids to do is
You're up, and then we're going to take that short.
how to wave
Thank
the
you very much,
pride flag.
Mr. Chairman, that is indeed good news. Senator Rubio, I want to talk to you about a topic that I think is going to be real trouble for you and for U.S. national security interests, at least for the first few minutes of my time, and that's the growing personal financial entanglement of President Trump, his family, and Middle East governments. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. For nearly 8 years, the Trump organization has been pursuing a real estate deal to build a hotel complex in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. During President Trump's first term, the Trump organization actually voluntarily committed to refrain from pursuing real estate deals with foreign companies, especially those that are backed by foreign governments. And so the deal didn't go through, and then it remained stalled for the entirety of the Biden administration. And then magically, 30 days after the November election, Saudi Arabia's biggest construction company that's affiliated with the government announced that the deal was going forward alongside an additional $200 million.
All right, who the hell cares if Trump wants to build a hotel in Saudi Arabia? Who cares? Can he still do his job as president? While one of his family members, one of his sons or whatever, is building a hotel in Saudi Arabia. Why does it fucking matter?
Family have become more deeply dependent on revenue from governments in the Middle East. During his last presidency, Middle East interests sent about $10 million to Trump properties. After he left office, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who was his primary Middle East envoy, was handed $2 billion in investment by the Saudis, even though a Saudi investment board said the investment was a bad business decision. That investment actually comes up for renewal in 2026, giving the Saudis massive leverage over the Trump family. And then to make matters worse, right after the election, the Trump organization said that in this term, the president-elect's second term, it would drop its previous prohibition on doing new deals in the Middle East with private foreign companies aligned with foreign governments. So the Trump organization is going to be signing new business deals in the Middle East with private companies that have connections to foreign governments at the very moment that you are going to be conducting sensitive diplomacy in these countries. That's just.
See, here's the problem with all these people. This guy personally. Trump is a businessman that just happens to be president. And they're having a humongous problem with him still doing business while being president. Or anybody with ties to him doing business while Trump's president. All I gotta say is how much crap did Hunter Biden get involved with while his dad was an elected official here? I think a whole goddamn lot.
I don't know what, if any, engagement he has in the work that's going on now. I can tell you what I know. Obviously, I'm not in the State Department yet, but I can tell you as an example, the president's envoy to that region, who was charged, Steve Woodcock, who was charged with being an envoy towards reaching an accommodation between the Israelis and the Saudis, has been working cooperatively and together with the Biden administration. And in fact, I dare to say that all involved deserve credit for the ceasefire that the chairman's just announced. But Steve Woodcock's been a critical component of it, and he has been involved in it from day one. I think the broader consideration about whether we want to see a Saudi-Israeli mutual recognition and relationship would be one of the most historic developments in the history of the region for all the factors we've discussed here today. It would be, and one of the impediments to it has been this conflict and the ongoing conflict and the lack of a ceasefire. I also think it's going to be important for the Saudis and others to be participants in post-conflict stabilization efforts in Gaza and beyond. So all I can tell you is that what I've said from the very beginning, from the opening statement, and that is our foreign policy is going to be driven, as the President's made abundantly clear, by whether some action makes America is in the interest of the United States and our national security. And that's what it's going to be driven by. And that's how all these policies should be judged by. And that's certainly the job that I believe I've been tasked with executing on.
Well, let me then simply ask you this question. Do you believe that the president should refrain from doing new business deals with Middle East governments during his term in office?
Well, my understanding, again, I'm speaking out of turn, but the president doesn't manage that company. His family members do, and they have a right to be in the business. I mean, that's the business that they're in. They're in the real estate business. They've been for a very long time, both domestically and abroad. They have properties in multiple countries. So at the end of the day,
exactly,
his family is entitled to continue to operate their business. The fundamental question is not whether his family is involved in business. The fundamental question is whether that is in any way impacting the conduct of our foreign policy in a way that's counter to our national interest. And the president's made abundantly clear that every decision he makes and every decision we are to make at the State Department should be driven by whether or not it serves the core national interests of the United States. And that's how I hope our policies will be judged by, not what business his family is conducting while the president is here in Washington working not on his business, but from the Oval Office.
You are correct. That is the fundamental question, whether or not a policy is being pursued in U.S. national security interests or due to the president's personal financial interests. That is the reason why, as United States senators, we are not allowed to have complicated existing financial arrangements with foreign governments, because you do not want to create the impression that there is a.
But yet, how many people in the Congress and Senate
this president
do
apply
have
to this
financial
incoming
arrangements
administration the same
with
rules that we
foreign
hold ourselves
countries?
to as United States senators.
That's the
Senator
question.
Rubio, the time I have remaining, just want to tackle two other topics.
And I think
One
Elon
that
Musk
I
is
know
going to
is of mutual
expose a
concern to you
lot
and
of
I, and that's
people.
the need to confront China in non-military ways as they try to exert influence around the world. Last time President Trump was in office, he was calling for pretty massive cuts to the State Department's budget. But as you know, China uses all sorts of non-kinetic tools like misinformation, economic diplomacy around the world to exert influence. I'm
Here's something that I just found out. Hey, Tracy, I found out if they ban TikTok, our government officials that are on TikTok are still allowed to use it. Yes, we're not allowed to use it. Now tell me how that is, in the best interest of national security. Seriously, tell me how that's in the best interest of national security if our elected officials could still use it to communicate, but we the people can't. That whole TikTok ban is over the fact that 170 million Americans use it to talk, and our government can't control it.
By the way, it's not just disinformation. It's flat out influencing nation states' views of the United States writ large by
Exactly, Tracy.
promoting conspiracy theories internally in other
Exactly.
countries that undermine us and that undermine our standing, whether it's in Africa, and increasingly you see it in the Western Hemisphere as well. And one of the best ways to combat that is to be present, to be there, to show what we do, and to brag about what we do. One of the things that frustrates me the most is there are literally programs within the USAID where they do not allow us to label it as made in America or a gift of the American people because it might offend someone locally. I think it's important for the world to know that what the United States is doing to help their societies, we do not do a good enough job of promoting what
And
we have
here,
done.
do you guys think that I'm joking about this? Hang on here. Let me show you a video that I shared. And I researched this. This is happening.
Be allowed on TikTok, even though you and we won't be allowed. This is according to leaked documents obtained by Ken Klippenstein. And here is that leaked document. It says that the Bureau of Global Public Affairs recognizes the substantial opportunity cost of public diplomacy practitioners' inability to access TikTok and is pleased to share that the department has approved 2 limited exceptions to the general prohibitions on use of the platform. The first exception pertains to the monitoring and analysis on TikTok by these public diplomacy practitioners, where they're basically allowed to lurk, but they're not posting actively on the platform. The second exception applies to digital content creators who have been explicitly contracted by the federal government to post content on TikTok. Meaning that if you're a Mr. Beast or a Kelly Clarkson or a Guy Fieri, these folks who have approved deals with the
Or a
Pentagon to
Harry
make
Styles.
content that's been approved, then they would continue to be allowed to do so. And the document explicitly explains why there's such carve-outs, saying, quote, the platform, now one of the most downloaded digital platforms globally, is increasingly a primary source of news for audiences around the world, including those under the age of 35, a critical demographic for PD, that's public diplomacy, engagement. In the near term, conversations on the platform.
So what do you think about that, everyone? But yeah, I'm just a conspiracy theorist. And if you want the link to that TikTok, so you can share it. Why won't it let me share it? That's weird. There's the link,
A
everyone.
3% IRA match with Robinhood Gold. The reckoning has commenced.
And sorry, there's ads. It's not because I'm making any money off these ads. But yeah, I didn't like Marco Rubio till now. His answers are right on. Oh yeah, they just said that. But are we taking bets on how long this ceasefire will go on? Because I guarantee the only reason why there's a ceasefire right now is because in a few days Donald J. Trump is going to be sworn in as president. Because look at how all this stuff is all of a sudden getting done. And I guarantee Biden is going to say that the ceasefire was under him so he can brag about it. I guarantee you. You've been watching the Pam Bondi confirmation hearing? I don't even know who the hell that is. Let me look it up. God dang it. Pam Bondi. Oh, she's 59 years old. Seriously? Man, she got the good genes. That woman, 59 years old. Seriously? Yeah. But I've also seen women on TikTok. Because you can tell when the good thing about TikTok is if you use a filter to make yourself look better. Oh, it's right down there in the corner of the video that you're using a filter. I've seen women on there post that, trying to use TikTok as a dating app, saying that I'm 45, I'm 50, I'm 55 years old, and they look like they're like 30 years old. And I've seen women that are 30 years old that look like they're 50 years old. And it's like, what the hell? I even commented on one woman's post that said she was 63 years old. I left a comment on there and I'm like, girl, you don't look a day over 35. She commented back, she's like, seriously? And then a bunch of people started commenting like, yeah, you don't look a day over 35. Broken Patriot is right. You don't look a day over 35. And I'm like, and you're 63 years old? Because I can remember when I was in school, all my school teachers were in their 60s. They looked like they were in their 60s. But not anymore. I mean, hell, my wife is 40 years old. And she has to prove it to people whenever they talk about age that she's 40 years old. People have said you look 25, 27, maybe 30. My wife don't wear an ounce of makeup. She's not the type of woman that is using facial cleansers and creams and stuff. Like my wife is female by body parts and DNA only. She's a dude. She acts like a dude. The stuff she does is what a dude does. She doesn't get all dolled up to go out, putting on a full face of makeup. She doesn't even color her hair anymore. And it's like, so I don't know if this hearing's over, or if they're just taking a break or what. And why is that dude in there in a suit with a beanie on? Who's he trying to be? Tim Pool? But I did a video about the TikTok ban. Let me mute this. I did a video about the TikTok ban. And I got some nasty comments about it. Like, the typical, I watched the government hearings about TikTok and I believe the government. Saying that TikTok is just a kiddie porn app, all the stupid stuff. I will say right now, for you people out there that don't use TikTok, TikTok has a For You page that everybody's on. And if your For You page is showing a whole bunch of kiddie stuff, it's because you have liked those type of videos. You have liked that type of content. Last night, I was on TikTok and I liked a couple videos of people making flags. Making these nice wooden flags and painting them all up. Well, what did TikTok do? They were all like, oh, a broken patriot like two of these videos of people making stuff. And then it was for the next hour. That was all that was on my For You page. I had to type in, patriot and news, conservative stuff to get my TikTok back to how it normally is. Because TikTok was all like, oh, this is what you want to see? So if your For You page on TikTok is all, kiddie stuff, that's because that's what you liked. But also, I said in the video, over 170 million Americans use TikTok and say that only 100 million of them are registered voters. I would not want to be on the team that said, yeah, we need to ban TikTok. Because I wouldn't want my voters saying, oh, you said that you want to ban TikTok. I use TikTok. I have a business on there. Well, now I'm not going to vote for your ass. Just saying. I wouldn't want to be that person. And yes, people run businesses on TikTok. People use TikTok to make money. There's a thing on TikTok called the TikTok Shop, where I could go in there right now, and it's basically like Amazon. And like those videos of those people making those custom American flags. One guy looked to be in his 80s making these custom wood flags that were probably 2x3 that looked like they were waving because he carved them all out, all hand painted them. I could go on to his TikTok and buy one of those flags, helping him out. Getting me something really cool that's handmade and helping him out. But everybody's like, it's just a kiddie site. We don't need TikTok. If you haven't noticed, 90% of the vertical content videos are shared TikTok videos. TikTok goes bye-bye. The vertical content videos are going to be very boring because nobody wants to use Instagram Reels or Facebook Reels or any other vertical content. They don't want to use any of that. Because that's just how it is. And yes, I've been torn back and forth because I'm a YouTube content creator. And I guarantee you, I can make a video on YouTube. The same vertical content video. Post it to YouTube. With where I've got 7,453 subscribers. And I can post the same video to TikTok where I've got 1,500 followers. And that video will do 10 times better on TikTok than it does on YouTube, where I've got 5 times the amount of people following me. Make that make sense, everyone. Now there's been talk of Elon Musk buying it. I hope that's just not rumors. I hope Elon does buy it. Because then it'll be a vertical content video platform that's just like X. All the liberal people will run from it. And all the red, white, and blue flag waving people will be on it. And also, like I've said so many times, I've even emailed YouTube. Yes, you can email YouTube, you can email StreamYard, you can email every company out there. You dig deep enough, there's an email. It will be under contact us. I've emailed them and flat out asked them, if you want people to use YouTube Shorts more, then give us the options in the way we make the content, just like how TikTok does with the virtual green screens and stuff, where, there could be a video playing in the background and it cuts me out. I know everybody's seen those types of videos. And if you don't think emailing a company day in, day out for a month does any good, let me show you something. For the longest time, I wanted this on StreamYard with the picture in the corner, with the video all around me. They didn't used to have this. I emailed them every single day for like months because it used to be you only had this, but now you got this. I also emailed them about having a dark mode because when you don't have a dark mode, somebody's not using the dark mode, it makes it very jarring. Now here I will show you. I'm in dark mode right now. Let me turn light mode back on. You see how the light changed? The reason I wanted dark mode is one, it's better on my eyes, because for those of you that don't know, I had cataract surgery in my eyes. But also the reason I wanted dark mode is so when I'm doing a video and I switch it from, say, this to this, the amount of lighting that's on me doesn't change. I noticed that when I was doing the podcast years ago. Every time we would show something, the lighting on us would change. And it drove me nuts. I want the only lighting on me to be lighting that I control. I have a light here. That's called a fill light. I have a ring light right up here. People have asked me why I have this light here. Because it's a fill light. It puts light on the side of me, accentuating my face. Think I'm joking? Look up YouTube lighting. The Senpai Gaming channel just did a whole series on it.
For conflict that can be deeply destabilizing and worse for the world, but at the same time ensuring that it doesn't come at our expense, that we don't find ourselves in a world in which we are dependent on China or any foreign power for that matter, for the raw materials that we need.
Like I said earlier,
medicine, for the ability to fuel our economy, the ability to feed ourselves.
all China's got to do is just stop shipping us stuff.
That becomes dependent on
And we will be crippled in 2 weeks.
Involves not simply how we engage in the world, but also what we do here domestically. That is not the responsibility of the Department of State, but it is important for us to point to that much of what's happened with China and much of what's happening now is what we are not doing, whether it's through our own industry and the development of our own industries or access to raw minerals,
Exactly.
raw resources,
Exactly, Ray.
fueling and or building a modern economy.
You talk about China playing by a different set of rules, and they do the ones that
I have said since they started talking about this. They don't want we the people to be able to communicate without them being in control of it. I guarantee our federal government shit a brick when Elon bought Twitter. Remember all those videos called the Twitter files? They were freaking out that Elon was like, yeah, here's all the info of what our elected officials were doing. People are testing Mark Zuckerberg right now, posting crazy shit that would have got them banned. And that crazy shit is still up there.
That were created not just in the post-war era, but the post-Cold War era have been weaponized against us. And I can use a number of examples. The first is, you think about the Security Council of the United Nations, which was created ostensibly for the purpose of pervading
I know I was talking about dark mode on StreamYard. If you want to find it, click on the settings button, go up to General. It's right at the top. And then you will see appearance, light mode, dark mode. Putting it on dark mode helps your eyes.
that I would point to is that the
So
Chinese
much.
have very aggressively played this. They have figured out, and it isn't hard to figure out, that even the smallest nation state has a vote at the United Nations General Assembly. And they have worked hard to not just court, but entrap a handful of votes around the world, and including in our own hemisphere. If you look at the Caribbean basin, in Grenada and places like that, where they go into these countries and they don't just provide $1 million to $1 billion to build the stadium. They also give you $5 or $6 million under the table for your family and friends. They do that in place after place. We've seen that practice as well in Africa. So we need to understand that there has to be, in many of these parts of the world, look, we're not bribing anybody. We're not going to do that. And it's certainly illegal for American companies to do it. But it's hard to engage these countries who in many cases have legitimate needs when they say, the Chinese, we prefer to have your stuff. We prefer to have American investment, but you're not offering any. And so we're left with the only alternative, and that is to take the Chinese investment, even though it comes with strong strings attached.
Exactly.
That include things like debt diplomacy.
Why?
Or debt traps.
Because money talks and bullshit walks.
Diplomatic cooperation at these international forums.
My final question has to do, because you used the phrase, we need to be able to fuel our economy, and I'll talk a little bit about energy. Look, people who
I remember back when I managed my bar, we got to talking about money talks and bullshit walks. And I made this simple comment. And the bar had like 50 people in it that night. And I was like, there isn't a woman in here that wouldn't have sex with me if I paid them enough money. And of course, the women were like, no. And I'm like, no, I'm not talking like $100 or $200. I'm talking if I walked up to you and said, I will pay you $20,000 to have sex with me. And then women were like, well, that's different. And I'm like, yeah, it's back onto the thing of money talks and bullshit walks. The reason why these countries are going to China, because China is like, here's some money. And the U.S. is like, no, we're not going to send you any money. China's like, here.
Is access to reliable and affordable energy. And that is that's not simply for everyday life. That is critical if you want to build.
And I know that sounds fucking crazy.
Especially critical in a world in which all these new
But
technologies.
that's how society
require
works.
a tremendous amount of power generation that's going to draw upon global energy resources to begin with. So absolutely, it needs to be at the centerpiece, and we'll work very closely with the Energy Department in ensuring that it's a centerpiece of our foreign policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. And next up, we have Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Marco, the president, Senator Rubio, the president made a great decision in choosing you. I'm Happy to see you there. You're a thought leader in foreign policy.
Oh God.
I, however, don't think most Americans know how great of a thought leader you are in NCAA, NFL, and high school football. And I'm a little disappointed.
Why are we
that you're not
talking
gonna
about
be the head of the NCAA
football and sports?
Not yet.
Really?
We sat in my office recently. I told you.
Leave it up to the black guy to
about,
talk sports.
My concerns about Africa right now. Democratic Republican administrations have not prioritized the continent. It is literally the fastest growing continent on earth. We now see the future. By 2050, 1 out of every 4 human beings on the planet will be in the continent of Africa. And because of the demographic issues we have around the globe, from Europe to the United States to even China, 1 out of every 3 working people on the planet will be in Africa. It is rich with arable land and critical minerals. It has an economic potential that could create tremendous markets for American companies and American businesses. More than this, we know while it has incredible assets and opportunities, a lack of focus on Africa could endanger the whole planet. We know in the days of infectious diseases, for example, an outbreak of an infectious disease anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. More than that, we see the climate challenges, migration patterns there threaten to destabilize the Middle East and other areas. Egypt, for example, literally is hosting millions of refugees in Egypt right now. Now, my frustrations in my 12 years here is that we as a nation have not really prioritized it. We do not have ambassadors in some countries where China and Russia, who understand the African opportunities, are investing heavily. I've gone around the world, and in my times in African countries, I often encounter people that saying, hey, the Chinese are here, where are you? And it's not just ambassadorial placements. Other critical positions in embassies just aren't being filled. And therefore, we're being outplayed by the Chinese and the Russians. African countries and leaders have told me time and time again, we prefer you. We'd rather deal with you. We'd rather work with you. And we can see by legal immigration patterns that their people would rather our way of life than the Chinese or the Russians. But we are simply being outplayed in ways that we can counter if we had a real focus and a real strategy for engaging Africa. And the impact of U.S. engagement is real. And the backbone of our diplomacy is that diplomat abroad, is that Secretary of State on down, people saying this is a priority. I said this to you in our office, and I want to make it plain now that we are at a point in this country that what we do in the Senate and in the White House and in the State Department are planting seeds for the future. We could reap a tremendous harvest in 10, 20 years, prioritizing and emphasizing our work in Africa. And not to do so undermines the 3 points that you said at the beginning that I agree. Our foreign policy should be guided by what makes us safe, strong, and prosperous. And the future in so many ways is Africa. Could you just talk to me a little bit about how you are prioritizing it, how you understand the critical opportunities and the dangers of not engaging at a higher level than either the Biden administration, Trump administration, Clinton administration, Bush administration have done?
Yeah, and I'll preface it by saying that obviously I'm not been confirmed yet. The president's not in office yet. There will be a national security strategy. That will frame much of what we do in foreign policy. So what I'm going to share with you basically here today is, as someone who will be at that table, some of the impressions that I would share with regards to our historic involvement in Africa and also some of our challenges moving forward. So the first, and you've already highlighted all of the things about the growth that's going to happen. They'll double in population between now and 2020, 35 or what have you. So it's extraordinary. That isn't just an interesting number. That's also markets. Those are also consumers. Those
Okay,
are
I'm
also
back.
places that I think provide an extraordinary
Had to go
opportunity.
get me another cup of coffee.
Properly positioned for America to become more prosperous. Literally, more people that can afford to buy the things Americans provide, both in services and goods, and vice versa. So I think there's an extraordinary opportunity. Where I think some of our situation in Africa has fallen off it's been, and rightfully so, heavily focused on counterterrorism and solely on counterterrorism in some places. And that's valuable and important. It is very difficult for a country to progress or move forward if they are in fact a haven, for that's open. And so, the freaks come out at night and you've got the terrorist groups that are operating and undermining that country. So it's not that it's unimportant. I think we're also learning from the Sahel how quickly the situation changes despite significant counterterrorism contributions. each of those countries have pivoted to their great mistake, grave error, towards the Africa Corps led by Russia. These people are not any good at fighting counterterrorism and unreliable. And I think the moment will come when they'll realize that, and maybe there will be a new opportunity to engage. On the flip side of it, if you look at littoral West Africa, there are real opportunities there for, and in fact, ongoing engagements, not just on counterterrorism, but on economic progress. I look in the north to.
If you're wondering why they're talking about Africa so much, it's because Africa's got a whole lot of natural resources. What does the U.S. and every other country want to do? Go over there and mine the hell out of Africa to take all those natural resources. Say, here's some money for you, as we're just destroying Africa, digging up all their natural resources, whether it be lithium, anything. That's why they're all talking Africa. If Australia had all these natural resources, they'd be saying Australia instead of Africa.
To Africa be included in things that you could argue are.
Because, we don't want to do all that here. Because the U.S. is synonymous for not in my backyard. We don't want traffic. Everybody hates sitting in rush hour traffic. But if you try to pass a bill to where they could build a new road, people are fighting all against it because not in my backyard. We need a better airport. But I don't want planes flying over my house. That's because the U.S. is spoiled. They want all this stuff. Cheap gas, cheap everything. But they don't want it to where they have to see it. Like if there was a pipeline that ran from the West Coast to the East Coast, like the one that runs all the way down through Canada, people would freak out here because, unfortunately, that pipeline would have to go by people's houses. And then people would be like, I don't want to look at that pipeline in my backyard. It's going to ruin my property values. That's simple fact, everybody.
Where you're seeing unbelievable levels of systemic sexual violence going on. I traveled to the Sudan border with Chad and saw humanitarian crises like I'd never seen before. And I've been around the world looking at.
You want to know why there's sexual violence going on everywhere? It's real easy to sexually violate a woman when she's not packing heat. You want to drop the amount of violence in the whole world? Make it to where every single person is armed. Or at least 90% of the people are armed. A armed society is a polite society. Like you see all the crap going on in California. Well, Arizona's right next door. You don't see that shit going on here. The same amount of crap is going on in New Mexico. What does California and New Mexico not doing that Arizona's doing? Oh, that's right. Arizona is a constitutional carry state. The amount of people that are walking around with a pew-pew on them, whether it's visible or not, is probably tenfold over the people that in New Mexico and California. I told my wife when she moved here, because she's got an attitude. I'm like, babe, you don't need to cut drivers off. Even if you're in the right of way, just let them fucking go. Because you don't know if that person is armed. And I had to explain to her that Arizona is a constitutional carry state. If I wanted to walk down the street with an AR hanging off my shoulder, it's legal here. Back when I used to carry all the time, I carried an 8-inch barrel, stainless steel, 357 Smith & Wesson all the time.
crises we have on the planet. And I think everybody's ready to sign up on a path forward. So far, nobody's laid out that path forward. And
But if you look at all these states where all this violence happens, and then you look at the gun laws. Look at Chicago. They got some of the strictest gun laws in the U.S. And gun violence is extremely high there. Why? Because no matter how many gun laws you pass, criminals don't give a fuck about the law. That's why they're a criminal. Period.
Ask over time to secretaries of state as well as ambassadors and others from the State Department is, can you name for me instances where sanctions have changed behavior for the better? I'm not going to ask you that question now. I'm going to wait till you come back to ask you. There's a preview of what I'll ask you. the next time.
George,
But the reason I bring
the
that up
answers that
is
he's
that I
been
think
given. I've been live for
hopefully
2 hours
using
and 40
sanctions
minutes.
as a way of trying to modulate behavior.
I'm liking his answers.
Country's doing something you don't like.
Now we'll see if he
change their
gets
behavior for
nominated
better through sanctions.
and how
And I
he
think it generally
does.
works, and I think we pile more on.
But his
And
answers
some would say, well, sanctions are just to punish them.
are
and we don't
just
wanna,
freaking
Russia
common
invaded
sense
Ukraine, we're
answers.
punishing them. And so as punishment, they kind of work. I don't think they're deterring Russia's behavior or changing it. But really, sanctions can have effect in a couple of ways. I think the threat of a sanction, the same way the threat of a tariff can have an effect on behavior. But once placed, I think a sanction or a tariff.
Now, I don't trust anybody. I trust myself and the man up above. That's it. And people have been like, don't you trust your wife? No. Don't you trust your daughter? No. Why? Because money talks and bullshit walks. And I got a bunch of flack for not trusting Mike Pence or Bill Barr. And ended up being right.
To be, it becomes just an extension of the Department of War and muscle, and we show how strong we are.
Oh,
in the
my
State Department.
nose.
But really, when bellicose statements come from other parts of the government, I see the State Department as the one that shows up and tries to still have a conversation. In the past, I think because of remarks, you had been banned from travel to China. The ambassador that's been nominated also has had statements that make us question whether or not he'll be received in China if he becomes the ambassador to China. When Blinken and Yellen went to China
And if you guys are wondering why I said George, because there isn't a George in the comment section, that's because he said a word that I got blocked. Let me show it here on screen. If you're on YouTube making content, you can go into your YouTube settings. I don't know exactly where it is in there. You could probably look up a video on it and somebody will show you where to go do it. But you can put words into a block list where it doesn't matter if they type them into the comment section of a video or into the comment section of your live stream. They don't show up. Because
that doesn't mean we curl up in
a lot of people don't realize that what people say in your comment section of a live stream, you're responsible for. I can get a strike
make relations better with China.
if people start talking a bunch of bull crap in my comment section and my moderators aren't on it like that. That's why if you look at my comment section, there's only 2 people in there. You got Tracy and you got Ray. They're blue. What does that do? Just like how Trump built the border wall. I've got a blue wall in my comments. I guarantee if I wanted to cause ruckus on someone's live stream and I saw that every single person in their comments had a wrench, yeah, I just pop in and say, hey, everyone. And then I kindly leave. Because I know that's not a channel that I'm going to be able to say what I want to say on, because I'm going to get timed out. I'm going to get banned. Boom. People have given me flack about it. Like, why do you moderate everybody? Because if you come in my chat 3 or 4 times and you have a brain and you're not causing problems, you're going to get a wrench.
The only other alternative left in the toolbox then is economic sanctions. And while I do think that you can question whether it has an impact over changing the behavior of a country, it can achieve 2 things. The first is it can deny a nation state the resources they could use for activity. Let there be no doubt. If the Iranian regime had more money because of no sanctions, they would have spent more money on Hezbollah and Hamas and their missile program and the Houthis and others. So I do think there is value in that regard. And the second is, to be frank, leverage. When you sit down at a table, let's say we talk about Ukraine and the need to end that conflict. When you get and sit at the table, and the United States is involved in those conversations, hopefully, to reach a peaceful settlement of that conflict, you're going to have to give, not just get. And sanctions and the release of sanctions could be a part of that, assuming that the conditions are appropriate. So I do think sanctions also have a role to play in that regard. But I would not diminish the part about denying resources for governments and countries to carry out nefarious, denying them the ability to have the resources to carry out these nefarious activities.
I think you're right, and the point is probably valid with regard to Iran. Probably not so much with China. I don't think we've denied China resources, and I think their resources extend beyond what we can do. I think our sanctions are more, prodding them, but not really damaging their economic prospects. With regard to the concept of diplomacy and how we make things better, or attempt to make things better, I think if we have
I think sanctions and tariffs are a good thing. Why? Think of your home and what you allow into your home. If you're allowing stuff to happen in your home that you don't like, say I go over to Ray's place and I go in there and I start causing a ruckus. Well, Ray's going to ask me to leave. It might just be he walks me out the door and be like, hey, you big son of a bitch, you need to chill out. And I'll be like, yeah, sorry, bro. I haven't had my pot of coffee this morning. And we go back in. Or he boosts me out the door and I'm never allowed back over there. If these countries want to do business with the U.S., they have to play ball. They have to play by our rules if they want to do business here. And if they don't, then bye. See ya.
Russia. Just not taking it off the table enhances our ability to negotiate and enhances Ukraine's ability. I think Zelensky's public words have been a little less firm than they had been in the past. But instead, I think we've done the opposite with our diplomacy. Every day it's Blinken, beating the drums, They absolutely be in Ukraine. Do you think that the concept of a neutral Ukraine, not in NATO, can be part of the negotiations to end the war?
Well, obviously, that's something that will ultimately be part of any negotiation. I do agree with your point that if we want to be real here for a second, 'cause I think we've lost the art of reality in some of the foreign policy. These are not outcomes that are rarely are they ideal. Sadly, in many cases, our choices in foreign policy are a choice between a bad outcome and an even worse outcome. And that's been true not in the modern era, but throughout the history of diplomacy and nation-state relations. In the case of conflicts such as these, they invariably require concessions. I don't think it would be wise nor appropriate before we're even in office or even in any public forum such as this to discuss the parameters of what those potential concessions can be for either side. Suffice it to say, I
Have
do
you
think, to
guys
be honest with the
heard
committee
this?
and the
Joe Biden announces insulting one-time $770 payment for LA fire victims. Here's something that a lot of people haven't realized yet. And I posted a video on TikTok about it, and people were like, "Nah, this ain't happening." So I'm like, maybe it's not. Well, then people did more research, and it's actually happening. There's the Olympics coming to Los Angeles that they have to build all this stuff for. They don't want to build it in the crappy parts of town. They want to build it in the nice parts of town. But what was in their way? All these houses. And also research Smart LA. They want to make LA a smart city. Well, it would cost more to retrofit old ass homes than just building new ones. Probably twice as much to retrofit an old ass home to make it a smart home than just build a new one. Because I've seen so many videos, aerial footage of houses burnt to the ground, and the trees lining the street are perfectly fine. Tell me how that happens, everybody. A house burns to the ground, and a tree 15 feet away from the front of that house is perfectly fine.
We discussed yesterday, the importance of supporting the men and women at the State Department, including.
But I'm just
Foreign
a
Service, and I
conspiracy
appreciate your
theorist.
willingness to work with us in the caucus to continue to make sure that they have what they need to do their jobs effectively.
Ooh, my
We
phone
also
is
discussed
busy
the
today.
ongoing war in Ukraine and the importance of supporting the Ukrainian people against Putin's aggression. And I just want to say for the record, I support and endorse everything that Senator Shaheen said on that score, so I don't have to go into great detail. I will say that we know that what happens in Ukraine does not stay in Ukraine. And it's not just me saying that. That is what we've heard repeatedly.
Yeah, the money we send to Ukraine doesn't stay in Ukraine.
In the Indo-Pacific region. So I hope that we will continue.
I'm glad he
to
came
focus
out
on
and
that,
said it.
because what we do know is that President Xi has one eye on what's happening in Ukraine and another eye on what's happening in Taiwan and measuring everybody's response. Like you, and we've worked on a bipartisan basis to try to make sure that we meet the challenge of China. Lots of important pieces of legislation that have passed, but none yet to really rise to meeting those challenges. I do support the Biden administration's ongoing efforts to restrict the flow of very high-end technologies, the highest-end chips, to China that can be used in their military. We're going to have to work successfully with our allies to do that, just like the Trump administration back in the day worked on the Huawei issue. So my view is that we need to expand that effort.
Well, why are we
also
worried about
discussed,
other
the
countries
volatile situation
having
in the
badass
Middle East.
ships?
You know, we often talk about the importance of
Because my whole thing
shifting
is, if this
our
country's got a
focus
badass
from
ship,
China and the Indo-Pacific, but we always
then maybe
seem to
we
get
need to
dragged
have
right
a
back into
bigger
conflicts in the Middle
and
East.
badder
I want to
ship.
start with Syria. No
Period.
credence to the murderous Assad regime. Obviously, we have a stake in what comes next in Syria, given the fact it's a very volatile part of the world. I support the very cautious engagement of the Biden administration with HTS, but we should acknowledge their very poisonous genealogy, beginning with Al-Qaeda morphing into al-Nusra. The other issue, of course, in Syria is that when you've got a situation like we see today, there are opportunities for ISIS to get further back on its feet, to provide it more oxygen. And as you know, the tip of the spear in our fight against ISIS has been our Syrian Kurdish partners, the SDF. But at this moment, President Erdogan of Turkey has been backing attacks of the so-called Syrian National Army, which Turkey largely controls, against our partners, the Syrian Kurds, which opens the door to a revival of ISIS. Because of the actions of the United States government, Turkey has so far paused that effort. Senator Graham and I have introduced legislation to impose sanctions on Turkey should they renew those attacks in an aggressive way. I know that you recognize the importance of that partnership with the Syrian Kurds, but just a very straightforward question. Do you agree that we should continue to support our partners, the SDF, in the fight against ISIS?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Not only that, but I think we also need to recognize that there are implications to abandoning partners who have a great sacrifice and threat actually jailed the ISIS fighters. One of the reasons why we were able to dismantle ISIS is because they were willing to host them in jails, a great personal threat to them. And obviously that situation is very tenuous. I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but I do think it's important to respond to this opportunity in Syria because it could be an opportunity. Look, the new people that are in charge there are not going to pass an FBI background check. Okay, we recognize that. These are not people we know all about, and their history, as you said, is not one that gives us comfort. That said, it is in the national interest of the United States, if possible, to have a Syria that's no longer a playground for ISIS, that respects religious minorities, ranging from Alawis all the way to Christians, that protects the Kurds, and at the same time is not a vehicle through which Iran can spread its terrorism to Hezbollah and destabilize Lebanon, not to mention what's happened in other parts. Not only is it in the national interest of the United States, it's in the national interest of virtually every nation state in the Middle East to see that come about. That is worth exploring. There is an interesting dynamic at play, and Senator Paul asked a moment ago about the impact of sanctions. I would argue that the Caesar sanctions directly contributed to the downfall of the Assad regime in many ways. We find ourselves in this interesting situation now where, because I think it was reauthorized as part of NDAA, we now have these sanctions in place against the government that no longer exists. But nonetheless, it's an opportunity for us to explore how we could use that tool, the removal of it, and others, if in fact the territory is fertile for these outcomes. There are impediments to this that go beyond simply the new people in charge. And one of them, as you pointed out, is Erdogan and what his intentions are. Right now, there's a very tenuous ceasefire with regards to the Kurds. It's important for that to be maintained. I think it's important to signal to Erdogan early, including through this hearing, that they should not view a transition in power in the U.S. as a window in which they could take advantage of to sort of violate whatever agreements are in place. Right now, what we want in Syria is stability so that we can explore what opportunities exist to bring a different dynamic, because it would have an impact on Lebanon, on Israel, on the situation in Gaza, and on the broader Middle East. And to walk away from an opportunity that may not come back. By the way, the Russians have been run out of there, the Iranians have been run out of there, but they are pragmatic foreign policy operators. If we don't explore these opportunities, they will work their way back in there at some point.
And I agree with everything you just said. I look forward to working with you on that. Let me turn to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which we also discussed yesterday. And we all witnessed the horrific October 7th Hamas terror attacks on Israel. We've also witnessed the devastation and human rights catastrophe in Gaza. Like you, I've met Israeli families who lost loved ones on October 7th. I've met with hostage families. I've also met with Palestinian families who lost kids and other innocents in this war. So I'm very pleased to see the announcement today of the ceasefire and the return of hostages. Let us pray that it holds and that it is implemented. But of course, as we discussed yesterday, the question is what happens next. And we all agree that Hamas can have no role in the governance of Gaza or any other place. We also know that for all its flaws and faults, the Palestinian Authority has recognized Israel's right to exist for the last 30 years since the Oslo Accords. Their security forces are trained by U.S. Forces. They today are fighting Palestinian militants in certain parts of the West Bank. But at the same time, their funds have been restricted by the Netanyahu government today. These are the funds that belong to the PA. We've seen a record increase in the number of settlements in the West Bank. And so the PA is not able to deliver on what had been the hope of Oslo, which is self-determination, security, and dignity for both Israelis and Palestinians. So you have said that the ideal way forward, recognizing that we've been at this long time, is a two-state solution. There are members of the Netanyahu government that today want to annex all of the West Bank. So my question is, do you agree that annexation would be contrary to peace and security in the Middle East? And what is your vision going forward?
First, let me say that, yeah, the ideal would be that there not be conflict and the people could live side by side with one another without being in conflict and with the ability to pursue prosperity. Sadly and unfortunately, the conditions for that to exist have not been in place for some substantial period of time. I point to you as an example, back in 2020, the Trump administration offered 58 billion, or about 50 billion or 58 billion, 50 billion, 58 to 50 billion dollars in investment to the Palestinians. And that included, I believe, 28 or 29 billion specifically for Gaza, and it was rejected. That offer was made back in January of 2020, and then it pivoted over as a result of that rejection to what we now know as the Abraham Accords. Second, I would say that Israel is a small nation who at its narrowest point is 9 miles wide. It has been historically surrounded by enemies that seek their destruction. Hezbollah to the north, Hamas to the west, Iran further north with nuclear weapons constantly. In fact, I would argue that if Israel had not been firm and strong in its response in this endeavor, most recently, they may very well have faced an existential threat, as they continue to in many ways. Now, here's the good news, and it's not just about the ceasefire today, although that's very important. The good news is that potentially we have had a dynamic shift in the region that has an historic opportunity, if appropriately structured and pursued, that changes the dynamics of what might be possible. And that we've discussed Syria, we've discussed the events in Lebanon quite a bit as well, the degrading of the Iranian capability, which I hope will continue.
Sorry about that, everyone. There was my insurance calling.
And being able to engage.
They're going to send a person over here to
mutual security and also
give me an
prosperity.
in-home
The real open
examination.
question for Palestinians is who will
And the
govern-
guy asked
who will
me
govern Gaza in the short term and who will
how many
ultimately govern.
medications
Will it be
I'm
the
on.
Palestinian Authority or
If
somebody
I'm on
else?
any
Because there has
meds,
to
and I'm
be
like, I take a
someone.
dozen
That
meds
was their
every single
initial goal
day.
for Gaza.
And he's like, holy
When
crap.
the Israelis withdrew from there.
And I'm
They
like,
turned
let
it
me
over.
explain
They turned it
something
over with
to
greenhouses.
you
They turned
about
it over
me.
with all kinds of economic development.
I've survived
Hamas
8
won
heart
elections,
attacks and 2
they took over,
strokes.
and they destroyed the place.
And he
right
was
now,
like, how are you
very
still
slowly.
alive? And I'm like,
So the key
I
is
have
not
no
simply
idea.
governance, it's who will govern.
And
You
he's
can't turn
like,
it
well,
over
maybe
to
God
peaceful
isn't ready for
destruction.
you yet.
And so I do think this
And
is
I'm like, then God
a
needs to
very
help my bank
complex
account.
issue, and I think that's understating it. We all recognize it. But I also believe that we should not underestimate
That's
the
just
potential opportunities that now exist.
fact.
It'll take some time to fully
And
understand what they
gas
are,
the
but
Jews.
perhaps open the door to
You
things
can
that
see
were
that
not
your
open in the
comment
future.
wasn't
But from the Israeli
approved.
perspective, which I fully understand, it begins with their existence.
That's a
And if you
very
cannot coexist
mean
with armed
name that
elements
you
at your
have.
border who seek your destruction and evisceration as a state. You just
And
can't. No nation on it. We wouldn't tolerate it.
I'm the
We
only
can't
one
either.
seeing
And it begins with having that level
you
of
on here,
security. And if
period.
they do, then I think there are opportunities that come about as a result of
But
it.
this ain't the
Those
channel
opportunities historically have not existed in
to
recent
be
times.
talking
Perhaps
bullshit.
we're living in an era where that it will be the likelihood of it is higher because of recent events, unexpected events in Syria and Lebanon and other places.
Sarah Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. So I was in Miami.
The only constant is change.
As tax professionals, we think we should know every
Video where you were recognizing
And the only
Elena
thing
Garcia and
guaranteed
Dario
in life
Fernandez and Tomas Regalado. Everybody
is
was
that you will
honest
pay
and excited
taxes
about your being
and
the
you'll
center of
die.
attention.
That's it.
Your homegrown son, and so they're just all excited. The other thing they're excited about is that they have somebody that is going to care about Venezuela and Cuba and Haiti and Nicaragua, all the problems, because you've been so vocal. So I guess, can you just go through sort of one by one and say, this, I mean, look, we know what are our options? Not that you know exactly what you're going to do, and a lot of these decisions will be made by somebody else anyway, but what are, like right now, look at what's going on in Venezuela. The Biden administration has allowed oil to flow. He stole the election, completely violated what Biden told him he would do. Maria Corina Machado probably was only alive because of your hard work making sure that Donald Trump put a tweet out. You look at Cuba now. They just dropped the state-sponsored terrorism, which makes no sense. We've got people like Jose Daniel Ferrer in prison. Kids as young as 14 in prison for peaceful protests. So give me some of your ideas of what is possible.
Let's take one, but let's start with Haiti, because in many ways it's globally complex. And I think the chairman sort of alluded to this a moment ago. There's a fundamental problem in Haiti, in that there is no legitimacy of authority. And I say this in recognition of the fact that some of the national police forces in Haiti have been extraordinarily brave. Despite being outgunned and outmanned, these guys and gals have stuck at their post and fought back against armed gangs. You know, when the most powerful person in any nation state is nicknamed barbecue, that is not a good thing.
All right, here's something I'll never understand. Why is any police force ever outgunned? Now, there was a video I saw years ago of this police force in this town that these people that were shooting at them had body armor on. And of course, they didn't have, the only kind of long pew they had were shotguns. So these police officers had to go to the local pawn shop and get like 30-06s and 30-30s and stuff to take these people out. The police force should never be outgunned. Now, I know a lot of people that are probably like, oh, police officers suck. They're all bad. They're all corrupt.
Governing bodies in that country that can bring about a nation state that can begin to build some of the things you need in order for permanency. But it's going to take a long time. And I say this with sadness in my heart. There have been good times and there have been bad times and worse times in Haiti, but sadly, there's not really been a golden era in Haiti's history. And your heart breaks for these people and for what they've gone through. But you also, as a policymaker in the United States, recognize the implications it's had on our country, not just in the migratory pressures it's placed on us, but as I pointed out earlier, the threat it poses on a daily basis to destabilizing the Dominican Republic. You mentioned Nicaragua. It's a very weird situation, for lack of a better term. The Sandinistas earlier, one of the first things they did in the new year is they kicked out every nun in the country. They've gone to war with the Catholic Church, which was the last institution in the country capable of standing up to them. But now they've begun this process of amending their fake constitution to basically create a family dynasty, so that Ortega and his wife will now be co-presidents. There's no democracy that's been completely wiped out. They have literally put plane loads of opposition figures and exported them here to the United States and around the world. They literally arrested anyone who signed up to run for president. They arrested every single, you signed up to run for president, they put you in jail. So it's a big challenge, but our national
that's freaking sad.
Number one, because of migratory pressure. Number two, because the Nicaraguan regime is allowing people to fly into Nicaragua visa-free from anywhere in the world and then transit to the United States. They have become the point of entry for people from all over the world, because you come in without any visa. They charge you $1,000 or whatever the going rate is today. And from there, you get on the migratory route and into the United States. They have been direct contributors to the migratory crisis we face at our southern border. And the third is the Nicaraguans have basically invited the Russians to establish a military naval presence in Nicaragua, in our hemisphere. That poses a threat to our national security. That needs to be addressed. Venezuela, sadly, is not governed by government. It's governed by a narco-trafficking organization that has empowered itself of a nation state. And we have seen, I believe, upwards of 7, 8, 9 million Venezuelans have just left the country. More are expected to leave. I was in strong disagreement with the Biden administration because they got played the way that I knew they would get played. They entered into negotiations with Maduro. He agreed to have elections. The elections were completely fake. They leveraged migration against us to get those concessions. And now they have these general licenses where companies like Chevron are actually providing billions of dollars of money into the regime's coffers. And the regime kept none of the promises that they made. So all that needs to be re-explored. Because in Venezuela, you have the Russian presence, you have a very strong Iranian presence. The Iranians, in fact, are exploring, or in fact, are beginning to build drone factories for the manufacture of Iranian drones in our own hemisphere. Not to mention the long practice of the Venezuelan regime of providing real but illegitimate passports to operatives for Hezbollah in our own hemisphere. And lastly, and I leave it lastly to Cuba because it's one that's been more enduring, the problem in Cuba basically is that despite being a communist regime and Marxism not working, is that they've decided, and they thought what they would do is that they would create this holding company. It's called Gaesa. It is a company that they own by the Cuban military, and that holding company owns everything that makes money in Cuba. If it makes money in Cuba, they own it, and it generates revenue for them. The Miami Herald just did an expose on Gaesa. And while you have electrical blackouts and you have all these other problems economically in Cuba, Gaesa is sitting on billions of dollars that they've generated for their permanency. We, in 2017, the Trump administration sanctioned Gaesa. Unfortunately, the Biden administration lifted some of those sanctions and restrictions a couple of years ago, which increased the amount of money that they generate through things like manipulating.
Has the Biden administration ever did anything good?
They were rescinding all of the
Because
sanctions.
all I have seen for the last 4 years
You can do business with an
is the horrible stuff
but you cannot. It's the regime
that our administration
do business with
is doing,
owned by that government-run
including what Biden just did.
Now, the new administration is not bound by that.
And he made it sound good
Ultimately, the reality, the moment of truth is arriving.
when he gave the people that lost everything in the LA fires
They are now living on 20 and 21-hour
a check for $770. So they can get immediate shelter and food and water and
to the world. Do they allow
prescriptions.
the individual Cuban to have control over their economic
I'll tell you right now,
destiny, even though it threatens the security and stability of the regime? Or do they
that's $770 when it goes for a hotel room.
Of a fourth world country that's
When the average hotel room
lost 10% of its population in the last
in LA is about $150.
And that's a dynamic that they're
It's only
facing
going to be
right
a few
now.
days.
I hope that they will choose the path of empowering the individual Cuban, so then the individual Cuban has the ability to deal with the peoples of virtually every other country.
And
able to do at least once in the last 6
there's a
years.
lot of medication
And that is elect their leaders. Vote for
that $770 wouldn't even touch.
The Cuban people have no idea what it's like to have an authority figure or someone in charge of power, like I am as a U.S. Senator, sitting here having to answer questions from his colleagues, and also having to have people in the back screaming and protesting against you. You can't do that to a Cuban official. You can't question their decisions. The Cuban people have never been able to participate in a political process for almost 70 years now. And they're entitled to that as much as the people of Colombia and Argentina and Paraguay and Peru and virtually every other country in the region has enjoyed.
So let's assume you have this job, you're confirmed, you have the job for 4 years. What would your definition of success be?
With regards to generally?
Your job.
The alignment of our foreign policy to our national interests has been defined, the security, prosperity of the American people. And that's it. And by the way, I would define that as success for the country. What I would define as success for the State Department is not just that alignment, but making the State Department highly relevant again. Sadly, and I think I've shared this with you in some of our meetings with many of my colleagues, what has happened over the last 20 years under multiple administrations is the influence of the State Department has declined at the expense of other agencies and also at the expense of national security councils, because it takes so long for the State Department to take action. And so increasingly you stop getting invited to the meetings and you start getting, they stop
It takes so
talking to you,
long for anything to happen in our government,
so we want the State
except
Department to be
for
relevant,
them
and it
wanting
should be, because
people
the
to
State
pay their
Department
taxes.
has a plethora of talented people who are subject matter experts and who have skills in diplomacy, and it's not being fully utilized because increasingly on issue after issue, we've seen the State Department marginalized because of internal inertia, because of the way the structure works. So we have to be able to we have to be at that table when decisions are being made, and the State Department has to be a source of creative ideas and effective implementation. So I would define making the State Department relevant again in the setting of our foreign policy is critical. And I think that's something
Sounds
maybe
good
is
to
not as
me.
perceived by the general public as it is by those of us who watch it on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Rosen.
Well, thank you, Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, for holding this hearing and for welcoming me to the committee. You know, I'm joining this committee at a challenging time for the global community, from conflicts with Iranian proxies in the Middle East to Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, growing tensions with China, a genocide in Sudan, and so much more. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to find bipartisan solutions to these problems. And I also want to thank you, Senator Rubio, your family that's here, and those that couldn't be here, for working with me over the last 6 years and your service to our nation. And I'd like to congratulate you again on your nomination. And I'm going to move on. I just want to make a quick statement, because ensuring the United States remains a steadfast supporter of Israel, I know, is one of your top priorities and one of mine. And throughout your time in the Senate, you've been one of Israel's most unwavering supporters. I want to thank you for supporting Israel. I look forward to working with you to ensure
Here's
that the
something.
U.S.-Israel security partnership remains ironclad and that
I wish I would have been
remains
counting
unconditional. And I want to
how
thank you
many
for your
times they
response to
say
the
Ukraine
hostage question.
versus how many times they've said Israel.
Wix gives you the freedom
Because
to
I
tell your
guarantee
story.
they've said
Reached an agreement. I
Ukraine
hope all the hostages, we hope to hear that confirmation
at
soon.
least double
But
the amount of time that they
nevertheless,
said
these
Israel.
issues must remain a top priority for the committee going forward. So I'm going to just move over to talking about Abraham Accord, speaking of going forward, because despite the immense challenges that you've addressed posed by October 7th, the Abraham Accords have ushered in new forms of cooperation between Israel and countries in the Middle East and North Africa. As one of the founders and co-chairs of the bipartisan Senate Abraham Accords Caucus, I firmly believe the U.S. should continue building on the accords by deepening people-to-people ties, soft diplomacy, if you will, and widening the circle of partnerships with Israel to new countries. So, Senator Rubio, I know you've touched on this briefly, but if confirmed, how will you support the growth of the Abraham Accords to new countries generally, and specifically, maybe try to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia?
Well, thank you. I think those are important points. A couple things that have come up.
No
that are
country
important
wants to
points.
work
The
with
first is, and I'll
Israel.
point this again because we just don't know. It's a new development. But I think we should not underestimate or understate the potential historic opportunities that exist right now with what's happened very unexpectedly for most in Syria, what's happened in Lebanon, the weakening of Iran and of its Shia crescent of destabilization in the region. These are extraordinary opportunities that I think lend themselves to an era of diminishing insecurity, not total the elimination of it, but enough security that it opens the door for agreement on other topics. Critical to that is the potential of a Saudi normalization with Israel. And I think that, as part of a broader context of the Abraham Accords, I think would be historic in nature, and I think provide extraordinary benefits to the world and help bring a level of stability and peace to an area that, frankly, has not had it, one could say, for thousands of years, but certainly in my lifetime. You talk about what we could do to build on it. I think the most important part of any arrangement of countries that enter into these agreements that historically have been difficult is there has to be a benefit to it. They have to perceive that there's a benefit to it, particularly among themselves. Like, what is the benefit to a country? What benefits will Saudi Arabia derive from being in recognition of Israel and vice versa. And I could think of a variety of things, whether it's advances in what their investments in high tech and how Saudi Arabia wants to diversify its own economy, the ability of cross investments, and also, frankly, of security. Because for the foreseeable future, I think most anticipate that there will be a mutual threat from Tehran. It may not be openly stated as a military alliance, but it's certainly a security, certainly one that I think they both have a mutual interest in, and which I think the U.S. could be a very strong partner in providing those assurances as well. So I do think there's a real opportunity to expand it, and it won't be without irritants. There's no doubt about it. There won't be without irritants. That we're still going to have some issues with UAE or Saudi Arabia, but we also have to be pragmatic enough to understand what an enormous achievement it would be if, in fact, not just you get a ceasefire, but you actually, that leads to the opening, the opportunity of a Saudi-Israeli partnership and joint recognition. What that would mean to the region is historic.
And you've talked about potential opportunities going forward. And we talk about maybe not just with other countries, but how does the private sector get involved in creating building and sustaining the normalization in areas of water insecurity, power insecurity, healthcare, technology? We know that there are ways that we can do this. They have been doing it. How does the private sector feed into this?
I think from an economic and development perspective, they're the linchpin of it. I think one of the things that could come about as a result of an agreement between the Saudis and the Israelis is that companies and institutions in both countries would now be open and able to invest in and or partner in the economies of each other. So the Israelis, as an example, have made extraordinary advances in agricultural production. Because of geographic constraints, they've had to be incredibly creative and nonetheless have been able to, and I think the Saudis would benefit from that greatly. Likewise, I think that we know as a startup nation that the technological capabilities and advances is made in Israel, and that I think would be
as a resident of the state of Arizona.
In reverse is I think some of the energy
the Saudis can
provide some of the financing for
eat
projects
a bag of
together
dicks.
on. The linchpin of all of these is private sector.
What am I talking about?
But without the governmental
Oh,
or without the government creating the path.
Saudi Arabia has a lot of cattle.
Because of diplomatic relations, that's what opens.
And here in Arizona,
hasn't been able to happen. This would open the door.
they've leased land to put these alfalfa farms in
on this theme because, of course, a lot
that
of this,
are
also has a nexus with
alfalfa needs a whole lot of water.
Of course, anti-Semitism domestically and abroad.
Well, Arizona's a
I
desert.
probably founded the Senate, the first ever Senate.
But Arizona's got a lot of groundwater. So what they did is they drilled these wells
member of the task force,
so they can water their alfalfa, so they can harvest the alfalfa and send it back to their country so their cattle can eat it.
ensures a special envoy in their
If you
office
think I'm pulling your chain, look it up.
So I know
Type in
about this,
Saudi Arabia,
like I said,
alfalfa, and
before.
Arizona,
Your commitment that you'll work
and
with
you
the
will
White House
see
to
videos
two
on it.
things. Quickly nominate a qualified candidate to be special envoy. Quickly and qualified. We really need to get somebody on board.
Yes, and I think it needs to be someone that has
Because they're not allowed to grow it in Saudi Arabia because it takes too much water.
There was I don't know if it was a study or a survey or
So they come to the U.S. and do it.
It's really disturbing. I think it said 60% of people on Earth hold anti-Semitic views, according to this poll, or in 60% of the country.
Me personally, I don't think any foreign country should be able to own any land in the U.S. or lease any land in the U.S. for whatever reason. And I don't give a rat's ass if you can't, plant a crop that your country needs in your country because you ain't got the natural resources for it. So you want to come over here and, use all of our natural resources for your own country. Because now here in Arizona, we have farms running dry. Because, say, a farmer's well here in Arizona goes down 100 feet. They had plenty of water for years. drilling down 100 feet. Well, the Saudis come in and they drill down 200 feet. So now they're sucking that groundwater down so low that these farmers that their wells only go 100 feet, they can't get water now. Because the Saudis are taking it all for their use to grow alfalfa so they can feed cattle in their country.
Know that the first Trump administration.
It's like another thing. Our federal government doesn't want us to have TikTok. It's a Chinese app. But look up how much farmland China owns in the U.S. It will blow your mind. So how can China own farmland in the U.S., but the Chinese app TikTok is bad?
And we got that 56 minutes went awfully fast. There you go. I yield back, Mr.
Time
Chairman.
flies.
You yield back all 8 seconds.
Yes.
Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can barely see you down there.
I know. I was there one time.
They had to extend the dais, so.
How much farmland does China own in the U.S.?
Big boys and girls table. So, Senator Rubio, it's great to see you. I have complete confidence in your ability to lead the State Department.
All right, here we go.
Inspired choice.
You can Google this if you want. According to a 2021 report by the Department of Agriculture, China owns 384,000 acres of American agricultural land. Ownership, which jumped by 30% from 2019 to 2020. 300, so it's probably 400,000 acres now.
Community in the Rio Grande Valley and elsewhere. We've had I've talked to Secretary Blinken about this. We've written letters.
How many square miles are in 400,000 acres?
Your commitment to work with us.
400,000 acres is 625 square miles.
625 square miles.
Won't do it voluntarily to look for leverage and ways we can persuade them to do what they obligation to do, which is to release water on a timely basis.
But TikTok is bad.
The reasons why we need to do that is twofold. The first is because it has real implications.
Even though our federal government still gets to use it, still gets to monitor it.
The second is because I think this become part of a pattern, and I would argue part of a pattern in a number.
And if you think I'm joking,
but in particular,
scroll up.
arrangements with Mexico,
I left a comment.
You can strike any deal you want or sign any document you want.
The
but if you're
proof
not
is
willing
in that TikTok comment.
you are encouraging others to get away with the same thing. And at the same time, you're undermining the willingness of people to commit to enter into agreements in the future. And this has become we've seen it with USMCA, frankly. We've seen it with a variety of other commitments that have been made by partners in other parts of the world. And we're seeing it with this treaty. Where there is a treaty, they have obligations under it and they don't seek to meet it. And it's part of the broader challenge that I alluded to in my opening statement, which is we've entered this era where we've entered into all these international arrangements, but oftentimes they've been weaponized against us, either through non-compliance or through creative reinterpretation. And that extends.
I tell you, if I was any other country, there ain't no way in hell I would sign a treaty with the U.S. government. And why? How many treaties did the Indians make with the U.S. government? That the U.S. government was just like, yeah, never mind.
Here in the United States, but also in Mexico. But I worry a little bit about some of the unintended consequences. For example, does that create some new category of asylum, perhaps, for...
Father God, today, in the authority of the Holy Spirit, we come now to present to America 10 covenants God made with man, that our nation may long endure, because we must be built on the Word of God to survive.
Wow.
and drugs writ large, as you can imagine.
To that I
And
say
I think,
amen.
pose a grave danger in the process of trafficking people, trafficking terrorists into the
And
United
yes,
States.
I do
So they are
believe in
terrorist laws in
God.
nature. What I said
How
was
the hell do you think
that
I'm
whether
still
it's that
alive?
designation or some new designation that we create,
8 heart
it is
attacks and 2
important that they be
strokes.
identified for what they are. I also
And I'm
pointed to
still
something you
here.
just alluded to in your question, and that is they pose a grave risk to Mexican sovereignty.
I've also been shot at point blank twice. Stabbed in my arm. Still got the mark. Let me make it all big for you guys to see. Right there. I got a nice little stab wound in my arm. 6-inch blade went into my arm. They had to go in there and sew all the veins and stuff back up. I'm still here.
Cooperatively
I
with
shouldn't
Mexico
be.
to address, because it's in their interest as well as ours. Ultimately, I do not think I
But
speak
my
for
late
everyone to
wife
say that you can expect
was a
President Trump
pastor.
will do whatever it takes to
Yeah,
secure
blows everybody's mind.
the United States of America.
Why
and the
did she
American people
become a
from the threats that they
pastor?
pose. But it is my
For the
sincerest
simple
hope, and
fact
frankly, I
we
think the
couldn't
most
find
productive outcome would be if
a
we would do such a
single pastor to marry us in a bar. The bar that we met at, the bar that we worked in. They wouldn't marry us. So my wife became an ordained minister. And she could spit Bible verses better than most preachers. She knew the Bible inside and out. And she baptized me. And it changed the way I see everything. So I know where I'm going when my heart finally stops.
Lobbyists that work here in Washington, D.C., that actually represent foreign nations, that unbeknownst to members of Congress, they're actually advocating not on behalf of the American people and American interests, but on behalf of the interests of foreign nations. Now, there is a loophole called the Lobbyist Disclosure Act, which is frankly weak sauce when it comes to providing the kind of transparency that we need. Anytime somebody shows up in your office and is advocating for something purporting to represent American interests, but in fact is there motivated by and being paid by a foreign interest to advocate their interest, is that something that you would be willing to work with us to further reform and refine?
Yes, and as you know from our times.
All right, here's the way to fix that problem. Make being a lobbyist illegal. No more lobbyist. Then you ain't got to worry about who they're really getting paid by. You were to stop lobbyists, DC'd be a much better place.
When in fact it's furthering the interest of a foreign entity. And then the
And
third,
stop
and it's one that I don't think gets talked about enough, and it is
having
covered
all
by
these
the
bills
Southeast
where
and
they're all
CERN,
combined.
is some of the most effective and
Single
vociferous
item
lobbyists on behalf of
bills.
Chinese interests in the United States for a long
Like
time.
TikTok wouldn't be on the verge of
Were
being banned
corporations who had a pretty good deal going
if
in
it
China
wasn't
when
for
it
that
comes to
rhino,
manufacturing and the like,
Mike
who
Johnson,
come here and argue in favor
combining
of those
it
policies
with a
that
bunch of
favor
other crap
China. And by the way, China would
that
weaponize
people
that openly. They
that
would, in
didn't want to
fact, bring
vote for the
in
TikTok
CEOs
ban
of corporate America and encourage them to go back to
voted
talk to the
for
Chamber
it
of Commerce
because
and tell them they better not do
of
that,
all
because
this
if
other
they do,
stuff.
companies like yours are not going to do very well in China. And that was weaponized against us too.
Sorry, but
That's
if
not
your
illegal, but it's
single
also
item bill
troubling and
won't
something we have to
pass,
have our eyes open to as well as we move forward.
then maybe that single item
That's
bill
a perfect segue
doesn't
into my
need
last
passed.
question, and this has to do with outbound investment transparency. As you know, the Senate has passed legislation providing for a reporting requirement for American companies who are investing in China. It's not a prohibition. It's merely a disclosure requirement because the unique circumstances that you're well aware of that China provides. There is no division between civilians or the private sector and government. Under Chinese law, the private sector, so-called private sector, is required to share any and all information that might be of use to the People's Liberation Army or to the Chinese intelligence intelligence agencies. And it is not a stretch to say that due to the tactics of people like, or strategies really, of people like Deng Xiaoping, who said, hide your motives and bide your time, we've seen massive U.S. investment in China, which has not only helped them rebuild their economy, which is fine, but
What the
more
hell is up with
ominously,
Ted Cruz?
rearm their
You see him
military,
over there?
modernize their military so that
That
they become a
motherfucker
threat
sound
not
asleep.
only to their neighbors in the region,
And
but to
yes,
the
I
world
said
peace.
motherfucker.
We can all imagine
Ted Cruz is a fucking rhino, everybody.
which
Remember what he said
China
about
decides
Trump?
to take Taiwan, which President Xi said he's committed to do. So I
Look,
think
he's sitting there
it makes
sound
sense for
asleep.
us to have more transparency so that as policymakers, we can then figure out what is the right
People
policy.
always
I could care less
gives
whether
Joe
American companies
Biden
want to
crap
build more
about
Burger Kings
sleeping.
or Starbucks in China,
Right
but I
there.
do care
Ted
whether
Cruz,
American companies are investing in
sound
general
asleep.
purpose technology or in ways that would undermine the national security of the United States.
I'm going to say it right now. If your ass can't be awake while doing your job, then your ass doesn't need to do that job. My wife can't sleep at her job. My daughter can't sleep at her job. My daughter's boyfriend, Randy, can't sleep at his job. I don't think anybody can sleep at their job. But there was Ted Cruz, sound asleep. I think if I was Rubio, I would say, hey, can we get old Teddy boy a cup of coffee? Because he's sawing logs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ranking Member Shaheen, welcome the opportunity to work with you in the Congress. Senator Rubio, congratulations on your nomination. If you're watching the hearing, you probably noticed senators coming in and out, and most people understand why that is. But for those who don't, we have a lot of other hearings, a lot of other responsibilities. We get in a queue and kind of know when our questioning time is coming up. I decided that I would show up, albeit 11 minutes late, and stay because this is so important to the country and to me. But I think for those of you who have watched this hearing that was gavelled in at 10, what you've seen is a nominee who is extremely well prepared. We're used to seeing nominees who know a lot about a couple of things and sometimes who know very little about virtually everything. But I think you've seen a hearing with a nominee who agree or disagree with the points he's made. He's not talking out of a briefing book. He's not having a thumb through a binder to
Yeah. Go back and watch the Biden nominees. That'll blow your mind. Nobody that Biden nominated was qualified to do their job. Not a single one of them. Look at the health secretary. Way overweight. Doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. But that's the health secretary. You really want to take health advice from a woman or a man or whatever that thing is that couldn't walk the length of a football field?
NATO is something that Congress would want to weigh in on should there ever be
Biden health
a
secretary.
decision by an executive that we should back out of NATO. And I think sending that message from Congress has been a very important thing that has led to.
For those of you that don't
expanding.
know who I'm talking
Finland and
about,
Sweden, where the polling would have been de minimis 10 years ago for joining NATO, are now in. And I think a strong message.
that's
from
the
Congress is part
Biden
of it.
health
Obviously,
secretary.
failure of Russia is a huge part of it, but a strong message of congressional support is part of it. I'm particularly proud that
Yeah.
the Virginia National Guard has now struck a deal under the partnership.
Would you want to take health
We are partners with
advice
military in Finland.
from
very capable
that,
military.
whatever it is?
Exercises of the Virginia Guard with the Finnish military will start next month. I'm very excited about that.
Just
The second
saying.
reason I was particularly gratified to see.
Or would you
Senator
rather
Bush
take advice
nominate
from
President Bush
RFK
because he cares
Jr.,
about the Americas. I cast my
the guy
first
that's
vote in a
built like a
presidential
brick
election
shit
in
house?
1976. I have not seen a single administration
Democratic or
RFK
Republican,
Jr. shirtless.
that has devoted enough attention to the Americas. We devote attention to it in a time of crisis and then move our attention elsewhere. It seems like secretaries of state have often thought that the world only has an east-west axis and not a north-south axis. And Senator Booker addressed that.
I'd rather take
his
health
questions around the
health
attention that should be paid
advice
by the United States to Africa.
from
I feel
that man.
Very strongly about the Americas. I don't have to ask Senator Rubio.
And for those of you that don't know,
gauge his interest and attention level.
RFK
Everyone who comes
Jr. is
before the
69
committee
years old
tells us they're really interested in the Americas. Only
and
to
looks
find
like
they end up
that.
spending all their time somewhere else. I don't have to.
I can
ask
do
that
push-ups
question
and
this
pull-ups
campaign
and
to
everything.
know that he has a passion about the nations.
But
that
wait
are
till
our
he comes
nearest
up on
nation,
here.
passion about the nations
They're going to
that are so
ridicule
connected to
everything.
us in our
Why?
cultural roots and in our family ties.
Because
And it is so important. not
Kennedy
just
wants
because
to
China and other nations are now
overhaul
getting into the area. I don't want to
the
have the
FDA.
New Monroe doctrine that we only care about it to keep Europe out
He
of
wants
it.
to get
We
rid
care
of every
about it
food
to
dye.
keep China out of it. We ought to be paying attention because we're connected to these nations, and things will go better for us if things go better for
Our
them.
food
So
isn't supposed
for
to be
you,
brightly
Senator Rubio, I'm
colored.
very, very happy that you're nominated for this position. Two
Look at a bag
comments
of Fruit
then
Loops
one particular question.
sold in
One, the
Europe.
status of career ambassadors.
Look at a bag of Fruit Loops sold here.
It is a norm for every administration to ask ambassadors to tender their resignation.
The bag of Fruit Loops sold in Europe,
The norm for the political
very
ambassadors
dull
to be
because they use natural coloring,
politely let go the day that the new administration
not
comes to
red
place.
dye
I think
number
that's an
40 and
expectation that everybody has. We get
yellow dye and
the
green
career
dye and shit.
ambassadors that are in place, they have been asked to tender their resignations to the incoming administration, and that's normal. But I would hope that the administration would consider, if their career, keeping him in place until their successors are ready. Because to swap out a career ambassador for a career charge does not advance our ability in any way to operate in nations. There is a cachet that
All right.
comes with being a confirmed.
How about we just stop having career politicians? Period. Because I don't like the term career and ambassador or senator or congressman. You guys do realize that there's a congresswoman from Texas. You know, big, everything's bigger in Texas, you know, red, white, and blue Texas. That was missing for 6 months. That was found in a home like where my wife works. What kind of home is that, you ask? For people with Alzheimer's, dementia, where their brain isn't working anymore. She's still receiving a paycheck from the American taxpayer while she is in a assisted living like dementia home. Yeah, she should have been right in and there.
Nation shouldn't be at war.
And if you
without
think
a
I'm
vote of
joking,
Congress,
look
except
it
in the
up, everyone.
instances of imminent self-defense. And I will do that because I have done that under President
Congresswoman from Texas found in
Senator
a
Rubio,
dementia
now a
home.
question. And you alluded to this very briefly in one of the comments that you made about the nation of Paraguay. Not only do we not devote enough attention to the Americas, but when we do, we devote attention to the headaches. And the headaches abound in the Americas and elsewhere. And so we've talked about Haiti, a problem. We've talked about Venezuela, a problem.
Yeah, you think I'm
So
joking.
often we don't pay attention to lift up, elevate, provide resources to celebrate.
I
the
don't talk
nations in
about
the
shit that
Americas
isn't real, everybody.
And so when I travel through the region, and I'm sure you've heard the same
If I
thing,
tell
there are
you
these
that
nations that are doing things
there's a
right, they
light
don't even pay
breeze,
attention to us. Ecuador,
it's
who is a
65
pro-China government,
degrees
what a pro-
and the
US
sun
government.
is shining
All they wanted was a trade deal.
in
We want to be
Mesa,
close to the
Arizona
United
right
States. We're the
now.
only nation on the
You
Pacific
could take
coast of
that to the
Americas that doesn't have a
bank.
trade deal with the United States. This administration, I've been critical about the Biden administration, didn't do anything to advance that cause. Talk to us about some of the nations in the Americas that you think are doing things right and what we ought to do to help those nations, because we'll be much more likely to spread the right if there are other nations in the region that are doing better and better and better than if we're just trying to lecture people about how to improve.
Well, just as a general matter, one of the things that's always struck me is that the region, and then maybe this is true in other parts of the world as well, but particularly in the region, it's almost better to be America's adversary or enemy than friend, because there's the impact of friendship or the benefits of friendship are not tangibly clear to a lot of them. And you know, I've
Why
seen that
isn't it
expressed time and
there?
again
Look,
over multiple years.
that's the
it's easy to
camera
bring
in my
attention to a
window.
headache. You're going to sanction, you know, some country
Look
that's
how
not
nice it
acting
is.
in anti-American ways, but the people that are sort of doing it the right way or want to be cooperative, they're ignored, and the countries that are doing it the right way are ignored. So I think there are a number of countries that right now, as we speak, and I always say this with caution because I may not mention one country and they say, well, they left us out, but I just want to point to a few that I think are present and clear for us. You mentioned one with Ecuador.
And
Ecuador was actually left out
64
because at
degrees.
the time, the people in charge didn't want to be a part of anything with
I
us.
don't tell lies on my
They're facing
channel.
some real security threats that are unique to Ecuador's history. And they're facing these threats because you've got violence. and
I've
gangs
said
coming over from
all the
Colombia's
time,
border and then pushing up through Ecuador as a transit
if
country.
you
but these
find a
gangs are getting
video
enough fights
that
in the gangs and to the point where last year there was
is
a
it
real
true
threat to
that
the
I
stability
did,
of the government, where they took over
prove me
television
wrong.
stations and things of this, these armed elements.
I
And there's a
will
lot we can do.
make
have
an
done, but
apology
can
video
do.
saying
Not a
I
lot, we're
was
not talking about a
wrong
lot of money.
and
We're not
so
even
and
talking
so
about money
proved
in
me
many
wrong.
cases, just equipment to help them at least to
I've
restore
been
some
doing
sense of
YouTube
stability. The other thing that
for
Ecuador, these are just
6.5
off-topics,
years.
but I think they're all relevant. Ecuador
Yeah, if
faces
you
very
look when I
significant
started this
challenges
channel
with
up,
illegal fishing off
it
their
doesn't
coast
show that.
by Chinese
But
fishing
this
fleets
isn't
who
my
violate
first
their
Broken
territorial
Patriot
waters
channel.
on an almost daily basis, and massive
My first one
quantities,
got
an
banned.
ecological crisis as well.
Why?
That's a country that can use our help.
Because I was
tremendously.
talking
I
about
think
the
about the
governor of
Dominican Republic. We
Arizona.
don't talk about the Dominican Republic enough, and they face a real challenge.
You can't
because
talk
they
about
have money
her.
next door. They were also one of the countries
She's
that emerged from COVID the
protected.
fastest, and not just because of the tourism returned quicker there, and they've really been able to do some positive things. I think
And no
Argentina,
YouTube, I didn't mention
I
her
know
name.
people, some have not met the new president of Argentina. This is a serious, well-trained economist. I would not, if you sit down and talk to him for a few minutes, he has real clear ideas about economic development and is doing some really necessary things in terms of restructuring the direction of Argentine economics in a way that I think is very positive.
Can I just say to every other nation out there that thinks you're a good guy?
I was going to turn 26 and lose my mom's coverage, so I need to find my own plan.
Guys, and let's help them do better and better and better and be good examples in the region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent point, Senator Key. Excellent point. Senator Curtis, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. It's great to be with you today. Great to be on this committee. Senator Rubio, for the last 7 years, from a distance of about 600 feet, that's what separates the House chamber and the Senate chamber, I've watched and admired your work from a distance. And on a few, but very fortunate times, I've
Boy, these people are kissing Rubio's ass.
supporting Taiwan and protecting Hong Kong
Damn.
as we work together on some legislation. Now, in a twist of events, I sit not far from where you once sat, and there's another symbolic 600 feet between us, between the State Department and the Senate. And I'm excited to work with you in your new role. And I would like to continue to be wind at your back on a lot of issues, and none more important to me than China.
Did that guy just say he's sitting 600 feet away from Rubio right now?
Please know that that's very important to me. And
Oh, look, everybody. Ted Cruz woke up.
Of China, and in many ways,
good job, Teddy boy.
Push for military and economic supremacy.
But you can see he's
is a threat
fighting to stay awake.
China is imposing it's what they call China One Principle.
He's having a hard time staying awake.
From our China policy. Can you kind of describe how we can push back
Oh
on
my
that
God.
and how we need to make sure we're shaping that conversation?
Yeah, and well, the first is to understand that the one China policy is, and the U.S. policy towards the issue of Taiwan has been consistent and reaffirmed by every administration since 1979. And it is the combination of the Taiwan Relations Act with the 6 assurances that make clear that the United States.
And I get crap every time I talk about Ted Cruz.
We're not going to tell you when we're going to stop it ever.
But I remember what he said
them in their national defense.
when Trump was getting impeached.
And frankly, we are going to do everything, and we reject any effort to coerce, intimidate.
When he said that Trump should be impeached.
To do whatever China wants them to do. And that's been our position, and that will continue. That was the position under President Trump's first administration. And
Ted Cruz saying Trump should be impeached.
I think within that context, it's important for us to find every opportunity possible to allow Taiwan to engage in international forums where important issues are discussed, and they're not represented. Irrespective of what China claims about one China principle, they're not represented. And so the views there need to be made. They need to have an opportunity in these forums to be made clear. But I think stability is critically important. Here's the one thing I would point to here with regards to stability. If the Chinese are in fact serious about stabilizing U.S.-China relations and finding avenues of which we can be cooperated and avoid conflict, then they will not do anything rash or irrational when it comes to Taiwan or the Philippines for that matter. The actions they are taking now are deeply destabilizing. They are forcing us to take counteractions because we have commitments to the Philippines.
Ted Cruz saying Trump is
commitments to
guilty.
Taiwan that we intend to keep. And so if they want to destabilize the relationship, or they want to at least create some
Oh man, sorry everyone.
them, even as we remain engaged in global competition and in some cases more adversarial than others, they really need to stop messing around with Taiwan.
Oh man,
it's forcing us to focus our attention in ways we prefer not to have to.
As a matter of interest, I actually lived in Taiwan in August of 1979, 3 months after that act that you referred to, and I think you're very accurate. I think for a minute about Europe, and there's some countries it feels like in Europe because of their presence, Poland, Czech Republic, and politics that are more in tune.
Oh
with
my
this
God.
issue. But as a whole, it feels like some European nations are in denial of some of the things you've just said. You talk a little bit about how we work with our NATO friends over there and how we get them to appreciate this and actually play a part in this.
Well, I think in the case of NATO, I think I would expand it.
I know I saw that video because I was live when I saw it.
Of the threat
Ted Cruz was sitting there
mercantilist policies and unfair trade policies are posing.
and
They are flooding
threw Donald Trump under the bus.
There's a dispute now about
and then drove the bus over him.
Sector after sector, you're seeing the EU.
I was
the
shocked.
By the same token, they're like many countries around the world, including ours to some extent.
And I'm sorry, everyone.
There is an intermeshing economic relations.
You throw my fat ass under the bus.
But you also recognize the long-term threat the Chinese practices.
I don't forgive or forget.
I think that's an area in which the Europeans are some more.
My first wife,
aware and willing to be more
after she cheated on me,
willing to lean into it more than perhaps
we got divorced.
In the region.
Like a year later, was after she called me all these horrible things in court.
Let's leave Taiwan out of it for a
moment. And
the Philippines. Okay.
Called me all these horrible things to all of my friends, which a lot of them were like, he didn't do that because he was at work during that time.
Rightfully so. We've seen
she wanted me back.
Harassment and so forth, but on a daily basis.
I flat out told her with a whole bunch of friends standing there watching us, so I had witnesses.
The impact that will have on the entire
that
globe,
there's no way in hell that I would ever get back with her.
So they have a
I don't understand people that are married, they get divorced,
but also point to the
and then they get remarried.
What the Russians have done with Ukraine would not have been possible without the assistance of China.
Really?
Whether it's the sharing of technology, or
that would be like you working for a company, you getting fired from the company, and then you coming back and reworking for the company. A company that fired you.
And the Europeans know this, and they need to be reminded of it because it reveals the nature of who we're dealing with.
That was actually my next question, so I'm going to skip that one, but thank you for addressing that. I want to turn to Hong Kong. I mentioned I lived over in that area. And
Ted is tired. Woo! Look at old Teddy boy.
As a business,
hang on, Ted. I will hold you up, bro.
My product over there in Hong Kong. I've been over there a number of times as a tourist and just enjoyed that beautiful city. And unfortunately, today none of that's possible.
Oh, he is hurting.
My rest over there because of the work in the house that I've done over there.
Oh, Teddy boy's tired.
About, the role there,
sitting there,
and what's even worse is Hong Kong's now playing a role in facilitating sanctions evasion and money.
Now, right up, see,
and, can you address?
He's
that
like, oh.
Well, I think it's important to take 30 seconds down.
Lane.
Hong Kong was turned
did I fall asleep? Yes, you did, Teddy boy.
Assurances that it would remain autonomous and independent would be
And is
government,
anybody going to
would
talk
be
about
democracy, there would
Ted
be
Cruz
free enterprise, they would be left alone.
falling asleep?
That's the promises they made. They
Oh, I
violated
am.
over time, they violated every promise.
Let
That
me
is,
clean the lens
they
off of my
basically broke the deal.
phone here.
Just like they lied about all the island chains that they said they weren't going to populate and militarize, and they have done so as well. And so
So when
today,
he
we
does it
cannot
again,
consider Hong Kong
I'll have it
to
on
be a terrorist
camera
anymore. It is
so I
not.
can make a
It is
video
now
out of
under
it.
the full control, especially on national security matters, of Chinese authorities. And it should not be surprising to us that these deeply rooted banking institutions that are in Hong Kong, who long have served as financial capital on the global scale, are now being used to the benefit of the Communist Party and to evade global sanctions. And I think there has to be a growing recognition of that. I also think it's important to remind those sectors in finance that are still involved there that the Chinese national security now that's now been implemented in Hong Kong allows them
Now, I've
to
had
go like
people
the
say,
machine to
are
basically
you
trump up any each other,
Republican
walk
or a
into your
Democrat?
offices, raid the boxes, see all your
I'm
files,
America
threaten to derail
first,
you, and they've done so in
and
some
do
cases.
your
So it's no
freaking
longer a
job.
hospitable place for people
If
that
you're
come
an
from
elected
all over.
official,
So I think we have to call it for what it is. The notion that Hong Kong is now
you're
some
hired by we the people
entity that operates
to
within
do a
our
job.
system, but independent
If
of
you
it and
can't
makes
do that
makes
job
makes a
without
complete windfall.
falling asleep,
Yeah, and I hate to, I want one more quick question, but I also want to
then
point out, before we go on, how good it could have been for Hong Kong.
you
if
don't
China
need
had
to
that agreement.
have
I think
said
that'd be a whole
job.
lot better for China. Last question as we run out of time. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation about Panama in the news. Can you talk about the Chinese influence in the Panama Canal,
Yeah,
what Americans should know?
Well, let me tell you, I actually didn't print a lot of, things to read like verbatim here, but there's one that I thought was interesting that I wanted to share, and I'm not going to put it out there for everybody, but the whole thing, but maybe I'll submit it for the
We
record.
should have
But I
never
just went through it.
gave
This thing with
the
Panama
Panama Canal
is not new. I visited there
to Panama.
2016. I think I've
We should have
consistently
never
seen
done
people
that,
express concern about it, and it's encapsulated here in quote after quote. Let me tell you,
because then we wouldn't be
former U.S.
talking about it
ambassador who
right
served,
now.
under President Obama said the Chinese see in Panama what we saw in Panama throughout the
Who
20th
gave the
century,
Panama
a
Canal to
maritime
Panama?
aviation logistics hub. The
President Jimmy
leading
Carter.
past head of U.S. Southern Command, General Laura Richardson, said, I was just in Panama about a month ago and flying along
Yeah.
the Panama Canal and looking at the state-owned enterprises from the People's Republic of China on each side of the Panama Canal. They look like civilian companies or state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability. We see questions that were asked by the ranking member in the House China Select Committee, where he asked a witness and they agreed that in a time of conflict, China could use its presence on both ends of the canal as a choke point against the United States in a conflict situation. So
Shut the door.
the concerns about Panama.
What's that going to do to our
Both sides of the aisle for at least the entire
economy?
time that I've been in the United States.
Cripple
and only
it.
accelerated further. This is
Why?
a very legitimate issue that we face.
For the exact reason why we built the Panama Canal.
Looked at the legal research
Because without the Panama Canal,
to suspect that
ships got to go all the way down and around and back up.
violated because while technically sovereignty over the canal has not been turned over to a foreign power, in
Which
reality,
means
foreign
that
power today possesses
the price of goods that would
their
normally
companies,
cross
we know
the
we're not gonna
Panama
win,
Canal
the ability to turn
are probably
canal
going to
into a choke
triple
point in a moment of
because the
conflict, and that is a
shipping
direct
cost
threat to the national
is
security
going to go
of the United
sky
States.
high.
And it's particularly galling given the fact that we paid for it and that 5,000 Americans died making it. That said, Panama is a great partner on a lot of other issues, and I hope we can resolve this issue of the canal and of its security, and also continue to work with them cooperatively on a host of issues we share in common, including what to do with
Thank you.
migration.
Senator, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Senator Rubio, I think that you're right about doing an analysis of the turnover documents. But I think even before that, we ought to do an analysis of the original documents that went into place because they were very strong documents giving us control over a 5-mile wide on each side of the canal path and was very specific. So I think a legal analysis beginning to end is critical. Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member. Senator Rubio, nice to see you again. Thanks for taking the time with me, and thank you for being willing to serve. I want to start with the Pacific Islands. As you know, it's an area of focus of mine, and the Indo-Pacific is look, we've been through several administrations and they all say the same thing. They all talk about the future being in the Indo-Pacific and that it's the most important region in the world. That continues to be true. My concern is that specifically when people talk about the Indo-Pacific, they're mostly talking about China. They may be talking about other East Asian countries, but there's very little conversation about Pacific Island nations. And we've got some
You know what?
auspicious things
If I do
happening, but
this
we've also got some
again,
challenges in front
I
of
got a
us. The
notebook here.
embassy in Kiribati is stalled.
I'm going to
The
put
Solomon
down
Islands, as
China,
you know, are sort of
Ukraine,
making
Israel,
themselves available for PRC military forces.
Africa,
So we passed the Compact of Free Association. It's a bit of
and
a
I'm
mixed
going to start
bag.
making marks.
And I'd like to just hear
Every
your theory of the case
time
here about how to
that
have some
that
continuity. Obviously, it's a new
country is
administration. It's going to be a new
mentioned.
State Department. But I think some of the
And
things
then
that
at the
have
end of the
happened over
live
the
stream,
past
I'll add them all
4
up
and even 8 years in terms of Pacific Island relationships
just to see
has
who
been
got
good
talked
for the
about
United
more.
States of America. So give me your theory of the case, not generally Indo-Asia Pacific, but specifically these small island nations with whom we want stronger ties.
Sure. So I think the first, obviously, is the ability to engage bilaterally with each of these individual nation states, and that opportunity is already there. I think we should continue to build on it, and it's important and bears great fruit. I think the second, and it's an open question, which I certainly want the State Department to look at, and I think policymakers on the Hill need to consider as well, is, we are dialogue partners in the Pacific Island Forum. And the question is whether we are fully utilizing that ability to be at the table in that forum. Now, that forum includes Australia and New Zealand, which are bigger than some of these, but nonetheless important elements of it. And look, I think our expectations of the forum is, and they've had some internal friction with some of the member states, about who's going to lead it and how the succession. So we hope they can work that out. But it's an existing forum, which I think could potentially, as a dialogue partner, provide us the ability to not just engage bilaterally with the individual nation states, but also collectively. And we may not agree on 100 million things, but there might be some things we can do through that forum. At a minimum, have a presence at it at a high enough level that shows our level of commitment and interest has been elevated even further, and then ultimately some real deliverables. I do think that given, again, we keep saying they're small, but they're important both because of geographic location, their presence in international forums, and I do think that whether it's the Millennium Challenge Grant, whether it's through the successor to OPIC, there are opportunities as well to leverage some private sector engagement from the American side and the U.S. side or the broader North American side on some of the, whether it's energy needs or resiliency needs or other development projects that they may have. So I think we have to explore that both bilaterally with individuals by ensuring that we have people there, but also explore whether we are fully utilizing the Pacific Island Forum as a dialogue partner.
We don't need energy.
China engages in debt
Any
trap
foreign
diplomacy,
country.
which can be effective for their
If we would
but
just
it's usually
drill, baby,
out
drill.
eventually. And I think one of the areas where we can provide something that there's no other country that can
I've
provide
been watching a new
in the
show
resilience
on
space in a severe
Paramount
weather context. We're really
called
looking for
Landman.
folks that really know how to prepare for,
Got Billy
respond
Bob
to, and
Thornton.
rebuild from disasters.
And it's
So,
about the Texas
assistance
oil
in aid has
business.
always been helpful in this context. But
Great
that's something we should
show.
continue to focus on. So, staying in the Pacific, and I'm glad you mentioned the Philippines. My theory of the case here is that not that China has decided that its risk appetite is higher, but rather that the things that they are doing are not so risky at all. And that's because we have not been in a position to impose consequences. And I think one of the places where we have a good and growing partnership, and obviously bilateral economic and treaty obligations, is the Philippines. And in addition to the enhanced defense cooperation agreement, and in addition to the Luzon corridor economic partnerships, I'm just wondering how you see that growing democracy, one of our best allies on the planet, how you see that as strategically important for the United States.
Well, I think it's important. First of all, it's always been strategically important for the United States. Obviously, our military presence there diminished greatly as a result of some of the decisions that were made within the Philippines. But now you see a willingness to see us return. Look, we're not looking to militarize the Philippines, and then this is not. I think it would be a mistake to solely view it as a security arrangement. There are long ties between the United States and Philippines that date back to 1899 and the Spanish-American War. And, and so I think it's important to build on that as well. I think there are real economic opportunities that we should be exploring. And so it's one that we need to show us commitment. If I'll be frank, I think where this kind of fell off was, and I'm not getting involved in internal Filipino politics, but I'm telling you, during Duterte, it was a little tougher to work with them. And obviously there's some issue going on there internally as well. I'll leave that to their electorate and their politics to solve. So I think to the extent that over the last few years, you have seen a reinvigoration of American interests, it's not simply driven by the fact that the Chinese are harassing them. It's also driven by the fact that there's been a more welcoming attitude towards our posture and our position there. And that's one that when that opportunity presents itself, we should embrace, but then we need it to show results so that it becomes enduring. In essence, when your engagement with a country leads to economic development, whether it's outbound U.S. investment in the Philippines or what have you, then that becomes enduring. Then it makes it difficult, no matter who's in charge,
Outbound U.S. investment,
because the alliance is more than just
aka
military presence. It also
natural
involves job
resources that country has.
and we need to look for
We
ways to
go
make
over
these
there and
signs
drill
larger.
or
It would be
dig
a
and
mistake to simply view
ship
as
it to the
military or
U.S.
defense alliance.
Absolutely. And coming from Hawaii, it's the people-to-people ties that is the foundation of the relationship for sure. I want to talk to you a little bit about our approach on the Korean Peninsula. And I'm going to say something rather provocative. I think our North Korea policy is broken. I think it's broken on a bipartisan basis. I think CVIT is a fantasy.
Yeah.
I think that
And watch
the
old Donald
Non-Proliferation
J. Trump
Committee wants to hold on to it for reasons
walk
related to
right
other
back over to
countries'
the DMZ
priorities.
and
It's
shake
clear to
Kim
me
Jong Un's hand
that it's
again.
not working. 10 years ago, you would have been laughed out of the room for suggesting that North Korea was able to develop
That was
hypersonic
a
warheads, solid
big
fuel
brass
ICBMs,
balls
submarine-launched
move
ballistic missiles. But
that
all of that
the news
happened.
media
40 launches in
hated.
2024.
The Democrats
More
hated.
launches
'Cause
yesterday.
he's the only
And so
president
I just like you.
that
I
stepped
know you're a
foot
hawk.
on the
I know you're an extreme
demilitarized
supporter
zone.
of sanctions. I never have opposed a sanction against North Korea in my life, but I just think that we need to look at this thing realistically and say, whatever it is that we have been doing, it's not working. These guys keep getting more and more capable. And whatever sacrifices they are making internally in terms of the suffering of their people, they got the technical capacity. Like I remember 10 years ago being told, well, they can do this, but they can't do a nuclear tip. Oh, they can range Guam, but they can't range Hawaii. Oh, they can range Hawaii, but they can't range the continent. They keep meeting and exceeding every technical mark that we think they can't make.
Uh-huh.
And we are attached to a policy that is basically, it doesn't appear to be slowing them down in the least. So is there an appetite for a rethinking of this, in my view, totally failed policy?
And all they
Well, I
got to
think there has to
do,
be an appetite for a very serious look at broader
we have
Korean
NORAD,
policies. And so I think it would be difficult for
Big
me today to come here
Mountain,
and tell you
and
this is going to be the official United States
Colorado
policy moving forward,
Springs,
because I do think because of the
Colorado,
factors you've just pointed to, there's some things
that
that we have to
watches
look at in a broader
everything.
perspective. Now, to his credit, President Trump, and look, I'll be frank, I was one of the people that was very skeptical about it. But he still reached
And
out to Kim Jong-un, walked away from
if
negotiations
North
twice,
Korea
didn't reach something
shoots a
agreement, but here's what
missile
he was able
over,
to achieve in that engagement is he stopped
you know
testing the
all we got to
missiles.
do
That didn't solve that
is
didn't
shoot
start
that
the
son of a
development of the
bitch
program,
down
but at least to calm the situation quite a
and
bit.
then fire
I think what you're
one
alluding to,
right
I'm not
back
saying
over
this is going to be
there.
the policy of the United States, because that policy
Maybe
is set
not
by the
hit
president,
North
and
Korea,
ideally set through a
but
process
maybe
that involves a
drop it
bunch of stakeholders rethinking and being creative
close
about it.
enough to where
But I
it
do
would
think what you're
make
pointing
North
to is the
Korea be
following.
like,
You have
whoa,
a 40-something-year-old
and then
kid
attach a
who has to
message.
figure out how to hold on to power for the rest of his life.
Cool your
Use nuclear
shit,
weapons as his insurance policy to
or the
stay
next
in
missile's
control.
going up Kim Jong
Despite
Un's
it
ass.
means so much to him that no
All
amount
you
of
got to
sanctions has
do.
deterred him from developing that capability,
But
and
oh
in
no,
fact
don't want
has
to
not
do
even
that.
kept him from having the resources to develop it. Unfortunately, recent events now also have them engaged in conflicts
You remember
beyond
when
the Korean
Trump dropped
Peninsula, in
that
fact, providing troops
Moab
and weaponry to
bomb?
the Russians in their effort in Ukraine. And
He got a lot of
so
backlash
all of
for
this,
it from the
so all of this
left.
needs to be taken in conjunction and looking at the policy and seeing
But
what can we now do that
it made a
destabilizes that
point.
situation, that lowers the risk of an inadvertent war.
Hashtag a
South Korea,
very
North Korea,
big point,
maybe including Japan at this
but it
point,
made a
and
point.
ultimately the United States. What can we do to prevent a crisis without encouraging other nation states to pursue their own nuclear weapons program? That's the solution we'd like to
Now,
get to.
see,
And I just didn't bring it in my folder today because we're not ready to deal.
my whole thing about that is, if I was some foreign country, if I was a leader of some foreign country, even Canada, and the U.S. told me I couldn't make nuclear weapons, but the U.S. has got them, I'd be like, then if you can have them, I can have them. Period. If you don't want me or any of the rest of the country to have nuclear weapons, then you shouldn't have them. But the U.S. has always been what's good for me and not for thee.
And tie you up in the basement. We will send a team to pull you out.
Oh, hang on.
As I look back over the last 4 years.
Oh, sorry, I had that muted, but
there are a lot of policies.
I can't believe he just said that. Talk about tying up Rubio in the basement.
I think all of those pale compared to the damage.
Oh my God, are you serious, Ted Cruz?
Over the last 4 years. Over the last 4 years, this administration has systematically undermined and abandoned our allies.
People, if you're on camera, whether it be your YouTube channel, anything, you can't joke about stuff. Why? Because the chances of that joke being taken out of context and making a video, you know, I'm just saying. And I guarantee that whole tied up in the basement comment is going to be on the news in the next couple days, if not tonight, under the title of Ted Cruz wants to tie up Marco Rubio in the basement.
Every initiative it takes has to answer 3 questions. Does it make us
Just
stronger? Does it
saying.
make us stronger, or does it make us more prosperous? And if it doesn't, if the answer is not yes to one of those 3, you're going to have a hard time moving that forward, because that's the priority that the president, and that's the priority that, by the way, voters gave this president when they elected him. You point to a number of things that I think are critically important, and let me, I'll phrase it a different way, but I think we're saying the same thing. We have lost deterrence in multiple theaters around the world. So as an example, and I use this as a small scale example, but it's really an important one. I think of the year was 2020, 2019. The Wagner Group tried to get cute and came after some of Americans operating in Syria. And fire from the sky rained down on them. And that group was pushed back pretty hard. That's deterrence. At that, they threatened us, and they knew what the response would be. I recall
Exactly.
consternation.
You threaten the U.S., we rain fire on
But I can
you.
tell you, it impacted Iranian behavior.
Gets our point across.
No matter how tough they talked.
What I
it impacted their
just
behavior.
said.
I think it's important to reestablish deterrence. And to the
I
extent
mean,
that's been lost for a variety of reasons. The lack
but
of
so many
deterrence is an
people are like,
lack
yeah,
of deterrence is an invitation to hostility. It prevents the very
we
thing
shouldn't.
that we hope to achieve.
We shouldn't walk around carrying a ball bat wrapped in barbed
I
wire.
think we've lost deterrence. And I think in some ways it contributed
But
to what happened in Ukraine.
would you mess
Jim, I know
with
it's
a
very close
person
to you, and you've worked very on it.
walking around with a ball bat wrapped in barbed wire? No, you wouldn't.
Both the NATO summit and at the United Nations.
I
recall the
mean,
United Nations one in particular.
just
President Trump
saying.
said Germany is entirely going to be left dependent on China, on Russia for its energy.
Why do you think there isn't a whole lot
There were
of
diplomats in the hall that were snickering.
violence
That's
on the
exactly right.
national
Because
news
one of the reasons why Putin
happening from Arizona?
because Europe would not push back because they depended on him so much.
Because Arizona
Europe
is a
seems to be calculating.
constitutional
They
carry
moved very
state,
swiftly, particularly the Germans, to diversify their
meaning
energy
that
resources.
you don't know
And
who's
one would
armed and
argue
who's
that we would
not.
never have had that invasion had that dependence not existed, because maybe who would have thought the
You
Europeans
don't know
were
if you
profitable
see
more
me or my wife out in public,
than he
if
anticipated.
we're armed or if
So
we're
I
not,
do think reestablishing deterrence and strength is
or
important.
if you see
because it
my
prevents war,
daughter
and it gives us
out in
leverage in
public,
diplomacy, which
if
where we
she's
hope to
armed or
solve
not.
99.9% of the
You
global
don't know.
disagreements we hope to solve through diplomacy, not through armed conflict.
I think that's very well said. And I want to give several specific examples. Number one, you and I are the only two Cuban American senators. You're about to leave me as a lonely sole member of the Cuban American caucus.
Oh, what?
And
You know, if there are 3 Cubans, they always call it a conspiracy. So
now I have no one to play dominoes with. But look, issues of Cuba, both you and I share family stories of parents who fled oppression and came here seeking freedom. As you know, as you talked about earlier today, this week the administration delisted Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism. I think it was an absolutely shameful and reckless decision. I think it was a political decision on the way out. I think it was designed to hamstring the incoming administration.
All right, here's something that I've been wondering, and I can't find any information about it. Why is the president elected on November 5th? And then you're talking December 5th, January 5th. That's 2 months. 2 months and 15 days before the new president is inaugurated. Why does it take so long? And if it does take that long, for whatever reason, why is the president that's going to be out when the new president gets inaugurated, why is he allowed to do anything? From the time that there's a new president elected, November 5th, November 6th, whatever time the election is, and the new president is picked, why is the old president able to do anything? Because it seems like the only thing that Biden's doing is doing buddy stuff to all of his cronies and just wanting to do a big F you to Trump. Like Trump's been talking drill, baby, drill. And Biden's like, no, we're going to make it to where you can't drill in the Gulf of Mexico. Why does it take 2.5 months for the new president to be inaugurated? I say if we have the election on November 5th, December 5th should be inauguration day. Period. That's 1 month. That's plenty of time for all the bullshit to get figured out to make sure that the person that won the election legitimately won the election. Period. It shouldn't take 2.5 goddamn months.
And nothing that the Biden administration has agreed to in the last 12 or 18 hours binds the next administration, which starts on Monday.
Good. Let's turn to Israel. In the last 4 years, this administration has been the most anti-Israel administration we have ever seen. They have systematically undermined the government of Israel, particularly at a time of war. The Biden State Department.
All I got to say about the people that don't like Israel, you must not have read the Bible. I don't speak bad about Israel. I am 100% America first. And in that America first, Israel's in there. But I see so many people online saying, F Israel, screw them. We shouldn't send money to them. And I'm like, oh, I hope you like it where it's hot, because I know for a fact you're not going up there when your time comes. You're going down there.
To impose crippling financial sanctions
And
on Israeli Jews and refuse to
I'm
provide
not
those
saying
files to members of Congress. Those
that
sanctions were renewed just yesterday.
heaven
I have every confidence that President Trump
is
and you will
real.
reverse these policies broadly and specifically, but I'd like to ask you about
But
something
all
else.
I know
Can you commit to ending anti-terrorism
is that I would
sanctions
rather go up
related to
there,
Palestinian terrorism and implementing
do
sanctions
whatever I
against
can to go up there,
Yes.
Can you commit to ending
than to be the type of person that's like, it's not real, and then end up down there.
Jews in Judea and Samaria?
Yes.
Just
Can you
saying.
commit to reversing the discriminatory sanctions against Jews living in Judea and Samaria?
But I've seen a lot of stuff that was talked about in the Bible that are factual. Like, you can go in the Red Sea. There's a section in the Red Sea where people have taken videos of chariot wheels in the bottom of the Red Sea. I'm not talking right on the edge. I'm talking out in the deep part where they just didn't get dumped out there. And they're in a row. You don't know what I'm talking about. Moses parted the Red Sea because these people on chariots were after them. And when Moses got his people to the other side of the Red Sea went back to being a whole sea instead of a parted sea. So all those soldiers that were on those chariots got washed away. And there's video proof of chariot wheels with axles on the bottom of the Red Sea.
We have in our bilateral relationship with them and in our agreements. I imagine they have some with us as well. But it's one that needs to be prioritized and raised consistently as a
Chariot
priority,
wheels
not
on
just
the
as a
bottom
gesture
of the
a
Red
footnote.
Sea.
Thank you, and you're going to do great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Senator Rubio, I want to start off by noting for the record that when I first got to the Senate and I was in my first year and you just run for president and I didn't think you would know who I was pregnant with my daughter and trying to change Senate rules so that I could bring her onto the floor so I could do my job and vote, because I can't come through the normal back door to vote because there's stairs there and it's not accessible for wheelchairs. And I remember in the middle of that battle, rolling through the Senate floor to vote, and I heard Tammy Duckworth from across the Senate chambers, and you came running down from the top back of the Senate chambers to tell me, I'm with you.
Hang on.
I
I'm
will
going to see if I can
support you.
find pictures.
You have the right to vote, and I will support you being able to bring your daughter, your child onto the floor when she's born. And I want to thank you for that kindness, because you did speak to your leadership about it. And it was a moment of true bipartisanship, but also as
I think I'm
parents,
joking, everyone.
someone who was new to the Senate, I was extremely grateful to you for that kindness.
I think what I exactly said is, what's the big deal? This place is already full of babies.
Exactly. So I want to touch on a topic we discussed last month. Thank you for sitting down with me. I always appreciate the opportunity to sit down with nominees. I appreciate also your earlier response to Senator
I'm not
Cruz
joking about this stuff.
detained abroad and your commitment to tackling this head on.
If you
As
read
I
the
also discussed
Bible,
last month, I
that
appreciate
story's in
your
there.
vision and commitment to addressing the case of
So,
Illinoisans in particular that we discussed as well. Thank you for that. Another
mean,
topic, you already touched on some of the issues in the Indo-Pacific.
but you can
and
do
the
whatever you want to do.
The DPRK. But I'd like to dive back into the issue of ASEAN and the ASEAN nations.
All I know is
Since coming
that.
to the Senate, I make a point of visiting Southeast Asia annually
Oh.
to reinforce our friends and partners
Oh,
there.
my
And those
nose.
that we want to become our friends and partners there, that the United States, and particularly those of us in the Senate, care deeply about these
It's
long-standing
just.
historic relationships and making sure that those relationships live up to their potential. And as you
if
know,
there's
respect
any
for
bit of
ASEAN
evidence
centrality has been a core part of our
that's
foreign
saying
policy in
that
that
something
region.
is
In
real,
fact, the first Trump administration's Indo-Pacific
and
strategy
if I
directly
fully
emphasized
believe in
ASEAN
that,
centrality as an important principle.
that I'm going
Unfortunately,
up
not all
there
President
instead of
Trump's
down there.
nominees this time seems to grasp the importance or even in fact know what ASEAN is.
And see, I used to
Today,
be
I'm
the type
going to
of
stick with
person to
Vice
where
President
I
and
didn't
questioning
believe
Secretary of
it
Defense nominee Hegseth, then he could
because I
not
was a
mention
drunk.
a single nation in ASEAN. Particularly shameful
And
when we
I
have the
flat out
EU
said, if
maybe
God's
not
real, have him
allies in
walk
the
into a
bloc,
bar, show me
one
his
of which
ID,
Thailand is the
and I'll
longest
buy him a
treaty
beer.
alliance
I was that
the United
arrogant.
States has at over 190 years long.
But when I was
What
married to
can
my
you share
late
with us
wife
today about how
before
you
she
would
died,
approach ASEAN as a whole
he showed
and
me
with individual member states
that
to
he's real.
capitalize on some of the key opportunities and challenges facing the
Because
region?
we
I know
were
you
able
just
to
spoke
do
about
some
the
stuff
Philippines, but can you
Sure.
that two
build on
broke
that?
people
Sure. ASEAN, first thing is, I mean, the group gives
shouldn't
up
be able to
in the
have
fact
done.
that through its 10 members, they've also, I believe, have 5 or maybe it's 6 free trade agreements now with neighboring countries as well. Look, though we have to be very pragmatic in our approach and how we prioritize it. I think the group will
We
always
took a
struggle
bar
to coordinate unanimity
that
on
had
the
just
issue
been
of our
robbed,
relationship with China. Okay, if you look at the continental
a whole bunch of
group, Laos,
damage.
Myanmar,
The owner was ready
Cambodia,
to call it
because of their
quits.
geographic presence, because of history, they lean
I
a little
talked to
more in
my
the Chinese
wife for like
direction,
2
and
minutes
other countries do not. I think it would be a
outside.
mistake for us to sort of make it
And
a
I'm like,
condition of our
I'm going to
engagement
go in
with
there and
ASEAN
talk to
to
the
say,
owner.
you must pick a side and you must pick a side
And
now
we're
and
going to
stand
take
with
the
us.
rest of our
I think
money
what
and
I can
savings.
safely say is that the
We're going
overwhelming
to save
vast
this
majority
bar,
of the nation
but
states
I'm
in
going to
ASEAN
make
do
it to
not,
where we're in
do
control
not
of the
want to
bar.
live in a region in which China is the
And we
predominant
did.
power and they are viewed as tributary states to
Totally
Beijing,
changed
and
it from a
welcome
mom and
U.S.
pop bar
engagement
that
in the
was
region as both an economic
failing
and defense counterweight. So I think we need
to
to
a
view this as,
nightclub
it would be a mistake to go in with
that
sort
was
of a Cold War
voted
mentality of pick a side and pick a side now.
best
The broader approach
downtown
is to say they have a vested interest in us being
neighborhood
involved.
bar,
We have a vested interest as an Indo-Pacific nation in
best
involving
dance
ourselves in
night
this
by a
forum
write-in
and
vote.
finding opportunities both holistically through the United
Now,
Nations
you can
and
fact check
individually
all
through
this. It's the
whatever
Phoenix New
bilateral
Times.
opportunities present
The
itself.
bar was called
Earlier,
Filthy
you
Pills.
may not have been here, but I was asked a question about Thailand.
That
and
best
there is
dance night,
a group of Uyghurs that are in
I was
Thailand
so
that
proud
people are
of.
saying may be deported.
Because how the
I
New
see this as
Times
one of our
works
strongest,
is
longest
it puts
good
a thing out for people to
in the
vote.
region, and maybe one
There
of the
was
longest
4
and
other
strongest
dance
in the
nights
world.
on there.
And that's where these relationships really come
All
to bear.
big,
Not to
huge
browbeat them in a public forum,
clubs,
but through strong
either in
diplomacy
downtown Phoenix or in
and gauging the
Scottsdale.
benefit of that relationship with
Multi-million
Thailand and
dollar
seeking to get
clubs,
them to not deport these people into the hands
not a little
of
dive
Chinese
bar.
authorities, knowing the
We
atrocities
won
that they've
best
committed.
dance night
So that's
by
a
a
value add to this
write-in vote.
relationship. That is a bilateral relationship we have with
That
China.
year.
It's not the one we're going to have with
We
every
took
country
6
in the region.
different
But I do
awards.
think the forum serves as a useful
We were on the news
for us
because
to
they
be
were
able
like,
to
whoa,
engage
what the
regionally and
hell?
individually these countries.
We took that bar
Fully
that was on
agree
the
with
verge
what the
of
first Trump
closing
administration
down.
emphasized, which is that ASEAN centrality. And I think this is something
6
that
months
you and
later, we had
ASEAN share.
limousines pulling up
Malaysia
with
under Prime Minister
Phoenix
Anwar
Suns
Ibrahim,
basketball players end
same
up
with
getting
the
out.
Mandani
Arizona
policy,
Cardinals
which is
football players
lowering
getting
that
out.
cohesion within ASEAN itself and in dealing
A
with
line out the door
how we
charging
continue
a
to
$20
pursue
cover
those
charge
bilateral relationships with the stronger
in
ASEAN will be
2013
cohesively as a unit allows them to better deal with countries like Myanmar, for example,
and happened to keep a head
and
count
allows us to better have those
because
relationships
you're
and
only
also
allowed
to
so
help
many people in a bar
cohesively to try to stand
according to
up
fire
outside
code.
forces.
One of the things that I think, and I think you saw this in the
We'd
first
have
year of President
120
Trump,
people in the
again, is to
bar,
the extent you see
maximum number of people
reductions
allowed in the bar,
moving from China to other countries,
and a
some
line
countries
of
have saw the
25
benefit from
people
that. The
outside the
CNA
door
themselves went out to talk
waiting
to
to get
some,
in.
tariff or what have you, but I think there are benefits there in that regard. I would imagine that there are also some
All
concerns they would share with
because
us about maybe some of our other policies, economic or
we
otherwise.
took a
But I
minute,
do think it's an opportunity
we prayed
that
about it,
provides some real economic
and
development benefit
made it
opportunities
happen.
for a number of the countries in ASEAN. We would hope all of them.
Now,
some more than
I have
others,
said,
because
and
of
I know
alignment
people have
of
heard me
interests. What I do think is we have to be
when I
realistic.
talk about
just wanna
prayer.
reiterate this because I think
I
sometimes
believe
we
in
look
prayer
at these
about
things,
that
viewing them
much.
with the lens of nation or
Why?
something else. The key
Because if I
component to
prayed my
understand is
heart out
we are probably never going to have sort of a
to where I didn't have to
overwhelming
take
majority
medicine
consensus
to
on the
stay
role China's
alive,
gonna play. But I do think
and
we
I
could argue
stopped
that the
taking
vast
my
majority
medicine,
of countries in this forum, if not all, do not
my
recognize
ass
the
wouldn't
region
be
in which China
here.
is the predominant overwhelming power, and they
But the
all
fact of the
include
matter
sovereign
is,
military states. They are not not
I
interested.
have
Entering the
fired
United States has a
doctors
very logical and welcome
and
economic
found
defense
new
against the way
doctors.
And I do think that even the
And I'm
main
still
landowns, the
here.
nations that
I
adhere to
wasn't
green certified
diagnosed with type 2 diabetes.
Whataburger, please print back the monorail.
Mexico
I wasn't diagnosed with
Texas, but
being a
also
type 2
with the Mekong
diabetic
in ASEAN with the 10 dams that China has built, is
till
now affecting
6 months ago.
water and also arable lands further down the river. And initiatives like the Two Rivers Initiative, which marries the Mississippi River, which is 2/3 of the border of my home state, along with the Mekong
Because
River, is a way for us
none
to
of my
build some of these
doctors,
relationships and bring in American
me being
expertise,
overweight, all these health
a different
problems,
place where we can also provide
thought
international disability
to
rights.
have me
We
tested
have been working with ASEAN on developing disability
to see if
rights
I was
and an easier
diabetic.
approach to it in ASEAN.
I
But
go
think
see
on an
my new
international scale, whether
primary
it's
care
ASEAN or
doctor.
Ukraine as they rebuild,
That's the first
I
thing
do
he
think
asked.
that disability awareness, rebuilding
He's like,
Ukraine to become
because
more
I gave him a
accessible,
list of my medicines, and he's
promoting
like,
disability rights around the
none
world
of these are
is a way that we can engage with
diabetic
the rest of the
meds.
world as well. Love
And
to
I'm
hear
like,
from
I
you,
haven't been
And I
tested.
say this,
And he was like, are you
and I
serious?
say this, sadly, it's
He
gonna be
instantly
critical
tested
for
me.
nations that are emerging from conflict, where we know
And he
modern day
called me
conflict,
and was like, I
puts
called
people
in a
in danger,
prescription
brings them
for
beyond
you.
survival, but
You're a
leaves them
type
for the
2
rest of their lives with
diabetic.
permanent disability. And
Start
so I
taking this
understand that in the
script.
case, from a very practical perspective, in the
You
case
know,
of
start
Ukraine,
taking this
it's
pill.
valuable because there are people that have been injured in that conflict that for the rest of their lives are going to have to deal with that, and it's conducive. The other thing we've discussed
My
is our
cardiologist
diplomatic facilities around the world.
had me
They
do
are,
a
and
PET
understand
scan,
that the
a
number one job, the
PET
reason why we have
scan
embassies and consulates,
for the first
yes,
time.
we represent U.S. interests in that
I
country.
had my first
The
heart
number
attack
one
when I
job
was
is to
33.
support Americans.
I just
You know,
turned
if you lose your
50.
passport, if
I had my
life
first PET
threatens, you go to
scan
jail,
6
whatever
months
it may
ago.
be, that we have a presence there that can support Americans
Didn't
abroad.
even know what a
And it
PET
was
scan
saddening in our
was.
conversation to learn that there are
He
a
had
number
me
of
do
these
one.
locations around the world that are not
Come to find
accessible
out, I
to
got another
Americans
blood clot in my
with
heart.
disabilities that needed to access them. So it's
He
something that
instantly
we
scheduled me
would be interested in looking into as well
to
to make sure
have the
that
blood
just
clot
from our core
removed if
obligation,
it
we're
was
able to fulfill.
possible.
And also, it keeps many of your own
It's at
staff
a spot
members
in my
who
heart
have disabilities from
that
serving in
they
some of these
can't get
overseas
at.
missions. As you said, highly trained, well qualified regional experts, subject matter experts may not be able to serve in some of these embassies where they can't access.
But
It's not accessible
I don't
for
know
them.
how many
So I thank you for
cardiologists
bringing that up,
I've
and I
had.
will yield back my 9 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you so
And
much.
they were all just like, here's your scripts. See
Thank
you
you
in
very
6
much,
months.
Senator Duckworth. Those are important points. Last but not least, welcome back, Senator Lee, to the committee. And
My
appreciate you having work
cardiologist
cut out
now
for you today and your new role as chairman. of
sees
the
me
Health
once a
Committee.
month.
But the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senator Rubio, for your willingness to serve in this position. I'm going to make a bold prediction and say that you are likely to be confirmed. That's my prediction. I can't speak for others, but I believe that nonetheless. And it's a
But
bittersweet moment. I'm back on the committee after 12
and
years of being away
the
from it.
reason I got
To
these
this committee and to the Senate at the same time, both in our
doctors,
the youngest
my
members of the
primary
Senate,
care doctor and my
although you
cardiologist,
have me by exactly 7 days.
is because moving here,
Notwithstanding the fact that you were the older between us, you've got all of
I
your hair,
looked
and
up
it's not a single gray hair in there.
cardiologist
But I've deeply enjoyed working
near
with you
me.
as a colleague and getting to know you as a
And
friend.
Tri-City
We
Cardiology
have
popped up
kids that
3
are
miles
about the
down
same
the
age. I've
street.
watched yours grow, and it's just been a delight getting to know
I
you.
drove down
and
there and
having
looked
your
at the
kids,
place.
and I hope that'll continue. But I'll miss
I
having you
got
here.
a great
Not only as
feeling
my
about
Spanish
it.
teacher, not only as my source of
And it's
vital
connected
insights
to a
and
hospital.
my source of comedic
So if something
material, but
happens, there's
also
a hospital
great
right there.
insights on foreign policy,
There's a
domestic
Banner
policy, and
Hospital right
everything else
there.
we do here. You've just been great to work with, and you will be missed.
And it's not
in
on
the
Broadway
area
Road, the road that I
you
live
prefer.
on.
Let's talk first about
And I
very
made a
close to your
comment
issue that I know
to
is
my
near
wife.
and
I'm
dear
like,
to
you
both
know, it'd be
of
awesome
mine.
if the bus
And we'll
turned
start
and
with
came
the
down the
Panama Canal.
street.
President Trump has recently talked a little bit about the fact that
And
there are some
she
questions
was like,
about the
I think
status of
it
the
does
Panama
because I saw a
Canal.
bus stop.
When we look to the
We started
treaty
looking,
that
there's a
treaty
bus stop
concerning the
right
permanent
there.
neutrality and operation of the Panama Canal.
So the bus that
Um,
travels
we're
right down
reminded
my
that some
street
things maybe aren't
turns
quite
and goes up
as they should
and
be
takes the
there.
little snaky snaky
You know, the
road
Chinese
right
now
past
control
my
major
primary care
ports
doctor,
at the entry and
my
the exit to the
colonoscopy
canal. It seems
place that I got to go get
appropriate to
a
say that
colonoscopy done,
there's at least an
and
open
my
question, some
cardiologist.
doubt as to whether the canal remains
And
neutral.
I was like,
Would you agree with that assessment?
that's
Yes.
just
Here's
awesome.
The challenge. Number one is, look, I want to be clear about something. The Panamanian government, particularly its current office holders, are very friendly to
But I'm
citizens
not
and
telling
very
anybody
cooperative.
to
We want that
believe
to
in the man up above.
And I want to bifurcate that from the broader
You can
issue
do
of
what
the
you want to
Panama
do.
Canal. Now, I am not,
Like
President Trump
my
is not
wife
against
doesn't
this is something
believe.
that's existed now for at least a
My
decade.
daughter
in my
does,
service here. I took a trip to
because
Panama in
she's seen my
2017. On
ass
that trip to Panama in 2017, it was
this
the
close to
central issue
death,
we discussed about the
laying in a
canal,
hospital
and
bed
that
with
is
tubes
that
coming out of my
Chinese
mouth
companies
and wires
control
hooked to me,
port facilities at both ends of the canal,
and then saw
in
me
the west. And the concerns
a
of
week and a half
military
later
officials and security
walk out the
officials,
hospital.
including in Panama at that point, that could one day be used as a choke point to impede commerce in a moment of conflict. That's going back to that. But I earlier
She's
just
seen
quoted
miracles
document, I won't
happen
have to dig through this
with
folder to
me.
find it again, but basically cited that how the immediate past
Even the
head
phone
southern
call
command,
with my
which
insurance
retired
company.
General Richardson, said she flew over the canal, looked down and saw those Chinese port facilities and said, those
I
look
told the
like
guy
dual use facilities that in a moment
that
of
I
conflict,
take
your
a
government might
dozen
use this. The
different
bipartisan
medications every
China
day.
Commission over in the House
And
last
he's like,
year
God,
had
what
testimony and
for?
hearings on this issue.
And I'm like, I've
Where members of
survived
both
8 heart
parties
attacks
expressed
and 2
concern.
strokes.
The former
And yes,
ambassador
I
to
still
Panama
smoke. I
said
don't care.
President Obama has expressed those concerns. This is a legitimate
And he's
issue
like, man,
that
God's
needs to
got
be
a
confronted.
plan for
This,
you.
the second point is the one you
And I'm
touched
like,
upon, and that is,
exactly.
could an argument be made?
He just needs to
And I'm not prepared to answer it
help
yet
my
because
bank
it's something
account.
we're going to have to study very carefully, but I think I have an inkling of I know where this is going to head. Can an argument be made that they basically have
Because I'm the type of
Chinese
person, I said it in
basically
a
have
live
effective
stream a
control
couple
of
days
the
ago,
canal anytime they want?
that
Does
if
a
I won the
order a
lottery right
Chinese
now,
company that controls the ports to shut it down
won
and
a
impede our transit,
humongous amount
they
of
will have
money,
to do so. There is no independent Chinese companies. They all exist because they've been identified as national
I'd go
champions.
help
They're
out
supported by the Chinese
a lot of
government. If they
people
don't do what they want, they find a new CEO
that
and
have
then
supported
they're
this
removed
channel
and removed. So they're
for a
under
long
complete
time.
control of their government. This is a legitimate question and one that
Two of the
Senator Risch
people
had some
being in my
insight as well. He
comment
mentioned
section.
that in passing, that needs to be looked at. This is not a joke. The Panama Canal issue is a very serious one.
And so the mere
And
potentiality of that, the ability to exercise that control, even
I'd
for such
also
time as they
personally
do it, as
deliver
they do shut it down, is a concern,
a
is it
check.
not?
Well, I listened.
Now,
48
I'm not
hours
saying
ago
I'd show up and give
to
you $1
FBI
million,
Director Wray in one of his exit interviews he gave to the press,
but
and he said
the
the
check that
Chinese
I
are
would show
embedded
up and
in
give
our
you
in our utilities and critical infrastructure.
would be high
He didn't
5
say
figures.
every single day they're shutting off the power in the United States. He said that if there's a conflict, they're embedded and they could shut off the power in key places.
My
These
base
are all
breaks,
identified as a
yeah.
threat. The fact that you can do it, you don't have to do it every day. No one's
I
claiming that
got
the
the
Chinese are
most
shutting down the canal
bulletproof
every day.
webcam
What
ever,
the claim
bro.
is, the very legitimate concern is that
Now,
if
for
these
those of you
companies
wondering what the
control
most
both ends of
bulletproof
that canal in a
webcam
time of
is,
conflict and the Chinese tell them shut it down,
the
don't let any
Logitech
gas go through there, we got
C920.
a big problem, a big economic problem, and a big national security and defense
I bought
problem.
this
The
webcam
ability to do it alone is a threat.
from a guy that had it in his storage unit. He bought it, used it for a meeting, and said that the image was cloudy. And just stuck it in a box, and the box ended up in his storage unit. He found it when he was going through his storage unit, posted it for sale for like $25. It's a $60 webcam. And I'm like, yeah. And he even told me, he goes, the image is cloudy. I didn't tell him when I opened it and looked at it why the image was cloudy. He left the peel on it. You know that little plastic peel that comes on everything, your cell phone and everything? He left the peel on it. Of course, the image was cloudy with a peel on it.
Are opening their doors to China.
I have had this webcam
helped. How will your approach to Chinese incursion in the Western
for
Hemisphere
5 years.
be different from those of the current administration?
Well, there are a couple.
I don't even
First of all,
want
Chinese
to
incursion in the
guess
hemisphere involves, number one,
how many
investment of dollars.
hours
As an example,
of use
they
this
go and visit a
webcam
country,
has.
They say, here's $5 million or $10 million.
It's been
for
on
you to
right
stay
now
in,
for 4 hours
but in
and
exchange, you have
37
to let us
minutes.
build out your
You got any
network using
guess,
wireless
Ray, on
systems
how
and the
many
like. and by the way,
hours
$5
I've
million
used this
payment
webcam.
as a bribe. Okay, that's their first level of engagement. They
I
go
know I
in,
used this
and in some
webcam when I
cases,
did
they
the
create deals that are
trucker
not
convoy.
possibly pay back. So now you've got a
11
debt that
hours
you
and
can pay back
45
in
minutes
contract.
every day
And now they've got your vote at the
for
UN
3
against
months straight.
cooperation
I
on X, Y,
restreamed the
and Z. And
trucker
that
convoy.
happened in Panama, by the way. In 2016,
I've
2017,
made
that was well understood
so
that part
far
of the
on
investments they made in
this
Panama were conditioned upon
channel
Panama's ability to convince the
over
Dominican
250
Republic
videos
and other
using this
countries to flip their
webcam.
recognition away from
Each
China.
one of those videos has
That
probably
happened.
taken 2
That's
hours
number one.
for
The
me to
second
make
element of their
with the
involvement is
camera
they go
on.
into a country and a Chinese company will buy up
And it's like,
the lithium mine or access to the rare earth
so if you're
minerals
wanting a
on these
great
long-term
webcam,
contracts. And that
Logitech
exists now. And the
C920.
Argentines will tell you there are a number of business deals that the Chinese and Chinese
It's the
companies
only
are
one that
unwilling to
I
do,
use.
that even if they wanted to back away, they can't get out of the deals because of the way they were structured. So that's number two.
I
Number
have
three
2
is their
Logitech
presence. The
webcams.
Chinese are actively
This is
involved
the
in
C920
military installations
at
in the Western
720p.
Hemisphere on the island of Cuba, 90 miles from our shores. Only a few hundred miles from where Space Force operates and NASA and Cape Canaveral. Only a few miles from Mobile,
This
where we have Central
is a
Command and Special
Logitech
Operations Command. Only a few miles from
C925,
Southern Command. Only a
a
few miles
business
from Eglin
webcam
Air Force Base and the
at
test range we have out in the
720p.
Gulf of Mexico. All of these things, this is real, and it's operating right off the coast of the United States. They have
I bought
operations
it
in our
used
region. So
also.
we have to acknowledge that this is happening.
I bought
And
2
we
of
have
them.
to be present and have counters to each of these, and or there has to be consequences for each
But
of
you can
these.
see how clear this camera
Fortunately,
works
the United States has strong
at
relationships with multiple
720p.
key countries in the region, and I think we have the opportunity to build upon that.
Now
And
you
we're
can go
working
out and
in
spend
ways that
hundreds
can
of
attract the
dollars
sort of investment that they would rather have
on
than
a
the Chinese
fancy
investment. But
4K
right now, it's not
webcam.
available. It's not happening. There is no American alternative
You can
to
make
what the Chinese are
4K
offering.
YouTube
So hopefully we can
videos.
provide the openings for that.
But I
Indeed,
tell
and
you,
I appreciate your enthusiasm and thoughtfulness
most
in providing that answer.
YouTube videos,
No, you touch on another issue when you reference
and I'm
the
talking like
significance of
90%,
agreements made by prior administrations.
are watched
Obviously,
on the
Javier
phone in
Milei
1080.
administration in Argentina wouldn't have been as likely to enter into
That's
those
it.
arrangements as his
So why film
I think therapy has
why film a
definitely made me a better
video
parent. Without
in
therapy, I feel like I would only have
4K?
my mother.
the treaty making and binding power.
Okay, here's a
Right now
little
between
thing about
two branches. The
therapy.
president can enter into a treaty, can sign a treaty.
Spell
but that treaty,
therapist.
isn't ratified
T
unless
H
two-thirds of the
E
Senate does it. So it
R A
flips the
P
usual
I
legislative
S
process
T.
because it's a different type of
Therapist.
legislation. Would you agree with me that that type of
Now put a
arrangement,
space
which is submission of a
between
treaty
the
after
E
president
and the
has
R.
entered into it,
T
after the president
H
has
E
signed it.
space
Submission of that treaty to
R
the
A
Senate for
P I S
ratification
T.
and the ultimate ratification by the Senate is a
Therapist.
necessary precondition
Therapist.
for an international agreement to be
The
binding on the
rapist.
United States of America.
To be binding beyond the administration that entered into it. This was the case of
Because trust me, if you want somebody to listen to your problems,
and the reason why it was a political agreement. It's basically a political arrangement between the current
I'm not
administration and the
licensed,
regime.
but
And that's
I
why
got a
President
futon right
Trump had the
there.
authority to pull us out of it when he did. I think what's important to understand about treaties.
And I got a
we talked
notebook
about
and a
treaties today
pen.
with Mexico. There's a number of other
We can
treaties
go
that
over your
may not be
problems
aware
and
of.
you ain't got to
Every
pay
treaty, by definition,
hundreds of dollars
is a
to
surrender
have
of
somebody
sovereignty
listen
at
to
some
your
level
problems.
as a nation. But you do it and you enter into it. Why? Why do you enter into a treaty even though you're surrendering some sovereignty? Because you've
We could do it
concluded
online.
that surrender and the benefit of it to the national
We could do it
interest, to
over
the national
FaceTime.
security, far outweighs
I'll listen to your
surrender of
problems and
sovereignty
give you
and the
the
consequences of it. And
most
that is why it's so critical that the
brutally
Senate be
honest
involved in that
answer that
deliberation. Because
most
an
people
individual
don't want.
administration may get that calculus wrong. But when you have this overwhelming majority that concludes that it too agrees that that surrender of sovereignty is exceeded by the benefit of the treaty, now you know you increase your chances of have something that's good and makes sense. And so, I agree with your view of it, and I think that's the way I would hope we would pursue arrangements in the future if we enter into any.
That's why it takes 2/3. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Senator Rubio. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rubio, we know you have an appointment at the White House at 3:00.
And,
Senator Shaheen has one brief question for you. I have a couple of brief remarks, and then we'll get you on your way.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator
that
Rubio. I think that was a very impressive
therapist
display of your knowledge of the
charges
global
hundreds of
situation.
dollars.
But the one area that you mentioned, but we haven't
Hey,
really
Bonza, how's it going, man?
and given what's
Well, I
happening in
assume
the
that you're a
Arctic
man. I don't know.
China's designs
if
on the Arctic.
you're
Can you just
not,
speak
I'm
to,
sorry.
what you think our posture ought to be
But-
with respect to the Arctic.
Well, we're an Arctic power. The Russians, legitimate Arctic power. The Chinese are
You
not.
know, so many people are like,
They're
"Oh, I got
near
all these
Arctic
issues."
power, or I don't know what the term they came up with to give an excuse for
Like,
the
I've had people
I
say,
think, frankly, I know you've
"Man,
been
broken,
asking
I
this
am so
question.
broke."
It's one I welcome the ability to talk about, and some of this
First thing
discussion
I
is
ask
green,
them is, "Are
putting
you a
aside
smoker?"
all the things that are going on in the media.
And if they
I
say
can tell you
yes,
this,
I'm like,
Greenland's been strategically important to the United States and to the West for a
"Do
very
you
long time. In
buy
fact, in
factory-made
1941,
cigarettes
the
in a
outbreak of
pack,
World War II, the United States
or do
signed up
you
as a
do what I
protectorate, even
do
though the Denmark
and buy
signed
a
the
bag of
treaty. You think
tobacco?"
back into the night, I think Harry Truman
This
tried to
bag
buy
of tobacco costs $10.
Harry Truman had made an effort to try to buy it for like $100 million. He was rebuffed. And then
This
the U.S.
box
has
of
maintained through
250 cigarette
mutual defense
tubes
agreement there the opportunity
that
to
look
base
like that right
itself where
there
they have military bases, and it had them for a while. Why?
cost
The reason why is
$3
where
and
it's
50
located
cents.
geographically. Yes, the access to
What's the
minerals
average
on
price
Greenland
for a
are
pack of
critically
cigarettes here in
important.
Arizona?
But as more navigable
About
spaces open
$9.
up in the Arctic, particularly this northern passage that goes from
So
Russia,
for less
China,
than the price
Russia
of
to
2
Asia,
packs of
and can
cigarettes,
cut
if you buy
transit
name
times
brand
by as much as
cigarettes,
40%, the Arctic is going to become
I could smoke
incredibly
for a
critical.
whole week.
And so we have to have a presence there. We have to have a presence there.
Yes,
not
I have
just
to make
we
my
have a
own
base for
cigarette, but
200
you guys
people,
have
or we have
seen
a
me here
flag
on
farm.
video
We have to have
making my own
military forces
cigarette
that
while
have
I'm doing a
ships that
live
can
stream.
navigate on the naval level and keep those
If
ships
me and
from
my
being
wife
sunk
are
or
going
being attacked
somewhere
or
and
being
she's
flooded.
driving,
We have
I
to
can
have
make a
partners along
cigarette
the
while we're
Arctic region
doing
that will join
75
us
mile
in
an hour down the
ensuring that
interstate.
the Arctic region is open for
I've done it.
free and flow of navigation as these
And also,
as these passages open up, because global trade is in many ways
I
going to
can
be
make my
confused
own
by it.
cigarette
We have
and
positions
light
within
it
the State Department that I
and
think in the
hold it
past
straight
were
up,
diminished or people just haven't paid a lot of attention
and it
to.
will burn
Some of these
all the way
conversations
down
that
till
maybe
it goes
Senator
out,
Murkowski, now
all the
of a
way
sudden it
down
seems
to
more
the
interested in serving
filter.
an Arctic affair
Try that with
than
your
an Arctic
factory-made
post,
cigarettes.
because this issue of Greenland has opened our eyes to the broader
They will go out.
geographic
If you're
importance of
not,
the Arctic region, which long has been a curiosity or something people have not talked about. But I think now we have the opportunity to see it for what it is.
yeah.
And that is
And
one, if not the most
if
important,
anybody
one of
wants
the
to do it,
most critical parts of the world over the next 50 to 100
let me,
years will
here we
be
go.
whether there's going to be
This is the one that I use.
in the Arctic, and
Yes,
what that will
it's
mean
all
for global
dirty.
trade and commerce.
Thank you. I'm going to order that Senator Rubio's responses, written responses to the questions regarding
This is from the
Arctic relations to
Zigzag
committee be
company.
filed for the record. I'm also going to order that the
This one
letters
I
in
bought like a
support of
year
Senator
ago.
Rubio's confirmation be entered in the record. And finally, I want to say thank you, Senator Rubio, for providing us with the
Why?
benefit of your testimony, your responses, and your
Because of the
knowledge. It was
flat
outstanding.
end
This committee
makes it
takes
easy
oversight
to
of U.S. foreign
slide.
assistance extremely
Now,
seriously.
a lot of them,
You know well
this
that
top part is
transparency and
curved. You have to grip
accountability
it
are paramount.
to make
To that end,
your
I want to
smoke.
flag for you my
I
work
just
in the
hold my
Office of the
finger
Inspector
just like
General
this,
on the State
and boop,
Department's
boop.
Bureau for Global Health Security and Diplomacy, PEPFAR, and the Biden administration's failure to uphold long-standing
Whoa, what the hell?
United States laws protecting life.
Sorry,
and global
everyone.
health
I
assistance.
did not know
In
that.
addition to my request for an investigation, I've been holding over $1 billion in U.S. foreign assistance since September of last year, and will continue to do so until I can be sure that not one.
I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me, Ray. What the hell is going on? Wow, what the hell? That's weird. Well, it looks like the hearing's over. That's weird. Let me try something here. There we go. So yeah, like I was saying, sorry about that. Ray, next time tell me. So this is what I use. This is from the Zigzag Company. Now, like I was saying, the other ones, the top part here is rounded. Those are really hard to work because you got to grip the side of them. Well, no, you said that I broke my camera. You didn't say my screen was black. But with this one, I don't have to just grip the side and slide it. I wrap my index finger around the end of it and I slide it. And you could see this thing's been used. And I just have my tobacco and a little, which is from the Rubbermaid company, a little thing. And that works. And I've used it for a long time. All right, so everybody, I'm done with the live stream. Sorry the camera was black. Sorry. but yeah, for that bag of tobacco, which to me is the best tasting one, it's the Good Stuff brand. That's the best tasting one. Because guys, I've been doing this for 15 years. I've tried everyone out there, and that one tastes the best. And these Zen tubes are the best tubes. My daughter and her boyfriend, Randy, tried to start making their own cigarettes. And they bought a different brand of tubes. And half of them were too small to fit on the cigarette injector. They were just too damn small. And he was like, bro, how do you do this? And I'm like, hang on, let's go to the smoke shop. We went to the smoke shop. I bought him a box of Zen tubes. And I'm like, here you go. Like what I said, get these. And he goes, well, they're 50 cents more. And I'm like, yeah, but trust me, when a person that's been making their own cigarettes for years tells you, get this, you get that, period. Because it works. And then he started making them and he goes, oh my God, all of them fit. I'm like, yeah. And he goes, what do I do with this other box? And I'm like, throw it in the trash. Unless you want to sit there and sort through them all, throw it in the trash. He was like, wow. And I was like, I told you, bro, get this and get this, period. It's $15 that I pay every week. I don't understand people that buy cigarettes in a pack. Because if you think about it, let's do $7 a pack. 7.00 times 30. That's $210 a month. All right. $7 a pack times 365. $2,555. Now, how much are mine? Let's do that math. $15 times 4, $60 times 12, $720. So almost $2,900 or $720. And then I asked those same people that are all bitching about being broke. I'm like, how many streaming services do you have? I asked one person this, and he had to go look it up. He had to look at his bank statement. He had 8 different streaming services at some of them were $15 a month. So say he was spending $100 a month for different streaming services. And I'm like, bro, you smoke pack cigarettes and all these streaming services. Please tell me you don't go buy coffee from a store. And he's like, oh, yeah, man, I go to Starbucks every morning prior to going to work. I'm like, how much do you spend at Starbucks? $10 a day. And I'm like, bro, that's $200 a month. So right there between the Starbucks, your cigarettes, and your streaming services, you're spending like $500 a month. And I'm like, do you take your own lunch to work? And he's like, no, I buy it out of the vending machine. So I'm like, well, then let's raise that up another $200. Spending $700 a month. I'm like, bro, that's where your money's going. $700 a month for streaming services, cigarettes, and coffee. Exactly. Now, if you want to get streaming services, go onto their website. They have plans. I know Paramount just did one where if you paid for the full year up front, it was like $3 a month. If you pay for the full year, that's how my wife does it. We have Paramount, Netflix. I think we have Disney, and I think there's one other one. But if you pay for them for the whole entire year, it's a whole lot cheaper. Because they all have like little plans and stuff, because it's like, oh, we got you locked in for a year instead of just a month-to-month stuff. And I'm like, but so many people just waste money. My daughter's bad about it. Why? They don't like to eat leftovers. She likes to cook every night. Her boyfriend doesn't like eating leftovers. And my granddaughter is spoiled so much to where she won't eat what's being made. And I have told my daughter, I'm like, if Renly, which is her daughter's name, my granddaughter's name, she was my kid, you eat what I put in front of you, or you go hungry. Period. But parents ain't doing it now. They're playing a restaurant in the kitchen like, what do you want to eat? That's not how my ass was raised. You ate what mom made for the whole entire family, or you went fucking hungry. Period. And if there was leftovers, you ate the leftovers the next day. Period. I made a pizza day before yesterday. Made a pizza. I ate that pizza for 4 meals. That $6 pizza made 4 meals for me. My daughter wouldn't do that. I mean, hell, when I was over there at Christmas, my daughter sent me home a container that was probably this wide, this deep, and like this, like a foot by 5 inches by 6 inches. She shoved it full of everything that she made for Christmas dinner. And then I saw her take all the rest of the food, except for the ham, dump it in the trash. She dumped so much food in the trash that she could have filled up another one of those containers. Just because they don't eat leftovers. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? I brought that container full of food home. Next day, I got up and I was severely sick. My wife ate on that food for 3 days. And it was like, that food, if I would have taken it home, would have went to my daughter's trash. And she wonders why she's broke. See, I am great at a budget. My wife is great at a budget. I can take $1 and make it stretch. Why? Like we just went shopping for cleaning products, like dish soap, laundry soap, stuff like that. We went to Dollar Tree, walked out with 5 bags of cleaning stuff. And we spent $45. Now, how many bags of cleaning stuff could you buy at Walmart for $45? Maybe 2, maybe. We walked out with 5 bags because we went to Dollar Tree and got Dollar Tree products instead of going and buying name brand products at Walmart. I know people that will not use anything from Dollar Tree because they say it doesn't work. I've been washing my clothes in Dollar Tree laundry soap for years. Why? Because regular name brand laundry soap is stupidly expensive. The only product I use that's name brand is Dawn dish soap because none of the other shit works. But you can buy the bottles, the small bottles, for $1. It's just being right with your money. Like if anybody were to walk into my studio right now and you didn't instantly know that all this stuff was used, you would think that I spent thousands of dollars on all the tech that's in my studio. You know, a computer here, 3 monitors, a TV there, a TV there, a a computer over there, 2 monitors over there. You would think that I spent thousands of dollars. No, this is all used stuff. Like when I first started using this mic, people were like, man, broken. How'd you afford that brand new mic? And I'm like, it's a cheap mic, guys. And they're like, really? Yeah, it's a cheap mic. Let me show you. What this mic is. Let me see if I can find one that's still for sale. Because they discontinued this mic. You know, because everything that works good, they got a continue it. So here, I will pull it up. Oh, hang on. Wrong up button. This is the mic that I have. A Zingu ZY-UD1 microphone. I don't use that pop filter. This foam one is $5. Now let me scroll through and show you. This is the exact microphone that I have. And everything that it comes with. You can buy this one from this company for $10 and it's $13.50 shipping. I paid $30 for this mic years ago. I just gave one away. Not this mic, but its twin. That you can go on to Amazon right now and buy. I will show you. This is the twin to this mic. The only thing it doesn't have an audio wheel on it to where you could turn it up or a gain wheel so you could turn the volume up and down on it. You could do that on your PC. And it doesn't have a headphone jack on it. So you can listen to yourself talk. I don't use either one. But this is just a square version of this mic. Detachable Type-C cable, just like this one. But yeah, $28. The Toner TC30. I did a giveaway of that mic. And a friend of mine that goes by the YouTube channel Gator Girl won it. I shipped it up to her. She loves it. But yeah, if you guys were to come here and see all my tech, you would think that I spent thousands of dollars. And if I added up the price that I paid for every single piece of tech gear in here, it might be maybe $1,200 for a whole studio room full of tech. We're talking 5 different microphones, 3 different headsets, 4 different keyboards, 3 different webcams, 5 monitors, that TV and that one. I'm just saying, everybody, if you're bitching about being broke, take a deep look at your finances. Because I guarantee you're doing stuff that you don't need to do. If you ain't got Starbucks coffee money, why the fuck is your ass going to Starbucks? When you can make coffee at home, put flavored coffee creamer in it, put it in a travel cup. You can even go to Starbucks and buy a Starbucks travel cup. So you're still being bougie looking with coffee at home. Take your own lunch to work. Don't buy lunch at work. Stay away from vending machines. Make your own cigarettes. So everybody, oh man, I've been live for over 5 hours. So as always, thanks for stopping by. Peace out. Peace.